Thank you so much for tuning in. It's 8 minutes past the hour, and you've got the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are live. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, making us part of your day. A lot out there to choose from, and you have chosen the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll try not to disappoint, and we'll have a good time together today as we start a brand new one with you. Will a meat could spin? That's on the table, so that's there for you. Be listening. You never know. It's really not scheduled. It's something we feel. It's like, hey, y'all ready? Let's do this. So I know a lot of you enjoy that segment each and every week. A lot of great stuff on the wheel. It could happen today. It might not. Who knows? A lot of stories out there in the old world. Some updates, too, that we need to discuss. Plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's bring everybody in. Eddie Van Adler, he's in there. He's got TV rolling. And to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
I'm good.
Everybody's fired up?
Fired up. I got a question for us for really speedy, and I want Greg to play a part in this too, but Greg, you got to let me finish when I ask this, because this is about you.
Great.
Okay. I know you wanted to start the day off.
For those of you who can't see, as he said great, he pushed his laptop away.
I
grabbed a bottle of water.
I'm concerned about something with the show. I was thinking about this on my 11-minute, 12-minute drive in this morning.
I got a list. You want to hear it?
Because okay, Greg, one of your phrases, okay, that has, I mean, I've been here for 13 years, going on 14 years, and you will scream right again a lot.
Well,
and you're right, probably 98 to 99% of that time.
Yeah, well, nobody's right all the time.
I know.
Like baby predictions.
No one's perfect, but your record has been ridiculous, okay, off the charts good. But I'm concerned about what I'm calling the Greg effect. Yesterday, we had two stories, and I don't even know, to this day, don't know if they're real or fake. Still don't know. I know where I'm leaning, but Greg, your influence on the show has caused us not to discuss the story itself, but to immediately jump in to, is it fake or is it real? We broke down the Will Smith and Chris Rock thing yesterday. We had a story about a bull rider using no hands, and we broke that down a little bit, but 80% of the story amongst us, we discussed whether it's real or fake. I don't like that. I don't like this Greg effect, because I want to live in a life where not everything is fake.
Well, see, that's the problem. I'm playing the percentages. In this world we live in, I hate to tell you people, the majority, we have people who do stupid stuff like this all the time. So if you constantly call it fake, you're going to win more than you lose, so therefore your average is up. Got lean to the fake side every time, because that's the world we live in. People are crazy. Munchausen is just out of control. We make up being victims, being beat up. Juicy Smollett and all them. Come on.
Jesse Smollett.
I'm just
saying.
saying.
Those of you that are trying
if you're trying to have a good average, just call everything fake, and you're going to come out on top in this world. That's a fact. And how about this? A lot of it is. I'm sorry. I don't like it. Don't change me. Change the world. Change the world, and then I'll back off.
But your influence.
But if I'm playing the odds, the way Chris Rock leaned into that hit, I still ain't sure if we'll ever know the truth on that one. But
I'm
the bull rider thing. I was kind of having a little fun, but again, I was also going by the odds.
I'm flipping the dial
yesterday. You got some doctor that supposedly knows about bull riders. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, and we had a few calls.
First of all, Greg, it wasn't a doctor that knew about bull riding.
That's something like that.
It was a doctor that had patients that were bull riders.
So he's a bull riding doctor.
Well, bull riders need doctors too.
Yeah, they need a lot.
I would think they need a lot of doctors.
Yeah.
Again, but I'm just saying, if you want, first of all, there are a lot of times if you're aware. Things that tip. Here's my deal. I don't like falling for stuff and find out it's fake. I hate that. It's embarrassing.
If
you play the odds, always go in this world today.
I just heard
you say everything's fake. That's kind of off a little bit. People that you're going to come out on top. I promise, because you're right. My percentage is very high.
I was going through my Helms, you're not right about a bunch, but let me tell you something. You're right about my percentage.
Exactly.
I was going through my list of things that I listen to each day. Just different podcasts, I'm just scrolling the dial. I'm firing up the podcast. Heck, at one point, Patrick McEnroe's breaking it down. okay, of all people, because it was about, the movie was about tennis, and so he was taking the time to go, by the way, we had this beautiful moment in a tennis movie for once at the Oscars, and it's ruined by Will Smith slapping somebody. So every single Stephen A. Smith, I sent y'all that. He's talking like it's 100% real. I'm just saying we never got into that yesterday because we were too busy talking about fake or real.
Yeah, but the bottom, it looked fake. It did.
See? Yeah.
But I'm just saying fake was on the table.
Now, and let's set the scene.
It looks like now they're saying it is real. I don't know if it was or not. They'll know.
Well, he's issued some apology.
Now we've moved.
Instagram.
Okay, let's say it's real for the sake of argument. Now we've moved into the fact so Will Smith can slap people and he has no repercussions.
Well,
that's
back
my
down
point.
The front row and
that's
hang
my
out,
point, Greg. We probably should have had that conversation first.
Did you not see the video? Did it not look like Chris Rock was leaning into the punch, like he saw it coming?
It's one of those videos where if
that.
you present, hey, this looks fake, and then you watch the video, you're like, okay, I see that. And then if you go,
but
well, I don't know, what's
that's
going
what we're. My point is, we're breaking that down before we break anything else down, just like the bull riding thing yesterday.
Because again, it's embarrassing.
We're screaming
to fall for
fake
stuff.
or real before we even look at it and dissect it.
Here's what I hate. I hate when we fall for something out of the gate and we blow it out of proportion, and then we come to find out it wasn't even real. And we've done that.
Mm-hmm.
That's my fear.
For those of you that weren't with us yesterday,
we've done that.
In the daily video selection,
y'all's megalodon. There was
a TikTok.
There
was a TikTok video of a bull rider on a bull, and he was hands free. All right, and he stayed on the bull, then whatever, and. There was a discussion because it was a TikTok video. We got to set the scene here. There's a lot of fake TikTok stuff out there.
Yeah.
Is this real or is it not? And Greg went, it was fake. And then I think we did a survey around the staff. Some said we thought it was real, whatever. During the show, I did get a phone call from someone when I was in there screening that said in Mexico, and I guess YouTube carries it or something, there is Mexican bull riders out there that do a hands-free thing.
This is a deal, yeah.
It's a deal or whatever.
Like
and then I guess you had a doctor friend that said some of his patients were bull riders, and they had heard about it happening in Mexico.
He doesn't specialize in bull. Y'all got him specializing in bull riders.
I just wanted to set the scene because a lot of folks might not know what we're talking about.
Well, but my point is this: instead of looking at these things and going, "What a crazy night with the Oscars! Did y'all see what happened and all that?" Or hey, what a phenomenal feat that this guy has done on this bull. Mm-hmm. The first question we ask before we even go on air, y'all think that's real?
Well, that's the world.
I know, and I don't like it, Greg. And
that's
I blame two things. I blame 4 years of the Trump administration screaming fake all the time. I blame you being right all the time on all this stuff, the Greg effect. And then I blame the rest of the world being so dang crazy.
I told you.
Now, the show's defense on the Will and Chris Rock thing. The majority of everybody yesterday was discussing, is it real or fake? Well, again, because you got two actors up there, and
he wasn't escorted
and
out.
And it was so bizarre, you thought, well, this is some kind of...
if somebody goes up and slaps somebody in the middle of the show, you think they would be asked to leave. You dang sure wouldn't give them an award and then let them go dance at the party holding their... That's what made you feel like maybe this was a setup. And people that saw it live that I've talked to, they said they thought it was a setup. And they don't mean it is, but they said that's the way it looked because everybody's like, what is going on? Again... If it was real, and I guess it may be, but wouldn't you think they would have made him leave? Wouldn't you think that they would?
Security,
something?
and we've talked about a little bit of that yesterday.
They give him a standing ovation when he wins, and he's just got up and slapped somebody.
Well, you know what that's about.
Hey,
yeah, I know exactly what it's about.
Here's another story right here.
But we were told we can't come. We got to set this one out.
I see. That's which is amazing. That's remarkable with that sound.
All right, so there's a photo that's out of Nicole Kidman, all right, and she's got this bizarre facial. She's like this response to this look or whatever, and they're like, the viral Oscars slap reaction isn't what fans think. The photo was actually snapped before the award shows, but they're presenting it like that's her reaction.
So she wasn't even reacting to it.
But like that's her reaction to the slap. So talking about what's fake and what's real.
I'm just going to stay out of stuff. I am. I'm going to let y'all handle it. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to just be gullible because it'd be a lot less pressure. You think I like having to question everything? I'd like to enjoy a guy on a bull.
17 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
During % of the tax burden falls on the American worker,
So by cutting business taxes, this will increase wages for American workers and create more jobs. He says I believe if you look at this from top to bottom, it will result in a tax reduction for everyone. He said the top tax rate for corporations and small businesses, they're trying to take that down, as we said yesterday, to 15%. Those of us who have small businesses, we're clapping since we're rolling out about 40% right now, which makes it difficult to have a small business. He says that
highest in the industrial world.
Yeah, he will take the tax system, which is overburdened, collapse it completely to only 3 brackets from the current 7 we have now, and will double the standard deduction for individuals and couples that file jointly. So he says with all that, the middle income folks are going to get tax cut. And American workers should be pleased because the businesses will have less burden, meaning they'll pay better wages or hire more people, or both.
Yeah, it just sounds so simple, and we've seen it work before, but there'll be those that will oppose it, just as hard as they can go, and I don't understand why, but, it will happen.
Well, Bubba, we have to oppose some things just because I oppose anything that this person does wearing the R or wearing the name Trump or whatever, and we see some of that. I mean, all political parties do that to a degree. But we'll see. It really doesn't matter. I think there just comes a time when and you saw the Democrats and the progressives do the same thing. It really boils down to this: we can all jump up and down, and holler and yell, and do all that, and we should. We're Americans. We have a right to do that. But at the end of the day, the team that wins, it should just go in there, whether it's your team or my team, and say, look, we won. We're going in here to create a tax system we believe the voters want. We're going to do this, and people are going to scream and holler and cry foul. We're going to see it through, and everything that we can accomplish, we will, and let the opposition try to block it where they can. And then you move through and try to win as many as you can win. That's really how it works. I mean, you get in there.
The problem are so many of them can be stymied by the minority party.
Sure they can.
Through various tactics. And, of course, you're seeing the whole book of that right now.
But how about this? After 8 years of Obama, praise the Lord that's the case. Because the party that right now represents me more than the other party, and neither one of them represent me from top to bottom, but more than the other, we were able to slow down and stymie what he was trying to implement.
Right.
So it
because we didn't believe in it.
Yeah. Yep. So I like the system, even when it becomes frustrating. I don't want a king. For either party?
Yeah. Did you see where Trump is threatening to break up the Ninth Circuit Court and split them up?
Really? Well, see, if he can do that.
Well, look, that's part of the check and balances over all this. The Ninth Circuit cannot rule and run the country from Seattle. It's just ridiculous.
When you try to tell sanctuary cities they're violating the Constitution, and a judge stops you from doing that, who gave $200,000 or raised $200,000 for Obama, I mean, you got to say, look, hey, wow, come on.
Yeah.
I got to do something about it. Judges are supposed to interpret law. End of subject. They don't create law.
No matter what they're
not supposed to have political agendas. They're supposed to sit there and the law or the Constitution lays before them, and they say the Constitution allows this or it doesn't. Next case.
23 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. You're listening live. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, Eddie Van Adler. It's the Good Time Gang hanging out, kicking things off for Rick and Bubba. They join us at the top of the hour. As we move on, the first segment was Helmsy discussing he was concerned
The
about
Greg effect.
how quick the Greg effect takes center stage on discussions of things that might be in the news, stories that
Don't blame me for
come
it.
up for discussion, and how quick we go to it's fake.
If y'all want to believe that Mexican bull riding, that's your business.
And we're talking.
Once you let them come across the border
it's not
illegally with no
necessarily
hands.
whether or not it's just fake. It's fake or real. It could be real. It's just, Greg, you.
I was playing that up a little bit because I could
Yeah,
tell everybody
yeah,
was
I
getting
can-
mad.
I can
but
tell
I did
that.
think there was a chance
But
that
Greg,
it was
you
fake.
don't realize how well you sell it, even when you're agging. Like, I'm sitting there immediately going, "This is real. This is real. This is real."
Mm-hmm.
And Adler was doing the same thing, but after you got finished talking, you convinced both of us that hey, this probably is fake.
On this one, I landed real yesterday on the little.
Well, I did it first, and then the Greg effect took
Yeah.
place.
But
and
who
I'm like,
knows? It could come out that it's fake. Heck, I don't know.
I don't know why he was
I think
putting
that
dirt on his
there's
hands.
Mexican hands-free bull riding, but then there's like, okay, is this video real though? You know what I mean?
See,
It's like
yeah, no,
you could.
that's a good point.
It's all over the road. But now, I guess to Greg's point, and I
Default to
think
the
you
fake.
made a pretty
well,
good
then
point.
the Nicole Kidman picture we just talked about.
Right. Yeah, Nicole. Yeah, there's a story
Can I
out
ask y'all
where
this?
she's like shocked that Will slapped Chris Rock, and her facial expression is like, "Oh my God!" Well, then it comes out that no, the viral photo is not even to that. It was before the show.
Yeah.
Can I
About
can I ask
completely-
this?
Yeah, what wasn't even to that.
Fake world.
Will we ever live in a world again where we can just watch a video and that question never come up?
I don't know, Helms.
And
I
if
think-
y'all
I think we're
listen, if
past
y'all
that.
tell me we're
Not in
past
today's
that,
world.
I'll live with that.
You're gonna
I
have
just
to.
want to
I
know
think
if
Like I
that's
just told you, the way I just default towards fake every time, and your percentage will be off.
Yeah.
because
there's
the
more
world-
fake than
because
real
Chris
out now.
Rock and Will Smith, you can kind of put it over here in its own category because they're actors and they fake things every day. They're perfect at faking things. They win awards for faking things. He won a big award for faking something. But when we watch a guy pull off a phenomenal feat of riding a bull with no hands,
Just squeeze
will
it with
we
his
ever
legs.
will we ever live a world where no one screams 3 seconds into it that's fake?
I will admit this. I will admit
And
this.
listen,
In
if that's
that
the
particular
case,
situation,
if that's the case, I'll move on about my day and
now-
I'll say that's just the way the world works now.
the
I
Will-
think that's
the-
it.
Let me say the
Sorry,
Will
buddy.
Smith slap, the people making up being victims. Maybe calling a bull ride fake was a little quick. The other things I don't apologize for, but okay, you're right. That was a little quick. That
Well,
they were
but to
faking
set the
bull
scene
ride. And
correctly,
it would be hard to fake it,
and-
but it's just something
And
about
to put it
doing
within
right.
context, it was a TikTok video.
Yeah.
And there's so many fake things out there on TikTok. But
I just wish we could
I
do
don't
a
know.
story and then come back for the second segment of that story and go, "Hey guys, heads up, that was probably fake." You know what I mean?
Well, you
That's
said we
the
can't-
world I
we
want to
can't
live
get
in.
into the
But
story.
we
And I
can't
think-
do that.
And this is to a fault. I so don't want to fall for fake stuff. I
Right.
would do it the other way.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to fall for it.
Right, right.
What, Greg,
I would rather be wrong about it being fake than falling for it, and it is fake.
Okay.
Greg and I have talked about this before, and it is funny the way we sit on the desk here because Greg has said, "I wish I could go your way a little bit," and
Yeah.
I've said, "I wish I
yeah.
could go his way a little bit," and we would come to the middle, which is Speedy, because you're kind of balanced and steady on both sides of it.
Yeah. Back to the Czars, if you'll remember, that's when we did our little sports show. We had sunshine and cold shower, okay? And
We had
And
sound
both are
effects.
necessary.
yeah. And you were sunshine,
Yeah.
and he would be cold shower and ruin things for us. But he was just being honest. So your default, Greg, you're saying you're right again, mostly because not that you, just know what's going on, but you just are defaulting to fake.
I'm
so
playing the odds. I
Yeah.
know what it is. I mean,
It
the
is.
majority of this world is everybody's look at me. Even if I got to make something up,
right.
look at me.
Go and turn that down.
Well, I was looking for some Mexican bull rides.
You were right. You were looking for Mexican bull riding right now.
Yeah,
You know
trying to
why?
be
You know why?
hands-free.
You know why? Because he wants to scream, "It's fake."
Yeah, I
That's
know.
why.
No, I want to confirm whether it's real or not.
Well, that's the same thing, Greg. That's the exact same thing.
Yeah, but you say, I'm okay if it is real. But
and I'll say this too.
okay.
At no point, no one has said,
things-
"Man, that guy's awesome on that bull. How's he do that?"
Yeah.
That's
a little quick on the bull.
How about this? I think
I was still suffering
and I don't know
from
about
the Will Smith thing.
I don't know about
It
you
tainted
guys,
me.
and I don't know what it says about our audience, but I get a lot of people when I'm just interacting or through email or whatever. They tune to this show, because they want to know the truth, and they're like, "All right, you guys, when y'all do stories, y'all give your opinion."
That's scary.
No, seriously, y'all give your opinion, and we like your
We can
angle.
be passionately wrong.
We like your angle on a lot of stories, your input and the way you see the story. That's hey, this is how we get our news.
Yeah, somebody actually asked me yesterday how North Korea did in the basketball tournament.
Really?
They got that from us.
Right. Well, that was quickly. That was quick. That's a great point. But that was quickly corrected within the sentence. So I don't know if that's a good example. But I think we have a little bit of responsibility to tell the audience, is this fake or real? Because they come to us for that.
I just wish
is this fake or real? Y'all?
I just wish we would delay that a little bit.
But again, I overdo it because I don't want to fall for nothing. Mm-hmm. That's one thing.
Okay.
I'm admitting that.
And you're just a faulty.
You are,
that's
and
a
I
negative
appreciate
point.
that. That is,
I don't like. I would rather, like I say, call it fake and come to find out it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Than think
So
it's
the
you're
other
saying
way.
your
Okay.
analytics
I
and
got
spray
that.
chart
That helps me.
on stories are fake.
That helps
That's
me.
kind of where it goes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Person for Barack Obama spoke out Wednesday against critics who called out the former president for reportedly, and I guess he's not denying it, accepting a $400,000 speaking fee from a speaking engagement that is being put on by a Wall Street bank. Now, we might remember when the former president and his minions were demonizing Wall Street and others who actually would do things and speak at their different things. Even Hillary Clinton caught a little flack for that. But he said, talking to the spokesman, he said in 2008, then the candidate Obama pulled in more money than any other candidate in history and went on to implement the toughest reforms on Wall Street since FDR. Well, I guess that's up for discussion, but that's not what they're asking. You're actually making the point. If he worked so hard to put reforms against Wall Street and deem them to be a great evil, why then does he turn around now and accept $400,000 to speak at a Wall Street conference run by Cantor Fitzgerald? $400,000 is twice as much as Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State, and then 2016 Democratic Party candidate charged private businesses for such events. She was a bargain at $200,000. Look, if the president, the former president, can earn $400,000 of speaking fee and people are willing to give it to him, good for him. Yeah. And how about this? He ought to get on his knees and thank the good Lord above that he's been a citizen of a country that can garner $400,000 speaking fees for former presidents. And I don't think he should. That's not the problem. The problem is that he acted like that doing the same thing, if someone else did it, was the wrong thing to do.
I put getting money for speeches in the same column as I do people who play golf. It was evil when this president did it, but not when this president. Look, if the president wants to go play golf, let him go play golf. There's people around him that can keep him updated. That we're not going to miss anything. They've got security measures in place. The football's with him. If the president, and I don't care how many times Obama played, and I've said this, and I feel very consistent. If the president wants to play golf, let him play golf. If he don't want to, he feels like it's inappropriate at a particular time, stay in the White House. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican, how many rounds of golf they play and how offensive it is. Same thing with this. I think there's a bigger issue, though, here. Why do we keep talking about Wall Street being evil? Because somebody saw a movie?
So we're making our way back. Speedy, I hate to bring it up again today, but I'm really starting to get concerned. What's going on with this thing in your head? I mean, it's still there. It still has life. And I've tried. Now, I want you to know that I've tried. A lot of people hear this hour at different times, but I have been with Speedy now for almost 4 hours. Okay,
Face to face.
Face to face. And I've tried not to say anything else about it because I know it gets on your nerves, and I
I'm fine.
apologize for that.
It's okay. I mean, I know it's orchestrated.
But
will you agree with me on this?
You say I know it's
Will you agree with me
orchestrated.
on this? That it did look like it was getting better,
Yes.
but now it looks like it's going back.
It's
the other
took an
way.
ugly turn. Did you scrape it or something?
Yeah, I shaved yesterday. I had to shave yesterday. I actually took Greg, and Adler into my office and showed an old picture, and I said, "I'll show you how long
He had one on his head.
this has been going on when you are bald or whatever, and you have a hat on or whatever, and it gets real hot and stuff. That's how sometimes this can happen." And they were surprised. Did you see it in that
He
picture?
did. He has. It's in a different location,
Yeah,
but there's
yeah.
a picture in his office. exact same
Yeah.
one.
Hey, may I have a look at it closer? Because I'm just concerned that
It does.
that it has it has.
It was orchestrated.
What I'm saying,
Yes, it is
what I'm saying is, here's my concern, and I've tried to put it out of my mind the whole show. My concern is that it's taken on a new personality. It's like it has a
Hey, y'all
new.
naming it or something?
It has a new look
about
about
Mount
it.
It's different. It's a little different than it was when it showed
It
up.
has a different shape, and I'm seeing
People
something
change.
that again may be attributed to the shaving. I'm seeing a ripple, like a bump look that I haven't seen, like almost like a rash look that I have not seen on it before. That's all I'm saying. Now I'm glad to see it's not a protruding horn anymore. I like that the swelling's gone down, but the redness and the rash look of it
It's changed a little.
It's changed a little bit.
I'm not going to pile on, okay?
Thanks, buddy.
In the orchestrated event here, but I will say this: it looked worse yesterday than it did before. You said it was shaven. It looks worse today than it did yesterday.
There it is.
Now I don't know what's causing that. If it's still recovering from the shave, maybe. But it does look worse today than it did yesterday.
See, we don't see it on this side of the ring.
Right, so
We're
y'all
like,
don't see
it's
it
like
over-
the
for
Pittsburgh
Helmsy and I,
Steelers.
I'm thinking about getting a Social Security number.
Let me tell you, I can't imagine what it's like for Helmsy.
good. That's good.
Because at least I'm seeing
Bring 'em
both
on.
sides. Bubba, you have a safe side. Greg, you have a safe side. For Helmsy,
No, Greg doesn't.
I analyze it
Well, in
daily.
here, but then when I passed him in the hall, I screamed.
right?
25 minutes till top of the hour. All right, guys. So we're breaking all the fake, real stuff down, and it is something to look at. And we appreciate all of your feedback.
I think
Today,
this has been good therapy for me.
Yeah,
At least
yeah.
now I know what to expect. You know.
yeah. Today, National Piano Day, and every
Piano Day.
every time I think of the piano, I think about I just fumble. I
Do you
fumble.
think about the piano a lot?
Sometimes because
I
my
don't know why you
mom
didn't try.
my mom taught piano lessons at our home.
Yeah.
All through my life, and I never took advantage of that. I don't know why. I just wasn't interested.
You didn't ever go, hey, Mom, show me a couple things.
Yeah, well, she tried one time. I think I played We Three Kings one time.
And then you just didn't
yeah,
stay with
I
it.
don't like. Yeah, I just kind of
We Three Kings.
But now I just kind of wish I could play the piano as an adult.
What if you owned
I
it?
just,
I mean, what if
just
you were
to be
like
more well-rounded?
I'm talking about like Jerry Lee Lewis type.
Oh man, just tear it up.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I've shared. It's one of
Kevin
my
Derryberry
my
type.
regrets.
Yeah.
with
And
my
you've got a
grandmother
piano in
trying
the
to-
house.
Yeah, I do have. I think. Do you have one yet, Greg?
I do now.
Yeah, Greg's got one in his
We've
house.
never
too.
had one, but Lisa got it from her.
Has anybody played it since it's been in your house?
I have. Not very well.
Can you play the piano?
No, I can do a little chords here and there, but
cool.
not really.
That's neat.
I can make a little sound off of it.
Yeah.
But no, not really.
Let me ask you a
But
question.
I may learn. Because
Are-
now you can go to the internet and it'll
Oh,
show you how to
yeah,
play songs.
yeah.
Oh, there's apps you can
Hey,
that'll walk
look,
you right through it.
I'm
I
gonna
will
play
tell you
Home Sweet
this.
Home by Motley Crue.
I will tell you this. There has been an attempt at the Wilburn House to learn the piano.
When I look, that didn't go well.
About maybe 3 years ago, Reese, for one
I
of
remember
his,
that.
well,
I
for
have
one
you
of his-
unloaded into your house.
Yeah, for one of his
Has that been
Christmas
3 years?
wishes, asked for a piano of some kind. So I actually went and didn't buy a cheap one, but didn't buy the top of the line. But it was a nice one.
It was a little investment.
And my mom and dad did the traditional come to the house for Christmas and all this, and just made my mom's Christmas. She went up there to Reese's room and spent a lot of the day teaching him different things. I bought how to learn piano.
all in.
I bought books. I bought everything, and sold it on Facebook Marketplace about a year and a half later.
About a year and a half? That all you got?
Whenever we were getting to move,
Oh,
I
okay,
wasn't going to
yeah,
move
I
the
remember
piano if we weren't ever going to need
Y'all
it.
had
And
discussed
now the piano, it was a I just say this. There was clothes laying over it. There was a book on
We've all
top of
seen
it.
that. Workout machines. A lot of
Yeah, it
times
stayed
end up that.
closed. I want to say maybe had been played 3 times, and most of it was on that Christmas day.
So after that day, it faded that fast.
Yes, yeah. And I haven't had the discussion with him, son. If this is a kick, we're not going to buy, a piano as a kick.
You envisioned him like maybe playing in front of crowds.
But I was all in, man. I even went to the little piano place, and I actually did research and
how about on
had a
piano
sales
day?
walk me through different things.
Oh yeah, I
and
remember
picked
you working it out.
Oh,
and
yeah.
weighted keys. And
all that. I bought a good one and
What about
ended
on-
up selling it to a listener out of Montgomery
I remember
who
that.
came to our house, a great couple, and said, "I can't believe this is available," and took
gave
it
them
and
that and your
snatched it
cat.
up. So I gave books, everything. Just take it. And at the time, I'll be honest
That
with you,
faded fast.
I was just trying to remove things from the
when
house
you're
that I was
moving.
having to move to.
Looking back on it, maybe you should have kept it.
Well, but he never.
You could
would- I
pull
don't
it
think
out
he would-
today on Piano Day.
Mhm.
It was never too late for you to start.
Right. I think there was good intent.
We three
on
kings all
Reese.
over
But he just never learned. And
Well, we've all done that.
let me ask y'all a question real quick. Paramount Plus is a streaming service, and CBS owns all of it. But anyway, it's got all kinds of different things. And they have original programming. They were the 1883 people and SEAL team and all that. And they have started a new series called Halo. And Halo is
Is it about the game?
An Xbox
Oh,
game.
okay.
And
I
it
don't know.
starts
I've heard
with,
of it, but I
it
don't know
starts
nothing
I think with the original game. And are y'all familiar with that game at all?
No.
Okay. Hey, so y'all have never
I know.
I've heard of
Bray
it.
never played?
I have no idea. What is it?
It's shoot 'em up game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, there's all different types of things, but that's
Mhm.
what comes to mind when I think Halo's a shoot 'em up fight kind of game.
Yeah.
I never got into it. He really never got into it. His generation was the Fortnite generation.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was the other? There was another one, Call of Duty. So it was Call of Duty, and we were never the gosh, helms your mind's gone blank. The one, Halo. We never jumped into that world.
Yeah.
But I'm aware of the game. I know it's a very popular game, and I
Yeah.
did see where they were making this show, Halo, on Paramount Plus, and I went, like if I get
Is
around
it like
to
a
it. or-
apocalyptic type?
Yeah,
setup?
it's
Are you
definitely-
watching it?
Well, we watched the first series.
And?
I think and it's
The
starring,
first series or first
episode. Thank
okay.
you. Pablo, is it Schreiber? Pablo
Have no
Schreiber. He is the main guy, and I just wanted to see what all the hype was about. Now I didn't know the storyline, and I think it was Reese that came down. It's like, oh, here's what's going on, because they were familiar with the Xbox game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was concerned, okay, I've got to know about the game and what's going on to even follow this. But
But you did.
Terry, after the first episode, looked at me and said, I'm surprised how good that was.
Okay.
And I think this is going to be one of those every Friday or
Yeah,
Sunday,
release a new
another
one.
one's released, just
Okay.
like 1883.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering
all
if
about
you
some
guys
Halo.
knew about
No.
that at all, because it's out, and the first
Pretty good.
episode,
might
the
check it
first
out.
episode was released, and I think it had about let's see. Yeah, it says here it had almost record numbers that because they were promoting it a lot, but it's just hard to figure out. It's not knowing anything about it. It's like it's like the year 2054 or so. No, not 2054, 2554. So I mean, it's way on out, and it's like you got different planets and aliens, and it's bizarre.
It's a sci-fi type deal.
Yeah.
Based
The
off
old-
the game.
Yeah.
I might check it out.
Yeah, man.
I'd have to
Just
start-
Give it a look.
It's out there for you.
I'd have to start Paramount Plus again.
here he goes.
Because I'll after a good show, I'll get out of it.
That's
for a
got
while.
to be exhausting.
It's not. It's not exhausting. It's one click. Cancel. Maybe 3 by the time I log in.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
that.
a few clicks.
I got a spreadsheet. It's quick.
Now, when you go back,
Now I will say this:
you
I
get a
canceled
message-
Netflix. I canceled Netflix a couple weeks ago, and the kids have been on me. And I just said, "Listen, we're just going to make Netflix a part of our family. I'm tired of going down this path with y'all. Don't ask me about anything else. Netflix is your deal. That seems to be their jam.
Yeah.
But you remember I went through this. I went through that weekend probably a couple months ago, where I realized I had a bunch of stuff out there that I didn't know that was being charged. Yeah. And so I just did a purge. I just canceled everything, with the exception of Paramount Plus, because we had like 2 more episodes of 1883, and Amanda would have divorced me if I had stopped that. So, but I ended up canceling it too. And so it was almost like a new starting point. Like, let's find out what you guys actually do watch. Well, a month goes by and nobody's brought anything up. Now, I will say this. They were still watching Netflix, because when I canceled it, we had like 15 days left on what we had paid for already. So it wasn't like they had cold turkey. But there went, a week, I started getting and they were ganging up on me too.
Oh, yeah.
Maddie and Caroline would send me individual texts going.
Or there's strength in numbers.
They would wait too. They wouldn't do like hit me at the same time. One of them would hit me like at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the other one would hit it at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Keep it on your
strategy.
mind.
Keep it on my mind. And so they kept that rolling. So I gave up this week and was like, okay, I'll activate it again. I did make a deal though with Maddie on it. Caroline wasn't giving me as much pushback. She wanted it. But I made a deal. Hey, you've got to do something weekly in order for this to stay activated. So I did use that to my advantage, because I'm a parent.
Leverage.
And that's what we do. Manipulation.
A little leverage.
Yeah.
Manipulation.
Good parents manipulate their kids. I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know what y'all think about that, but I'm fully convinced that that's a key parenting skill.
Yeah.
I back to Halo.
It
I
is.
think it's 26th century is what it is. That's where the time.
So you're fired up about Halo.
You all about it.
No, I was just asking. I didn't know, because I know sometimes you guys actually I find out a lot about different series that are out from y'all about. Hey, have y'all seen this? And that was my hey.
So
Have
you're a
y'all seen
sci-fi
that?
guy.
I was intrigued to see. Okay, what is this about? Not knowing or have played the game.
Yeah.
And
It helps that Terry likes it, because now that's something y'all can watch together.
yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Is there some sort of magnifying object here anywhere?
You're not going to get a magnifying
Adler,
glass and look at my.
Speedy, we just turn
That
on.
ain't
Do we
gonna
have anything that amplifies I could make it look like I could get a closer look at it? Anybody?
You're not touching my head.
I'm not going to touch it. I would like to look through something.
Hold still. He'll zoom in.
Will you hold still?
Yeah.
All right, where should I look? Right here?
Is that glare?
Speedy, you gotta hold
glare
still.
hurts
I'm worried
a
about the
little
glare of the lights.
You're moving too much.
You're really
You are
moving.
moving.
Quit
Will
moving.
you just be still?
Clearly
Look the
worse.
other way. Look the other way. Hold.
Right there, hold.
No,
Hold
come
your
back.
head. Right there.
No,
Speedy.
go back around. Just look right here.
Huh?
Just stay right there.
Right there.
Stay.
Tilt
Stay.
down just slightly.
Right there.
Will you quit?
quit?
Would you quit moving your head?
I'm gonna get the shot collar.
Oh my gosh! Look, guys, see the rippling I'm talking about. See the
Gotta
rash.
raise,
See how
yeah.
the rash
No,
looks.
it's just a good gracious.
raised
Those are little
up a little bit.
blisters.
Yes, I know.
Well, but I mean,
How did, was
the-
it was
you're
it
still you're
originally?
moving your head a lot.
I can't wait till y'all get a bump.
The word that I would use, and I'm almost scared to say the word, but the word I would use is lesion.
Ooh, not lesion.
That's the word I would use.
You don't want that. Okay, never mind.
Does everybody agree with me on that?
I
When I said that word, there was a hush over this whole place.
I was looking for
When
a word.
people
You
see
found it.
me, they go, "Let me." Hey,
It looks like you were cutting your yard and you left the blade down a little low.
Hit a high spot.
Yeah.
Kind of high centered it a little
Come on,
bit.
you got 2 minutes. Go.
Can I tell you this? Can I tell you this? Listen, let me say this. By Monday, I got to see some improvement.
I was gonna say.
And it was going the other way.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what
one
worries
thing
me.
I had to coach a 2-hour practice
That's what
last
worried
night,
me.
and it was hot.
Is there anything like this anywhere else on your body?
No.
On your butt.
Are you wearing a hat or something that's
Yeah.
maybe rubbing it?
I don't know.
It
irritating
looks
it?
irritated.
It's like jock itch, but it's on your head.
Oh my
Thanks,
gosh.
buddy. I appreciate
my
y'all.
God. Which
That's
there's
awesome.
there's a line that could be used here, but it's not
That's
going to
just
happen.
great.
Somebody
I'm gonna
call
cut your
the-
mic off.
Call the pharmacy for Greg.
Right.
It's just great. No, buddy, you got another minute and a half.
Speedy, you know what I would suggest doing just from having to weather the storm. I don't know that I wouldn't go with a cap or maybe a Band-Aid on it, and then there
He'll
wouldn't be
Band-Aid
any,
it every now
then
and
there
then.
wouldn't be any judgment on it.
I band-aided it yesterday just when I go work out because it gets you so hot and
Well, why don't we leave that on?
I'll go Band-Aid.
Could you? Because it's terribly distracting for
Would
me.
you please go like a real big Band-Aid?
Or something. Man.
I
Can
look-
you powder it up? Maybe I think if you take the shine,
Little
off,
makeup.
it'll
We
help.
saw a video of somebody powdering their face the other day. You know,
I looked over a minute ago, and like I couldn't help but picture like tiny little ships pulling up to it and discovering it.
That's good. It's fine. It's good. It's good. Let's keep on. Don't stop. You got 50 seconds.
No, I'm just kidding. I had a joke about the islands of Hawaii, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I was going to bring up the SS Minnow and getting stranded.
Right. I won't call you Maui nickname. But the did you know that Mick Fleetwood lives on Maui?
Does he?
Yeah. Well, something I saw on Access TV yesterday.
Hey, I serious business. This is what you're trying to avoid. And I get it. You're going to have to go about a week without shaving and let it heal. And
that's a good word.
You won't do that.
That's a good word.
Here's the reason. You don't want us to see you with a little bit of hair coming up.
No, that's not
Wait
it.
a minute.
I mean, I just like to be
wear
slick
a football
head.
helmet while you're in here.
I've just
That's
discovered
solid.
something. That's the part of your head that hair don't grow on anyway,
No,
right?
there's you'll start to see. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. There's
You need to go Kenny Chesney, and I mean soon.
Go about a week and not shave, and it'll be better.
Wear a bandana.
Thank you, Helmsy.
We just wanted to get better.
What if you just wear a flag bandana? That'd work.
Okay, capri pants. Be careful. Bubba's shorts are so long they look like capri pants.
That might be funny though. I mean,
Okay.
you might be like edgy with a bandana.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I'll do that.
We'll keep at it.
What about a skull on it?
Not that guy.
Rick and Bubba.
Dawn is in Louisville, or in Louisville, I should say. Hey, Dawn, welcome to the program. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good morning.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to tell you, I was thinking about your friend's condition, and I'm a former nurse, and it could be one of two things. It could be a fungal infection like athlete's foot, because you can get that other places like your head, your beard area, and such, kind of like ringworm. Mm-hmm. And then, or it could be a yeast infection, because yeast grows in moist, dark places.
That's Rick. You noticed what I told Greg? I thought it was worms.
Yeah. I do think it does look like a ringworm.
That's what it is, guys.
Well, hey, look, that's better than these other things you suggest.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot better. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Bubba. Yes,
No.
much better.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler is here. He's got TV rolling. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy left and right. Rick and Bubba are here and ready to go for the main show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. You know, being comfortable in your own home, would y'all not say that's kind of important? How about a new couch or a chair or sofa for the family room, your living room, maybe your screened patio area, or even your house on the lake, whatever the case? How about handmade in America, outstanding high-quality furniture that you can design and comes right to your door? From armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, they have you covered, all at affordable prices. Allform.com/Bubba. Furniture arrives fast and shipping is always free. Think about it. You could have your new chair or sofa in 3 or 4 days customized exactly the way you want. And you won't need a screwdriver either, because it's set to go tools free. And if you're worried about, oh man, I'm going to get it, I'm going to not, don't worry about it. It comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you have nothing to lose, which means you can enjoy great furniture for your family. Go to allform.com/Bubba and save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy at allform.com/Bubba. And don't forget, there's always a link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back, and we've been hopping around talking about all kind of things during the kickoff hour today. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. So one quick update, and we'll probably discuss this a little bit during the main show, and it's from the 26th, which I think right as we were wrapping up the show last week and stuff, this came out. Do we remember the Texas teen whose pickup was flipped and whipped around by the tornado last week? And it was big video that we played, and we just couldn't believe it. Storm Chaser caught video of this teenager, 16, who was caught up in a tornado, and it just messed his truck up, flipped him around, twisted him around, and then got back on its wheels and he drove off.
It was unreal.
And several tornadoes had ripped through central Texas, causing major damage, injuries, and at least one reported death. That's kind of the storm system he was caught up in. Well, Bruce Lowry, Chevrolet dealership in Fort Worth, Texas, and here's the update, learned of Leon's issue with his truck and saw that it was in pretty bad shape. And so they decided to give him a new one. And the vice president, Randall Shapiro, told USA Today that they said, hey, you know what, we're going to take care of this kid. And so they gave him a cherry red 2022 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT All-Star Edition.
Look at that.
Typically cost about $50,000. Chevrolet and the dealership said they'll handle the cost of the pickup. The dealership also gave Leon a check for $15,000.
Wow, that's so you pay taxes.
That will help with medical expenses too, and other expenses that comes with the vehicle or the truck.
How about that? So, I mean, he hates he went through that, but boy, on the other end, he did okay.
Would you get in a truck and ride through a tornado for a new truck? Is the question. You're gonna survive it.
Yeah, that okay.
You're gonna survive it. Now there's gonna be you're gonna be nicked up a little bit.
What I saw him go through was I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that or not.
You're going to need some new drawers.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're probably going to have to go to the emergency room to
that.
clean up some cuts or something like that. But you're going to live.
Yeah.
All right.
In or out. New truck.
I'm living?
You're living. You live it.
I'll go through it.
So, but you'll go through it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have to close my eyes.
Do y'all want to know why he was out and got caught in the tornado?
Yeah, well, did he not
Please,
hear
yes.
He was returning from a job interview at a local Whataburger when he encountered the tornado.
I wonder if he got the job. He don't need it now. He's got a new truck.
He said
he was going to buy himself another truck.
Yeah.
During they had like a little ceremony for him, I think, that was on Facebook where they gave him the truck and all this kind of stuff. And during that ceremony, he said that his first day of work was this week.
And in a related story, Tommy John sent him a box full of new drawers.
Hey, you want to know who he needs to like reach out to and go, hey, thank you? The storm chaser that videoed this.
Yeah.
If he doesn't catch this on video, then all you got is a story.
That's true.
Hey, man,
knows.
I got caught up in it, and everybody's like, yeah, okay.
He had to give him a couple thousand.
I mean,
Because listen, to sit there and hold that shot with the tornado right in front of you, that guy.
At least buy him a few hamburgers.
Yeah.
Get him a free Whataburger.
Please don't think he was like a mile away. To your point, the storm chaser, it was, would y'all not say across the street distance, kind of?
A little closer than he needed to be.
He was way too close. That thing makes a turn, but he may be getting a new truck.
But there you go. There's your update on that situation. And because I think we all said when that happened that hey, he'll probably get a new truck out of the deal or something.
And if I was Chevy, I would use that footage in the next Super Bowl commercial and the next. When I'm trying to do an ad about Chevy tough or whatever they're saying is. Yeah. What is they're saying? Like a rock?
No, that's not. No, buddy, that's
and it's Ford tough. What is Chevy's?
Like that's for. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Whatever their slogan is.
Everybody is screaming at us right now.
Is it really?
On radio and TV.
Well, if it was, then that means it's even better.
Find new roads.
Find new roads.
That's it.
All right.
Hey,
at the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Look at you sitting up. Look at you sitting up.
Find new roads. I got a Chevy Silverado High Country. I'm a Hendrick driver, so laugh at that.
Do you want to know one thing that was not discussed during this, Helmsy?
What's that? Was it fake or real?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm proud of that.
I thought for a second it was.
Well, that's why I'm. Hey, Speedy. That's why I'm enjoying this segment.
Yeah. For just a minute, I thought.
There's too much joy that is ripped too quickly from the room.
It looked like them cows on Twister when they come blowing by.
All right.
That was real.
Wrapping up the hour. Helmsy will care about this. Not so much Greg. But this is just a quickie here. Albert Pujols returning to the Cardinals for his final year. He says he will retire, but he gets to go back where it started. So that was pretty cool.
Now, I will say this, and y'all are going to
play, or is he doing this thing where I officially retire?
No, he's playing. He's going to play. And matter of fact, it's something to look forward to, Greg. Hear me out. This may intrigue you. Mm-hmm. He's 21 home runs away from 700. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Huge milestone.
Yeah.
So now, whether he'll play enough to actually hit 21, I don't remember the last time he's got enough at bats to actually hit 21 home runs.
Right.
But that would be really neat to watch and look out for in this season.
42 years old. This deal will give him an apparent retirement tour with the team that drafted him back in 1999.
At one time, the highest paid player in the game.
Yeah.
Also, I thought this was kind of interesting because it wasn't caught on video, just them walking to the green. Donald Trump says he scored a hole-in-one.
Now, that is fake news.
And Trump issued a statement yesterday in which he said that the reports that he sunk a hole-in-one at Trump International Golf Club on Saturday is 100% true. Looked like to me there's a foursome that was playing, and the video starts when they're walking to the green, and he looks in the hole and goes, well, how about that? And everybody wants a picture with him and all this kind of stuff, but apparently Trump sunk a hole-in-one.
Any witnesses to that?
Yeah, it looked like, and I knew that fake or real here.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Hey, the first thing he said,
Yeah.
he didn't say how far was it. Didn't ask what golf course he was at. Doesn't ask who he's playing with. Doesn't ask is this his first one.
Right.
The first thing you say is that fake or real.
Well, it sounds to me like he
This
didn't
is
see
exactly
it,
what I'm
right?
talking about. People.
Nobody saw it though, right?
What
You got to look at all angles.
No, there were people playing with him.
They said he walked up and they found it. I mean, somebody.
Well, no, I mean he
Fake or real would
came
have been
from
the 10th thing I asked with that particular story.
Well, yeah, because
There's so
Trump-
many other things.
Trump's the only reason the flag came up. And I'm a Trump supporter, but I can see him make
Did it hit the flag and go in? Did it hit and roll? See, there's all kinds of questions you get to, Greg, before fake and real.
Well, you got to clear that up before you move on and make statements that you're later going to have to come and eat crow on.
That'll be part of the video list for the main show, so we'll have to break that down. Just a couple of quick headlines. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. Don't forget Willamette could spend today. A lot out there. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Don't go anywhere. Guys, next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's been mentioned too, probably. If not, I heard this yesterday too. That this North Korean situation, and we're getting more and more statements now that people talking about. You know, a lot of people, of course, talked about the 13-year-old girl that escaped, and that video has been going around talking about what life is like there. But now, when you talk about it from a military standpoint, I keep waiting on somebody to come back out saying, "Look, this is a guy who's, he's a blowhard. He's trying to make some kind of." He's always trying to make some kind of act like he's some big deal, but he's just some crazy guy and all that. But we're not really getting that. We're getting more and more the more they look into it, going, I think this guy may try to do something. I mean, he's going to do something that may bring us into some sort of war with them. And do we need to go preemptive? Do we just kind of wait till something happens? And we'll get into more of that coming up. So that thing's getting more and more serious. It's really turning into more of a crisis than even I kind of thought it would be when it first started, because he seems so silly to me. But sometimes in his silliness and being delusional can make him very dangerous too.
Well, you're at this situation. They have very crude nuclear weapons. They estimate maybe 3 or 4. This guy keeps saying he wants to destroy America. He wants to destroy South Korea, who we have a treaty to defend. We also have a treaty to defend Japan that's in the area. And what do you do? Do you deal with this now when he has 6 nuclear weapons, or do we deal with it when he has 100? I mean, what do you do? It's not a good scenario.
No, it's not.
It really goes back to 1950s. We should have finished that when we were there, and not got all sensitive and started negotiating everything. At the time, China was backing them, but China did not have the nuclear arsenal we did. We should have finished that then. They probably would not have been a Vietnam at that point.
Right.
This was the first test after World War II. Are you serious? And we blinked.
We just didn't have stomach for him.
No, we'd been at war for 4 years, and nobody wanted to do that again.
Right. Understood, but
would it have made things better today? I think it would have. Yes.
Well, there's a number of those we've seen. Maybe you've seen how many times we had to go back to Iraq when we had it handled the first time.
Right.
So same old thing.
why do we don't learn from history?
We don't.
And look, it's terrible. Nobody wants to go to war. I hope that at some point we become, and I think we've kind of got this way with China. Economics is now more important than some land grab.
Right.
So I hope we get to that point that I don't want to say evolve, but we get to a civilized point that we realize there's no really gain to this, but you still got these outlaws running around, and some of them now that have nuclear weapons. And here's the problem, Rick. Every time they shoot a missile off, they get a little closer. Every time they do a nuclear test, they refine that process a little bit more to get a bigger explosion and more damage out of it. So, if they were doing this and they were not threatening anybody like other atomic powers around the globe have done, nobody would care. But the fact that they continue to say they want to destroy and wipe South Korea and Japan and the U.S. off the map. Now, their ballistic missile program, they have put a satellite in orbit. So they are capable of hanging something up in the air far enough they could deliver a ballistic missile attack. Now, they're, mating that nuclear weapon to that is a whole nother thing. But every test, they get better and better at it.
Well, the update is this: North Korean crisis worst I've ever seen. Pacific's top Navy officer says, now listen to the statement. If you're listening or watching today, our top Navy officer in the Pacific says America must assume Kim Jong-un will nuke America if given a chance. This is from Harry B. Harris, Jr., commander of the U.S. Pacific Command. Made the remarks yesterday. He's been serving since 1978, and he believes they are very serious about the nukes. And to Bubba's point, it could be us, it could be South Korea easily, and he says Australia even a possibility because of what they could reach. And he says it must be treated very serious. So now we're back to the original comment. Well, what does it mean? If we take them serious, then what do we do? I mean, is it we got to go in and see if we can, like you said, stop them before they get further down the road? Do we sit around and wait for something to be lobbed into South Korea, which brings us into it, and we probably get that easily through Congress?
Seoul is just right over the line, too.
Right,
it's very close.
So after you hear this information, so then what do you do about it? That's the big question.
That is the big question.
That's the old $25,000 question right there, isn't it, on the pyramid?
Now, what would be a much better scenario is if China took care of the situation, and I think they probably are working on that. Probably not seeing the results of that as quick as we would like to, but I think China could handle this, and it would be in their back door, and they probably would prefer to handle it.
Well, here's some updates from our commander. He says, let me make some things clear. He said, we do have enough manpower. We could go to war tonight if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
The next few days, our anti-ballistic missile system will cover South Korea. So we're almost got that complete.
Right, we've got THAAD and Patriot
right.
batteries there.
So he says we're gonna cover South Korea to see if we can shoot down anything that may go that way. We've got enough manpower. If we need to go, we'll go. And we must have the attitude that he will fire on somebody.
Yeah, and I would tell you the thing that would concern me as a military guy, which I'm not, I'm.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? A brand new hour has begun. We are thankful that you are here. We got a lot to do as we go forward on the program. We will start this hour with our national anthem. 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Brand new hour on a brand new day. Kickoff hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler. They've already given you some Rick and Bubba action today. Bubba and I join Team Rick and Bubba. We all lock arms and we go forward as we all walk through the journey of another day as time rolls on. And we ask ourselves our questions. What am I doing during the time that I've been allotted? And we'll unpack the headlines, hear from you, maybe play a game or two. Willa meets and play. That could happen. So pay attention for that. Let's bring him in here. Silver Tongue One. Wait a minute, hang on a minute. Oh, sorry about that. You're over here on this bank, aren't you? Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Somebody hit that mouth horn. Come on with it. When she was standing by the highway. Swinging, Bubba.
Swinging.
Swinging. All right. So I sent you a couple of these today. We've got all kinds of Babylon Bee, Will Smith slapping headlines. Can I read all of them to you?
Look, we've got so many updates on stories that have gone on. The first half of the show today's updates.
All right. So here's a Babylon Bee. Twitter hires Will Smith to slap comedians who tell jokes they don't like. There's one. So, they're on fire here.
That's
so
good.
You like that one? John MacArthur charges Lakewood stage to slap Joel Osteen.
That's good.
Boy, that's a good one. Man, they got some great ones. Amy Schumer horrified to learn that you can get slapped for bad jokes.
She did have a funny clip. We didn't play it yesterday, but and I didn't see it. Obviously, we didn't watch the Oscars.
Right.
As more and more clips from that show came out, she was on the stage shortly after that, and she says to the crowd something like this. I'm paraphrasing. I was in the back changing. I heard a lot of noise. Did I miss something?
Right, that's a good one.
And looking around,
were they as bad as we thought they would be? I have seen like you say, the Will Smith slap has just sucked the life out of any other review of the Oscars.
Yeah, well, I didn't see it. I just thought that one particular joke she did was funny.
Yeah,
but I didn't see it.
All right, here's a couple that have nothing to do with slapping, but now I'll say them and they're funny. Okay, not a good sign. Average gas price in California appears now to be $6.66. Bubba, this one's gonna hurt you. This is bad. And there's a picture of a garage with stuff just stacked everywhere. Dad goes to visit museum of all fun hobbies he used to have.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's called a basement.
Yeah, that's it right there. And
I thought you were going to say the Vikings signed Kirk Cousins to a long-term deal.
Bubba, another flat. I left a flat one out. Los Angeles has reinstituted mask mandate to protect people from getting slapped by Will Smith.
Rick, if you could just spit it out.
Dadgummit, Rick. Don't rush it. Rick, you got plenty of time.
I saw a clip.
ain't nobody crunching you.
You're just so excited.
I don't know what.
We're not doing a Babylon troll.
I'll have to show you later. I saw a clip of some podcast, and it looked about like our show. There's 4 or 5 guys in there.
Yep.
And they were doing some slapping just to see. And one guy slapped this other guy, and I mean, it about knocked him goofy. It took him a minute, which kind of goes back to what I said. I just don't think Chris Rock would take a slapping that good. You know what I mean?
Well, I heard the kickoff hour, and Greg's having a hard time with all this, and I like when he admitted today he would rather miss on something, saying something's fake when it's not, than to think something's real when it's fake.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. There's a lot less damage done there.
I play to that side.
But anyway, if this is real, this is maybe one of the most bizarro things. Not look, it's bizarre enough that somebody in Hollywood would get out of the audience and slap the other person on the stage, and it'd be real. That's weird
During the
enough.
Oscars.
But I'm going to demote that down on the weird scale to the response to it. That's what's been even weirder.
That's the weirdest part of the whole thing.
That he just sits back down and they just continue the ceremony. He gets an award, gets a standing ovation, goes to the Oscar party. Chris Rock goes to a party. They all just carry on with their lives. I got to tell you, that may be the weirdest part of the whole thing.
Yeah, you're right.
If it's real.
Yeah.
All we hear about.
Did Chris go to a party after this?
That's funny.
That's good right there. The pursuit of slappiness.
Yeah, that is very good.
I mean,
There was so many of them
because
last
what
night.
Will Smith did is so inappropriate.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, I know the Oscars. I know this terrifies everybody. Says they're going to look into it. I'm sure he's.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be.
But we go ahead and give him the. I mean, no one demands that he leave right now. No one demands that he. Hey, will y'all escort Will Smith and his wife out of here? Please don't mention her hair. And I mean, everybody just they let Will Smith get away with something that is grotesquely inappropriate. And I know he's apologized, because
Yeah, we'll have that today.
Heartfelt
really
apology on Instagram.
Yeah.
So you
really
can't call Chris Rock personally. You don't know how to get in touch with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Again, if this is truly, you're offended by it, after the show, you go to him and you call him out about it or something. You can't get up and walk up on the stage and slap anybody.
Well, what's weird about his mental state is he went from I'm laughing, I think this is funny,
That's weird.
to
That's
I
weird,
look
too.
to my wife, I see her look, and all of a sudden I turn into this man that's got to go up on stage and slap Chris
and then the
Rock.
shouting at Chris Rock. I guess that was during the commercial break.
No, the shouting is when he sat back down. And
I know, but did they go to a break with that?
No, it was still
No,
live.
that was still on, and so that's why the feed, the Australian and the Japanese feed, still had that going on. I guess I don't know with the American feed if that was censored out a little bit, but that
My
other was raw
understanding is they
footage.
cut the audio. You could still see what was going on.
Yeah, and
But,
and Will Smith really comes across in all this as mentally ill.
Let me ask you this, you bring up what I was going to ask. Has anybody addressed the fact, could Will Smith have been on drugs? That
Or
night?
something.
Something ain't right.
Because he seemed overly emotional there and later.
Yeah, and like y'all everybody has said, he went from acting like this is all just in good fun to I'm so mad I'm willing to walk on the stage and slap you and tell you to take my wife's name out of your mouth.
Yeah,
That still looks like a fake slap.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
No, the slap looks fake. 100% it does. This is just a real weird thing all the way around.
The way everybody reacted.
I think we might need to delve into the world of possibilities today. Post-slap, what does this mean for everybody involved? How could this affect things? Like, will Chris Rock do any jokes about OJ anymore?
But he did some.
Yeah, I know. He'll probably
Let's
dial
take
that
a segment, Bubba, and just say this is real. What happens next?
back. Yeah, I like that idea.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're a quarterback in this. North Korea does have a submarine fleet, and they have demonstrated the ability to launch a missile from underwater. Now, that's pretty advanced technology. Now, can they launch one with a nuclear missile with a nuclear payload on it? Don't know. I doubt it at this point. But we definitely have to be sure we have all the bases covered, because I do think he is a madman, much like Hitler, who would just attack people with no logic. There was no logic in opening up a two-front war in World War II for Hitler.
No.
He would have been wiser military to conquer England and then go after Russia later, but he didn't do that.
Right.
So, madmen do crazy things, and madmen with crude nuclear weapons are even more dangerous.
Well, he says the North Korean crisis is the worst I've ever seen. As far as he says, it's the most unstable it's been since he's been serving.
Oh yeah, well, no doubt. And it's because of this guy. Even some of the other leaders knew the retaliation would be so bad they didn't want to do it. They had fun saber rattling, but this guy here I think is nuts.
Well, he said we would prefer to bring him to his senses, not his knees, but we may not have a choice.
Right.
He said we're trying to say, look, you don't need to do this. You this is disaster for you and your people, and we hope you'll come to your senses and you will de-escalate and just kind of calm down.
I would think China and the U.S. is reaching out to moderate forces in North Korea trying to encourage a coup, if I had to guess.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Down in the middle of the night, yeah, we're laughing and we're joking and we're feeling all right.
Rick and Bubba Show, baby. We're back. Going out across the country today. At 866 We Be Big. To the phones we go at 866 We Be Big, Summerville, Alabama. Dylan is standing by. Dylan, thanks for your patience, buddy. What's on your mind today?
Hey, buddy. I just want to start out and say don't know if you remember her, but I'm Terry Dean's grandson, and she's talking about you all the time when you guys used to go out to the Bahamas with Mickey and hang out, and she misses y'all a bunch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all the different cruises and all that stuff. Well, tell her we said hello.
I will do. My question is to y'all, with North Korea being about the size of Alabama, them wanting to start whatever they're wanting to start with us, do you think it's because they think they can actually win, or if it's that if they lose, they still gain some kind of respect? Because in my mind, it's kind of a suicide mission to even begin these threats.
Yeah, but you're trying to take out the fact that this is a delusional, insane dictator. This is insanity. And when you're dealing with insanity, I totally understand what you're saying, and we all have those same thoughts, but you really can't reason with it. Yeah, no, to your point, Dylan, it makes zero sense for North Korea. They're not. What is their gain in all this? But his legacy, his insanity, his weirdness is, I'm going to stand out here, and sometimes the worst thing you do with these kind of leaders is back them into a corner to where if they back down, they lose face. Now, the good news that gives them an opportunity is they don't allow their people to know what's going on. So, I mean, really, if we could just convince him, look, nobody knows. Tell your people whatever you want to tell them, but don't do this. I mean, this is going to be a disaster.
Well, but see, I think he just wants to – he's got some delusional thing if he attacks the U.S. that something good's going to happen for him. I'm like you, Rick. It's like – you don't have these people who get high on drugs and do these crazy things. Right. It's the same thing. Same thing.
He's like a guy. Good point. He's like a guy on some of these drugs that hallucinate that thinks he can jump from one building to another.
Yeah,
I mean he can't, but he's convinced he can.
Yeah, crazy.
We continue. Let's go to Lee. Is it Lee or Leah?
It's Leah.
Hey, Leah, go ahead.
I had a quick question for Bubba. I know he'll know this. How did they get nuclear weapons to start off with?
Here we go.
Well, there's honor among thieves around the globe, and they share some of that technology. But I think they jumped forward 50 years when Clinton and Carter gave them a nuclear reactor. Now, remember, they made a deal to do away with their nuclear program if they could have nuclear reactors and centrifuges, I should say, to process uranium and all this for peaceful use. And all of us knew exactly what they were doing. They baited them into getting what they wanted. And
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And I want y'all to understand, I know that we can wear something out. We've gotten better about that over the years, but this Will Smith thing, it's just so weird, and there are updates today, so we're going to work through it. And so do you want to start with his apology on Instagram, Bubba? I mean, Will Smith has now apologized to the Academy and to Chris Rock via Instagram. I understand him wanting to put something out on his social media to the world, but hopefully his apology to Chris was a little more personal than I hope you follow me on Instagram. But maybe this is a reach out to you.
Well,
hey man, hey, this is Will. I got your number from your agent. My agent. Hey, I had.
I'm
to call
sure
you.
they've talked.
I think this is CYA and has nothing to do with Chris Rock. Because the reason I say that is I have heard there was audio out yesterday, and of course, because of the Greg effect and the world we live in, you don't even know if that's actually Will Smith. But there's audio that has been leaked that he was saying, "Hey, I told him not to do this. We've had this conversation for years." Not word for word, but he's like, the reaction was because he knew this was coming if he said these things.
Well, it is true. There's some partial truth to that. And I saw stories on this yesterday. That I guess it was 2016 when Will Smith and his wife, and I always use that word loosely because of some of the weird things they've said about their freedom, that they boycotted the Oscars because there weren't enough black people represented. And Chris Rock made a joke that Jada Smith boycotting the Oscars, basically, who cares because she's never going to get an Oscar.
Yeah, and she said her show's a TV show.
Yeah, he used an analogy with Rihanna, which was a little off color, but about what he compared it to something. Mm-hmm. And they said at that point, he and the Smiths
went south.
Didn't have a great relationship.
Okay.
And that would go to what you said. I've told you to quit making fun of my wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe. But the whole thing is just weird.
It is. If you're in Hollywood and you get on that red carpet and you ask everybody to take your picture and look at you, you're open game for the comments from the stage. I'm sorry. That's just part of it. If you don't want to be the joke, stay at home.
That's
Cut
true.
it off.
That's part of it.
That's how you avoid it. Okay, the apology. We'll just give you the official thing here on this. Violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong. I'm embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man that I want to be. There's no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. I would also like to apologize to the Academy, the producers of the show, the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I would like to apologize to the Williams family and my King Richard family. I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has been an otherwise glorious journey for all of us. I am a work in progress. Sincerely, Will.
Based off that, I think we can say this is real.
Yeah. Oregon, it's really carrying it out. You know what I mean? And that's
Richard.
And now,
Richard Williams
now,
even come out with a statement that he was shocked and appalled by through his son, who's speaking for him.
Right. Everybody's reaction to me, if you question whether it was real, that fed into it. The way they reacted when he got to stay, when it was like a no big deal.
Weird.
That makes you think, well, that may have been just part of the show.
All right, let me ask you a question. Since we're how's he going off your request that we can do this segment like it's real?
Sure. I don't
do
even
you
want to
think
real.
Do you think security and the Oscars staff were unsure if it was a skit or real? That's why he was allowed to stay? They were unsure?
No, I think it was this is Will Smith. He's won this great award tonight. What do we do if we escort him out? We don't know what to do. We've never had a plan for this.
We don't have A-listers usually storm the stage.
You're right. They didn't have if this happens, we do this.
Yeah.
It wasn't on that.
Right.
Well, yeah, there's no one that said, now we know there's some bad blood between Chris Rock and Will Smith. We need to be ready in case they get in the fight.
No,
I don't think anybody. I really believe, because I'm just trying to figure it out. If this is real, and I'm ready to say that it is now, and maybe we'll find out different one day.
I don't know, Rick.
But what I'm saying is this:
don't do that, Bub.
The only way that everybody could react the way they reacted is that this action was so unforeseen and so unexpected. Everybody went into shock.
Yeah, didn't know what to do.
Yeah. Everybody involved with the Oscars did not know what to do next.
Mm-hmm.
Even Chris Rock was not real sure what to do next.
Right.
he's like, I guess I go ahead and announce this documentary award. I just got slapped by Will Smith. And,
right. Does Chris Rock now go down his list and go, okay, these are people I'm not going to make jokes about anymore. Let me mark them off the list.
Right. If I know Chris Rock the way I think I do, and certainly not personal, just him as a person, he is going to ramp it up.
He'll write a joke.
Yes. He has a full Will Smith stand-up routine that is going to be a dandy.
Yeah. You're right.
And he'll lay off Jada, but he's going to really move in on Will.
Like he'll just come on stage before he says anything and go, I thought I saw Will Smith.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought I saw Will Smith.
That's good.
And he'll lay off Jada. But he's about to go wide open on Will.
That's a good point.
And we do have to give Chris Rock props.
After
if that was
checking the audience.
If that was live, it could have been escalated even more. I'm not saying they had gone into
really
scrapping, but he could have verbally gone back at Will and like, what do you do? And he didn't. He kind of just paused
I think he
and
was
tried to
in
move
shock.
on. Oh, he was definitely in
After
shock.
he leaned in for the slap.
Do I think?
Well, I mean, but Greg is up for this. Was he leaning in like he was going to say something
what?
what?
Whisper something
What
in his ear,
what are you saying?
And that's possible. I think
The one shot that I just can't get out of my mind is you see Will, there was several pictures of it. He's coming with the slap. The hand is open, which, by the way, you're slapping somebody. That's weird.
By the way, a good one I saw on Twitter, Will Smith slapping like a woman. Of course, I'm no biologist.
That is good.
But you see Chris Rock already flinching with his facial expression, but his hand hasn't come up. I just think your hand would come up to try to block that. And if you see this podcast I was talking about where they were slapping each other, you see that reaction from people. They try to get a hand up.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
They were going to lie about it and do what they wanted to. But I think that deal alone moved them ahead about 50 years in their technology curve.
Yeah, Lee, if you remember, to Bubba's point, it started with Carter, and Clinton did the same thing. They said, we just need to be able to develop this so we can provide electricity and power and help our people, and we won't use it for anything else, and we'll even sign a paper saying we won't. And Goofy Carter and Clinton both fell for that garbage. And then when they got the technology, what did they do? You've seen the picture of South Korea and North Korea. They do not have the electricity. Their people live, like a third world country, and they took that technology and started weaponizing it. I don't know how to tell people this about evil people. They don't stick by their word.
Never have.
Why would they? We got played as chumps, and here we are facing it now.
I'll try to pull that story up when it happened and post it somewhere today so you can see it. I'm looking through some of it now, but I'll try to get it up for you. I believe it was in 1994, if I'm not mistaken.
And then Carter really might have had the biggest move on that. Clinton's was more toward China and China's role. Well, but I'm telling you, it was Carter that was.
Okay, I got a line here for you. Okay, this is from the New York Times. I don't think we'll have to say that's a conservative publication. Washington, October the 18th. 1994, right. President Clinton approved a plan today to arrange for more than $4 billion in energy aid to North Korea during the next decade in return for a commitment from the country's hardline communist leadership to freeze and gradually dismantle its nuclear weapons development program.
There it is.
Well, we see that didn't happen.
No, it did not.
And so many people were screaming, you're getting suckered in. But they wanted a deal. See, they wanted to go to the press, look at the deal we made. Look at this piece of paper. North Korea will never develop nuclear weapons. All that stuff.
It sounds similar to the deal we made with Iran.
Right, it's the same thing.
We heard those same headlines on the Iran deal. Yeah. And the Iran deal, by the way, is going to end up just like this.
There's one deal that these countries understand and actually work, and that is if we catch you working on it, from our satellites, from our spy network, if we find out you're working on it, we're going to blow the facility to smithereens and anything that supplies parts to it to smithereens. That's the only thing that has ever worked historically.
We continue. Let's go to Chris in Missouri. Chris, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
How you doing?
Great.
Good, man.
Well, I'm a disabled veteran, and I've served in South Korea. Well, one of the big things is the monkey on the back, the elephant in the room. and that's China. Neither us nor North Korea want China to get involved whatsoever against either one of us. So, they in the past it's been diplomatic to keep it to a minimum, but then when the last president we had, that guy didn't do anything about it. Now we've got this crazy guy over there. It's not a matter of whether we can go over there and win. The guy's just nuts.
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
And I think we made a mistake. I think it's a great time for the kids in school and probably a lot of young adults to review what was the Korean War and why we were there and how it ended, and General MacArthur and his dismissal. I mean, at one time, General MacArthur was camping 20 miles inside China. There was no North Korea, and we backed up and let them have it.
Bruce in Georgia. Bruce, go ahead.
Hey,
Bruce.
Hey, look here. I was going to talk. My wife's been telling me, for months that we were going to go to war with North Korea, and I was kind of like, how it's like a shot in the dark, for North Korea. Like y'all were saying, there's no chance they could win a war, and we have nuclear bombs that, it takes a bomb, I've heard, the size of theirs just to set it off.
Yeah, that's correct.
Nuclear bombs.
Yeah, we use atomic bombs as triggers now for the hydrogen bombs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know he's delusional and crazy, but maybe send him a picture or two what one of those hydrogen bombs would do. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing, and
Thanks, bud.
And he's banking on this, that we are so civilized and we have so many rules and we're so politically correct, we wouldn't use it.
Right.
He's banking highly on that.
That, and then, guys, I'm telling you, when these crazies,
yeah, they don't care.
When all he can see is going out in some sort of blaze of glory, you got to watch that too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
look at history. Look at history. These nut jobs make terrible decisions.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Let me point you to carshield.com/Bubba because I want to get you 10% off on the protection plan of your choice. Rick, tell me about these protection plans. All right. Well, we all know this. It's real simple. I mean, CarShield fulfills a role that's really quite simple, and that is that automobiles have warranties on them, but they're only good for so many miles. And once those miles are gone, then whatever repair comes up after that, you're going to pay for it. So as we're trying to make our automobiles last longer, and to the credit of our manufacturers, automobiles have gotten better. They do last longer, but the warranties haven't quite come along. They're still, they still go away when they go away. So you need a protection plan to kind of help. And if you get a CarShield protection plan on the automobile, that if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice or the dealership if that is your choice, and they'll pay them directly. They'll give you a rental car while yours is being repaired at no charge to you. You get 24/7 roadside assistance, no matter what, and you'll get trip reimbursement. So if you'd like to find out about the protection plan that is best for your automobile, just go to carshield.com/Bubba, America's #1 auto protection company. And it's very simple. Just contact carshield.com/Bubba to get a free quote. Tell them about your vehicle. Then pick out the plan that you want. And we'll get you 10% off by using our URL or calling them and tell them Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba or call them at 1-800-391-8888. Mention Bubba if you do that to get 10% off. That link's also available at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so we're still talking about the aftermath of the slap.
Yeah.
And I think we just got a sound effect in from Chris Rock. So we now have people blaming Trump.
Well, we have some of that, Rick.
For Will Smith slapping somebody?
Yeah, I saw this story.
And then we got some videos here.
I was trying to digest it.
Yeah.
It says a CNN analyst appeared to blame the chaotic scene that occurred at the Oscars with Will Smith and Chris Rock during the 94th Annual Academy Awards on none other than longtime CNN nemesis, former President Trump.
How has President Trump caused Will Smith to slap Chris Rock?
I don't. I don't know.
Derangement syndrome continues.
And Howard Stern, who's lost his way. I know that sounds odd. Howard lost it a long time ago. I'm speaking politically now, not morally. But he says that Will Smith is like Donald Trump. He thinks the laws don't apply to him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, what is all this comparing Will Smith now to Donald Trump? I mean, guys, some of y'all are your Trump obsession. I mean, look, there's been a lot of things that are reach out there. Okay, tying Will Smith slapping Chris Rock to Trump is just.
I mean, that's
loony.
in the conversation.
I mean, that's Looney Tunes.
When Howard Stern says somebody thinks the rules don't apply to them, okay, keep
Howard
that in
Stern.
mind. Keep that in mind.
Well, that's kind of like Will Smith talking about his devotion to his wife and their freedom marriage. All right, so let's go back. So, is it true that Jada Pinkett Smith is highly offended if anyone mentions her bald head? Apparently not. If you go back in time, because we have some audio clips, and we have one here
from TikTok.
And this is her discussing how she has a very understanding attitude about her baldness. So here we go.
I don't give two craps what people feel about this bald head of mine, because guess what? I love it. I don't give two craps what people feel about this bald head of mine, because guess what? I love it.
Okay, that was funny. She don't give
so
two
not one but two. She didn't give two.
She didn't give not one. One thing to give a crap about it.
Right.
She actually doesn't give two craps about it.
Yeah.
Which is a double serving of it. and she says because she loves it.
Mm-hmm.
I love my bald head. I don't care what anybody thinks about it. But apparently you care so much about it that your husband goes up on stage and slaps a guy that makes a G.I. Jane joke about you.
You know the thing too. I know that's probably not everybody's first choice in style, but she's a very pretty lady. She can pull it off. I mean, it's not the end of the world for her. You know.
Well, she loves it. She didn't give two craps.
She said she loves it. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we've now found Will Smith in the past. Now, remember, I don't think you go back into people's past because people change as they go through life. But that's not what the left tells us. The left tells us if you've ever said anything mean in your entire life about anyone, that's who you are today, and you cannot escape it except the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. Their history on racism has been erased because they're claiming they learned their lesson and they've repented. But no one else is able to repent. We're stuck with it. Only if you're a Democrat are you allowed to erase something negative in your past. No one else is allowed. So Will Smith, here he is. Remember the Arsenio Hall show?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Arsenio.
I think we have Will Smith making bald jokes with someone, Greg, who has, what's it called?
Alopecia.
I just found that interesting. We came back talking about this story yesterday that Greg didn't even hesitate on this disease. He knows it. He knows how to say it.
Sometimes I can't remember things. For some reason, that one stuck with me.
Well, that's what I found to be interesting. Mm-hmm. So here it is. Okay. So he sees someone in the audience who has, they say alopecia, and all right. So he's saying,
I'm not sure what he's saying.
He's saying that the guy in the audience, go ahead, Adler, has a woo.
Yeah. I don't understand why this sounds like it's underwater. It's just supposed to be a video clip. But what he does is he's on the Arsenio Hall show. He points to the bass player and says that guy has to wax his head every morning. The whole audience laughs, ha, ha, ha. It shows a bald bassist on the Arsenio Hall show. And then Will Smith goes, oh, come on, people, it's just jokes, which is such a huge bit of irony because that's what this whole thing is over, just jokes. I don't know why this sounds like it's underwater. It was working 2 seconds ago, but
yeah, it's also just in one of my ears, which is weird. That happens from time to time on the video clips. But so he is making a joke about someone who has that's playing bass in Arsenio Hall's band, and when anybody goes, "Ooh," he says it's just jokes.
Mm-hmm. Y'all calm down.
Yeah, but now today we're talking about him slapping somebody over a joke about it.
Let's see if it works now. I'm sorry. Let's see if just the audio.
I just think jokes ought to be left alone.
Yeah.
No.
What in the world? Why is that messed up? Okay, sorry.
No, we can still hear it though. I mean, we can still hear the audio. What he says. So I mean, we can.
One channel.
Is there any scenario with the staff here? Mm-hmm. If someone wrote in, Is there any scenario where someone walks up to you, slaps you, and you do not respond at all?
There is none, unfortunately.
If I'm speaking at a man church.
Yeah. I guess you would have to. I mean, for the scenario to play out,
right.
you're speaking on stage at something, and it's that setting. You know what I mean?
Well, again, I think Chris Rock was in shock and didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So it's possible I could be in the same situation and not have a reaction because I can't believe somebody
I'm
just
trying
did
to put
that.
myself in a situation where I would be shocked.
I think
so
you're
that
just
sounded-
stunned
I'm
to
just-
the point
that's
that
what I'm
you're
talking
trying
about.
to gather yourself to go, what just happened?
But if you talk about reaction, first of all, as Bubba's already mentioned, I would react to block it. But I might not. Maybe I think that I'm open to Chris Rock thought Will Smith was going to say something to him.
Right.
Okay. I'm
I'm
open to that. But I think the way a slap feels, there's an instant reaction. I'm not saying it's the right one. Don't say I'm promoting that. That there would be an instant reaction for me to grab the person at least by their clothes and pull them into me.
Yeah.
And handle them. I'm not saying I would punch them or anything like that, but I would get a hold of them. I think. Just by reaction, and
at least run and push him in the back.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, I'm not promoting that's
Or
what you
tag 'em.
should do. I'm being honest. I think if someone slaps me, that I have a reaction, physical.
Let me ask you this: would Will Smith have done this if it had been The Rock, not Chris Rock, The Rock, or the guy that played Aquaman? Because he was right there in the front row.
Well, I think Buck and Clay asked this question yesterday, and they both said no because they said there was no way if The Rock was up there he would do that. But I don't know. But I doubt it very seriously.
He would.
I think there's a primitive alarm in your system that you don't necessarily go after someone bigger than you because you know that's a possible bad matchup. But if they're smaller than you, you feel like you maybe could do that.
Oh yeah.
It's
much easier to go after people you think you're physically superior to.
Right.
Yeah. I mean that's not a big stretch, is it? Tell you who I'm going after is that guy over there. I bet.
You just don't see a lot of videos of little guys going after a much bigger guy. Sometimes you do, but not a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't usually end well.
Yeah, no.
Rick, you asked me a
usually
question
get
when we
thrown.
first came on today about this, about his emotional state. And the fact that he's laughing and a second later he's doing this is strange.
And then don't forget the acceptance speech. Don't
I
forget
know.
the acceptance
I know.
speech. That wasn't right.
No.
That
And
was
then
weird.
the photos of him dancing
And
in
then
the after party.
I mean, let me ask you this honestly. All right, let's go back to that because not enough's been made of that, Speedy. I've been in situations where something happened at an event that was uncomfortable, an argument broke out, whatever, and never, ever, ever was the reaction after that we just act like it didn't happen. Everybody goes home, okay, and
they call a timeout.
There's silence in the car. Nobody's talking. You're going to get a chew in when you get home, and all that, and so it's also weird that he would go to a party and be laughing and dancing as if he didn't slap somebody at the awards.
I know.
A normal reaction would be, I can't believe I lost it. Let's go home. I'm not going to the after parties. I cannot believe what I did.
Unless your body or mind has been altered in some way.
That's what I'm saying.
Cindy Shipman had sent us an email, Rick, and said, have we heard from the lady that called in one time and said she was commanded by Chris Rock to call the show? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
I play it on Best of.
It is
Pretty
one
funny.
of the weirdest calls that I've ever been involved in.
Yeah, it was
And I've been involved in a lot of weird calls, just so y'all know. That's a big sample. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba just brought up, I know Hitler, I know it wasn't as delusional, but it still was very delusional. As he said, two-front war. I'm going to take over the world. And if he had just simply been more methodical about what he was doing. And
if he'd have got England first, then he could have turned around and went after Russia. But he opened a two-front war and split his resources, and both sides ended up losing.
Let's go.
I mean, just from a military standpoint, I think it was a terrible idea.
JD in Montgomery, but he tried it because he was crazy.
Yeah, he was.
I-92 WLWI. JD, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this
Good.
morning?
We're great.
I'm going to go ahead and level this out for a lot of people that the one thing that they're overlooking in this whole scenario there's a lot of countries out there that want a piece of the good old U.S. of A. And they're just waiting for the first person to jump before others may decide to go ahead and jump, do the little cheap shot deal. They're wanting us to spread our resources out. I had a drill sergeant tell me back in '96, he said the level, the difference between insanity and genius is measured by the level of success.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Banking on some of these other countries that are not fond of the U.S. going ahead and hitting us from other sides at the same time he's trying his little bit.
Well, yeah, and that is, it's a dicey situation. But, we're back to the question, if we really are starting to believe that this guy really could be potentially dangerous to a lot of people, some people, allies, or even us, do you just sit around and wait on it to happen? Or do you I know we're working behind the scenes to try, like you said, to decelerate what he's doing. But
every day they get more dangerous.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, if you're just joining us, second story, the other we now know was in 2014, where a crematorium tried to cremate a very large person and I hate to say this, because of the grease that is produced, the fire became again too hot, and it damaged the crematorium. And someone that is on their way to work at a crematory right now said, Rick, your analogy of a pizza oven is actually very close. That is pretty much like what we do. Bodies burn at about 1,500 degrees, but when you put Chubbalicious in there,
Rick,
it can burn up to 2,000 or more. That the fat does increase the fire, and it is a grease fire.
Sure. Well, have you ever cooked when somebody buys the cheap hamburger meat?
Yeah.
My
goodness.
When the in-laws be in charge of them, they bring the cheap and it flames up.
Yes.
And it's miserable.
You're out there on the grill, and you're just controlling a fire.
You got a water hose trying to keep the fire.
All you're doing is fighting fire.
Your eyebrows are burnt off.
You're right. Where did you get this hamburger, man?
Yeah.
Well, I picked it up on the way.
Yeah.
At the convenience store.
Great analogy, Greg.
All right, it really was spot on. All right, so we're now going to watch a TV crew and a reporter and an anchor attempt to actually do the story on this event.
Yes, it starts in the studio, and he's about to pitch it to the field reporter, courtesy of ABC News 9.
We've been following overnight the Cincinnati Fire Department responding to an unusual fire in Clifton. In fact, as you can see here, it happened at the Hillside Chapel Crematory. No one was hurt in the fire. 9 on your sides, Kristen Swilley joins us live outside the facility. And so, Kristen, crematoriums actually take precautions to prevent fires from spreading, correct?
Yes, these facilities are highly fire safe, fireproof, and they are designed to keep accidents like this from happening. So the fire did not spread any further. We're told this all started as a standard cremation, and because of fat in the body, that is when things went awry down here at this crematorium. So it took crews about 2 hours to put it out. You can see the accident caused flames to spread to nearby containers and parts of the surrounding room here at Hillside Chapel Crematory. The owner tells us no other bodies or parts of the building were damaged by the fire, and the operation is now back up and running after what he calls an unfortunate accident.
The containers that we use that we have to place remains in order to cremate them, that's the only thing that's burnt.
The owner tells us this has never happened before. There are alarms here that alerted him immediately after it took place, as well as cameras to monitor safety. Reporting live in Clifton this morning, Kristen Swilley, 9 on your side.
So many things about this story disturbing.
Right. She almost said parts of the body, not the building.
She saw that too.
She caught herself on that one.
She just went ahead and said fat, didn't she?
She sure did.
Yeah.
Well,
somewhere that guy's family is watching that, and they know who it is, and they're like,
here we go.
Oh, boy.
And I'm going to tell you what, the guy in charge of the crematory, he's going to lose some weight now.
Yeah.
After he saw this. You know,
and he looked just like I thought he would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always looks like he's mad.
Right.
Yeah, even when he's happy.
Right. Yeah.
Tough job.
You know, it has to be done. It's just
866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. And I'm about to give up. All right, so we work our way back. Now we've got the apologies and all that about the slap. And was it real? Was it not? Only time will tell. And I want some of you to understand. Do I still think that because of the ratings on the award shows and that Hollywood elites They can't quite handle the fact that we've moved on and we're not enamored with them like they wish we were, and they would do anything to make it look like people care about their award shows. Yeah, I do think that's still on the table, but I think it's less likely today after some of the things that we've heard. But I will tell you that if I said this yesterday, and I'm still here, if it's fake, it would not surprise me.
Yeah.
If it's not fake,
Well, and one of the things
it's weird
that all of us can't get past is Chris Rock's reaction to it. Even me, who said real all the way, can't understand his reaction to being slapped.
Yeah,
okay, don't understand that. I feel like there would be some type of more response. But then I got an email, someone reminding me of something that happened here,
which, by the way, I have no memory of.
Which is amazing, and we needed to address that as well. John Knotts checked in. He said, y'all forgot about Rick slapping Speedy in the conference room. And do y'all remember when Speedy was going around pinching everybody and he was doing the twisters and all?
I played that during the best of.
Yes.
Did I do that?
And
I don't
Rick,
remember
you
that.
didn't just barely hit him. You smacked the crap out of him.
And it wasn't
But
in the
he
face.
started
It wasn't in the face. It was kind of in the back of the head.
No, but his reaction was, what just happened? Like, wow, so you hit me hard. He didn't hit back. He didn't push back.
He knew he started it, too, because you were pinching people.
Yeah,
you should have been.
You talking about like Chris Rock with a joke?
Yeah, and later Rick said, "Wow, I hit you harder than I thought."
Okay,
he did say that.
so you admit it was
I don't
hard.
remember this.
He doesn't remember.
It was a. Yep.
I tell you what bothers me is the fact I don't remember it.
But
he
Bubba
don't
doesn't
realize how
remember
bad.
it.
Oh yeah, it was quite a slap.
Bubba, you don't remember it either.
Bubba doesn't
awful.
Did that really happen?
Listen,
is that when you were hitting anybody on their
No, he was pinching.
Yeah. He was doing
he
this.
didn't realize how bad it hurt. It hurt bad.
So you deserve.
Slap him.
Did you
He
deserve
bruised
it?
me
No,
up.
not that. No.
It was a little extreme.
Hey,
Rick, I'll be honest with you.
Rick, was I mad?
Greg
You should've
just called
pinched
it
him back.
extreme.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was I mad?
No, it was just reaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also tried to pull
then
my
that
ears
goes,
off.
all right,
one
two
time.
things we learned from this. There is a chance that Speedy could be slapped and not respond. There is zero chance I'd be slapped and not respond. That's what we learned from it.
But for the scenario,
pinch really
because I
hurt,
responded, no, I can't stand to be pinched.
So he don't realize how
Yeah,
bad
I
they
can.
hurt. They hurt real bad.
No,
were hurting
did you know
everybody.
this? Listen, straight up. Now
I don't know that I pinched you. I must just poach you.
I would
you
I would
pinch
never.
it.
I
You
would
do the rib thing,
and I
too,
think you're the same on this.
I don't mind the rib.
You're such a baby.
I never would ever have the response that I had to Speedy because Speedy's a man, okay? But I had to have a discussion with my wife one time that because she was kidding around about pinching, and I said, look, I just want you to know, I don't like to be pinched, so do not pinch me. And actually she got mad at me because she's like, well, I don't even like the way your face looks right now talking about that. And I said, I don't know what it is. I said, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just warning everybody, don't pinch me. I do not like to be pinched, and I don't want to be pinched.
You don't like it?
And so if you pinch me, there's a reaction that I can't stand it.
Rick,
And I'll put very close 1A, 1B is pulling of chest hair when I'm not expecting it.
Yeah,
Bubba?
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Man,
Bubba,
wow, so you
sometimes
got your shirt off.
But Bubba, you're the problem there because you got it showing too much. There's too much of it. What if the snow-covered forest? Sometimes I might get a limb on me. Didn't mean to.
Bubba, how do you feel about when people make you be like a turkey picking over a log when I grab the back
Same-
of your hair?
It's that same thing.
I used to hate that when I had hair.
It's that same thing.
You
But what it is, and Speedy, here's something you need to know, and I think you learned it that day, and I learned some
I
things.
did.
that
I
day.
know that.
But what I'm saying, I didn't know that Helmsley said that he actually thinks about what he's going to do because of that moment. And he
You
changed-
do?
Oh yeah,
I forgot it
Absolutely. I
happened.
changed completely the way I act around Rick because of that moment.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, I think the pincher doesn't realize how hard they pinch people.
You're right.
And, and how bad it hurts.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's more
Leaves
fun to
bruises.
pinch than be pinched. I mean, we all know that.
That's a fact.
Yeah. It's also like it's also a lot more fun to be on the fun side of the bit than the bad side.
Yeah.
You know,
Did-
where
did-
like Bubba just takes a knee. You know?
Right, yeah.
Now
So
the only difference
did
that
I
between
apologize?
Yeah, a little bit
'Cause I don't
later.
remember this.
It was part of your.
did.
It was part of your.
So I hit him hard and I meant to.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, that's
yeah,
back
yeah.
to the reaction.
But
what
makes it?
Because it hurts.
I know, Greg. It brings a rage out
Rick,
of
you
it.
even go as far in the recap of, hey, this is going to stop. Like, I was intending on this pinching stuff is going to stop.
Right.
Like you were.
I don't like
it
to
was
be
almost like it was premeditated the way you described it.
Okay.
After.
Like
It
I was
like, hey, I'm waiting.
I
on
was
the
going to
chance.
eradicate the show of a pincher.
Yes,
if I could.
Yes.
The only
I'll tell you
difference.
what you did.
The only difference.
We ain't
between,
been
it
pinched
worked.
since.
No.
The only difference between Will and Chris and our situation is that Will just walked up and slapped Chris.
Right.
Okay. There was a little something.
There was
going on.
roughhousing going on.
There was roughhousing, locker room stuff going on.
But you
and
may
so-
consider Chris Rock the roughhouser here by making the joke.
But that wasn't a bad joke.
No,
it
really
wasn't. But
It didn't
we're
pinch
not.
Will.
It didn't affect us. Like,
Yeah.
hey, you pinching other people doesn't affect me. Okay.
You don't mind being pinched?
What I'm saying is, Will Smith was affected by it because he was making a joke about him.
Does a pinch not
Let's
bring
not
rage
forget-
out of you? Just rage.
Yes, Rick.
Yeah.
It
Can I
does.
throw in one other thing
I
that
can't
has
stand to be
happened
pinched.
here that this may go back to why we did this or why it could have been staged? Chris Rock has an upcoming world tour.
Uh-oh.
Have you seen this?
No.
Tickets for that tour were going for $46 a seat before this. They're now $400, and sales are spiking worldwide.
Here we go.
Yeah, I tried to tell you.
So it's a twofer.
It's all a
It's
conspiracy.
a twofer. I get a lot of attention for the Oscars, where everybody's been hating them for the last
buddy.
5 years or so.
Happens. You
And
can't ignore the fact.
And Chris Rock gets a huge boost on the tour.
There you go.
Now he's going to 35
Wait, wait, what
cities
he's gonna say.
in the U.S., UK, Australia, and New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
And this story is running in all of those English-speaking countries.
Mm-hmm.
So just food for thought.
Don't you want to hear what he has to say about it on the stage? Yeah. When Will's not around?
You know he's coming out.
Oh, there's going to be so many Will Smith
Oh.
jokes. He's sitting down on that legal pad we saw him with at the Comedy Club, and he is jotting stuff down. By the way, did y'all do realize we saw Chris Rock working out a new stand-up act? We saw him doing it.
Where at?
At Comedy Club, Birmingham.
Huh.
And he literally came out and had the legal pad on the stool and kept going over writing stuff down.
Rick and Bubba.
Three, two. Let's talk about Z-Stack. I know. Look, I've got a friend of mine right now that just went back to work today. That has been got the latest variant, whatever it is. And who knows? Is it Omicron? Is it Omicron B? Is it whatever it is? But the bottom line is he got it. He tested positive. He didn't get very sick, and now he's gone back to work. And that's kind of where we are now, folks. I mean, this COVID-19 thing is just going to become like a cold and flu season. We're going to have it around in some form, probably could be forever, but definitely for a long time. So we really need to realize that our vaccine is leaky, and not that it doesn't play a role. This is not an indictment against vaccines. But I will say this, we better start concentrating on treatment. And one of the things that we can do that helps us the most is what? Be sure that our immune system is healthy. Who are the people that have struggled the most? And unfortunately, some of those that their life ended, they were, their immune system was compromised, or they had something that made them more susceptible to a severe response. So one of the things you can do to keep your immune system strong, and I take them every day, I got them right here, is to get Z-Stack. Z-Stack has zinc, quercetin, also vitamin C and D. It was developed by Vladimir Zelenko. You might remember that doctor. He's the one that treated Trump when he had it. It's been scientifically formulated. It is kosher, so no problem there. It's GMP certified. It's made right here in the United States of America. All these mandates and all this stuff, we may never be rid of it. So why don't you take action and be sure that you're boosting your immune system for whatever may be coming your way? This is always a good thing. And you can get Z-Stack, and it really will help. So go to zstacklife.com/RickBubba. We'll get you a discount. That's zstacklife.com/RickBubba. Pick up your Z-Stack today and boost your immune system.
just uncomfortable. We don't think about it a lot, you know.
Well, no, you know why?
As you're going to
Can
your
I tell you why
job
we don't
today-
think about it a lot? It's not a pleasant thought.
Well,
Right.
as you're going to your job today, no matter what it is, some of you may teach, maybe in the medical industry.
Right.
You may be an engineer. You may be an entertainer on some level, and I use that term loosely, looking around this room.
Right.
There are people whose jobs today it is to put dead bodies in an oven and cook them.
Wow.
You're right.
And you just don't think about it much.
No, because you know why? You'd rather not.
No.
You know,
I wonder. I mean, I just don't think it would be my thing. I mean, I'm glad people do that, but
I'm going to unpack this a little bit.
I mean,
Bubba, I'm going to step out
the
with you.
people doing it. What was their second choice that didn't work out? You know, you have to wonder.
Well, I will go ahead and unpack this a little bit. A lot of the things that if you see, and I'm going to handle this with kid gloves because I understand that we're under grace now and all that, but a lot of these things that you look back, the tattooing, for instance, and piercings and things like that, a lot of these things you look at and say, well, I noticed that at one time within the faith, these things they seemed to almost be taboo. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of the things that you see that we're all going, now why is that? Is because these were pagan practices. You know, the pagans would tattoo themselves and pierce themselves for their gods, and then people come out and say, well, if that's not your motivation, though, and I'm open to that. I don't think somebody's got a tattoo, they're not going to heaven. Don't misunderstand me. But the reason why there was such a discussion about that is God told his people, don't do that. Don't do what the pagans do. So a lot of people took that to say, well, the pagans burn their bodies.
Right.
So we shouldn't burn ours because that was a pagan practice. Yeah. So that's where some of this comes from. I'm not saying that, you know, your loved one's not going to heaven if you cremated them.
No, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
What I'm saying is, you know, because it's whether you're under the blood of Jesus Christ or not that's going to decide that.
Amen.
But if you're if you're asking why was this what's one time considered to be something that, and still some people won't do. My wife has the point. We talked with one of our sons yesterday, and again, I'm not saying that because I know some people that are devout followers of Jesus Christ, and they've even put tattoos on their body to Bible verses or to acknowledge Christ. And of course, I always remind them, be sure it's tattooed on your heart, not just your body. But the point is, and my wife makes this point to our kids, and you know, when our kids become adults and, you know, they make their own decisions or whatever, she said, my deal is if God was ever against something, I just don't want to do it. You know, if at one time he said, I don't want my people doing that, then she said, I know it may not be required, but it's still something I'm going to adhere to.
Yeah, why walk the line on it?
Right.
And here's the thing about the cremation. When the Lord comes back to the clouds and he calls all of us up, it ain't going to matter if you're in a box, you're ashes, you're in the water, you're blown to smithereens, you coming together, you know. Well, that's the thing. It ain't going to matter.
If the Bible addresses those that have died in the water, that the deep will give up its dead first, I assure you those bodies are not intact.
No, and it's just a longer trip up.
Yeah, so I mean, it's even a it's even.
I got to get a head start.
It's even, and I got news for you. If you bury it in the ground, it's not intact anymore.
Right. No,
Yeah.
No, dust to dust.
Yeah. So that is a that point.
Yeah. That and I know some people make that point. That's why I want to address.
No,
it.
you're right.
It's not.
You're
it's
right.
not a point.
If you really want to go back to
when
why
he says "come forth, baby," you coming forth.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start.
All right, we're back 6 minutes past the hour. No Name Studio. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We're thankful you are here today. Some things you need to know. So coming up this weekend, Sherry and I will be going to Panama City. We'll be there at Highland Baptist Church. We've got a marriage conference coming up on Saturday the 2nd. It'll start at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and we'll do a couple of sessions. We'll be taking some breaks. You can get a snack during all that. Sherry and I will be there and hanging out with all you guys. We'll come back and even answer some questions. We're going to give you an opportunity to answer. You can write down some questions you want us to address in the final session. And then for those of you that have the dinner tickets, they have a dinner plan for you. Now, the dinner tickets are all sold out, but if you just want to come to the sessions, there's plenty of room for you to do that. So if you want to find out how to get your ticket, go ahead and register now. We also will have them at the door. I think they're going to open the door around 3 in the afternoon on Saturday. They're at Highland Baptist Church in Panama City, Florida. Get those details by going to rickandbubba.com and just looking under upcoming events. All right, so, Bubba, I know that the thing now is to despise Trump. For some reason, he even calls Will Smith to slap Chris Rock, which is
I tell you, that's a stretch.
Which is, boy, my goodness, he's the root of all evil. But anyway, just to make everybody more upset, apparently he's hit a hole in one. Is this true?
Yeah, there was no video of the ball actually going in, but we do have a clip of him walking up to get the ball, and he did issue a statement after being asked about it that said, yes, he did hit a hole in one.
So he's winning again?
He's winning.
There he goes.
President made a hole in one, 180-yard 5-iron.
Windy. Greg, look at him walking up to the hole.
Let's see.
It's there. That's great.
There it is.
That's great. Thank you.
The guys want a picture with you. You don't see that very often.
Jeremy, you don't see that very often.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
And it's windy over there.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah. So there it is. So now, all the haters will be. They'll be
5-iron, 180 yards in the wind.
With the wind,
that's a big time shot
against the wind, whatever. Yeah,
So-
real windy.
So how will this be? How will this be spun into somehow this is evil as well?
It'll be spun a number of different ways. It probably didn't happen. They planted the ball. He didn't really do it.
That's good
You
stuff.
know, that'll be.
How can he even be playing with the Ukraine being invaded?
Yeah.
He abused the girl on the beverage cart on the whole floor.
Yeah. He said, "That's great. How dare you?"
Right. The ball was made in China.
Yeah, all of that.
Is it all that kind of stuff?
Okay. So I'm not sure. He shouldn't be able to run for president again.
Yeah,
because
look
of
at all
this.
these uppers playing.
Right.
Stuff
sure.
like that.
There it is.
You know, speaking of president, we had President Biden who said Putin should be removed. Then the State Department and all of the White House media people come out and said, no, he really didn't mean that.
He didn't mean that. He didn't mean what he said.
Now, he came out yesterday. I don't know if we have that clip or not. He said, yeah, I did mean that. But this is his excuse, Rick. He said, that was my personal feelings, not our official United States policy.
Yeah, but you're the president.
Can you imagine?
You have responsibility with that. You're not a private citizen anymore.
Can you imagine, speaking of Trump, if Donald Trump had tried to use that excuse after saying something, that's just my feelings, that's not our official policy.
Can you even imagine?
And
he's like, something's got to be done.
So
it just started his little whispering thing again.
Unbelievable.
So yeah, and so I see that. I do see that Biden is blaming Trump again.
Yeah, he's blaming.
Is this when he starts doing the whispery thing, Adler? Where
yes,
when Biden thinks it's a big moment that this whispering thing he does is really strange.
Yeah,
guys. I mean, come on.
Let's hear it.
He basically saying he inherited the deficit.
He had a hole in one.
So everybody has.
Yeah.
He's got a hole in one.
But he left a big hole in our economy.
It probably pierced the global warming. That's not what I mean. Golf courses cause climate change. See the winds blowing.
Do y'all?
Even makes the wind blow hard. That wind's cause of climate change.
Do we have it, Adler? Is it really?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Here we go.
It is.
I'm sorry. We can go ahead.
The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations.
Oh, there we go.
Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make $400,000, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional federal taxes.
Not true.
And the wealthy and corporations will finally begin to pay their fair share. For most Americans, the last few years were very hard, stretching them to the breaking point. But billionaires and large corporations got richer than ever.
Oh, sure.
Right now, billionaires pay an average rate of 8% on their total income. 8%. That's the average they pay. Now, I'm a capitalist, but if you can make $1 billion, great.
So was Hunter.
Just pay your fair share. Pay a little bit. A firefighter and a teacher pay more than double the tax rate that a billionaire pays.
Because you haven't given them the living.
That's not right.
Oh my God.
Speedy, please.
You got to take that.
That's got to be bank 9.
That's got to be a bank 9. That's got to be.
Let's hear the end one more time, Adam. Can we? Let's hear that because we started talking. Let's hear it again.
That's not right.
What if he leaned in and goes, I see dead people. Greg, that's not right, my precious. So, hey, so weird.
That's not right.
Oh, thank you, batty old man.
All right. So this is the liberals' new talking points. All right. It's not inflation. It's the wealthy price gouging.
Of course.
Okay.
Of
you know,
course.
they always trying
the
to
wealthy.
spin it. It's not high gas prices. It's oil execs trying to make more money and raising the price. You know, it's never. They won't just admit what's going on.
No.
They got to spin it.
Does anybody have Peter Ducey's cell? Because he's the only one that'll ask this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Here's what I want somebody to say. And if I was there, and this is not good, and this is not the way to act, as my wife has told me many times.
Supply and demand.
Hey, Rick, you don't always have to come across as a smart aleck. You know what I mean?
Studied in 8th grade.
but what I would say, Bubba, is this: I would love.
Run a lemonade stand.
I would say yes, but from the Rick and Bubba Show, Rick in the back. So why don't we just do a flat tax? I mean, because these I would whisper my question to him. I really would. And but it goes back to this: if we did a flat tax, these corporations are using loopholes, including the Democrats, including the Apples, including all these raging, incredibly
Amazon,
wealthy,
Rick,
incredibly
is the number one dodger of tax.
Incredibly wealthy liberals. They use, and they should be able to use it because right now they're legal. They're not doing anything illegal. Right. They're using legal loopholes to pay whatever he said, around 8% tax. So the only way to stop that is to say, well, those loopholes no longer exist. A flat tax would be a way to do it. So we're going to flat tax everybody. There are no deductions, and you got to pay this percentage of your income. Everybody does, period.
And any of that takes care of that. A national sales tax, a VAT tax, however you want to do it. Our piecemeal tax system is why these things are allowed to happen, and they're done for political reasons and buying votes.
And politicians on both sides of the aisle, on every side, a politician will always demonize something that politician allows because they think we don't know any better. That's just not right. and you're like, well, wait a minute. How did that? You didn't tell us how they get to the 8%, if that's even an accurate number. It's loopholes that we provide.
I just blame Trump.
So say flat tax, because then I can't politicize taxes. Yeah.
Billionaires.
It's billionaires.
Not the ones that donate to me.
Yeah, right. not my son. He has on the tax rate in Ukraine. By the way, look, I'm all about, power to the people and all this, but does Zelensky have anything other than T-shirts?
Rick,
does he have anything
he's living in a bunker,
Rick,
man. Come on, what do you expect?
He's trying to stay alive.
But does he have it? I mean, he wears T-shirts all the time.
It's all he's got, Rick.
Rick and Bubba.
Here's the...
The Adams are going to obey too,
right? Yeah, guys, we know that he took dry bones and turned it into an army.
Yes,
but at the end of the day, the point is on this. If you're trying to look at it, I'm not saying on the air that if you are a follower of Jesus and you've cremated somebody that you've done something that's sin. I'm not saying that at all.
Nobody said that.
I'm just saying, and nor do I say that about tattoos. But if you go back and look, the reason why these things had taboo tied to them is they were pagan practices. It's why some people don't like calling the crucifixion and the resurrection Easter, because that word has a pagan history to it. Because the Christians, when they were persecuted, would celebrate Christian celebrations and acknowledgments, hiding under
the cover of other traditions,
because the Romans would come and kill you, and they didn't like the church a whole lot.
But see, it was about their heart and what they were trying to do, and do it wisely,
right,
as we are told to do. Which that verse, been studying it, I'm disturbed by it, but it's opened up a lot of things.
Yeah. So anyway, 15 minutes past the hour. So it's happened again. So hey, look, more motivation to lose weight.
Maybe we need bigger ovens. we got open MRIs.
Well, they said that we're, as a society, we're fatter than we've ever been, and maybe the crematory.
Just a size issue, right?
We sell
Easy word to say.
We sell more double X and triple X shirts than we did a long time ago, didn't we?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, daylight come and me want to go home.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the guy who was forcibly removed from his seat, dragged off a United Airlines flight. He has settled with the carrier for, sadly, an undisclosed amount, which somebody will tell us about who's not supposed to. So
Which means a lot.
we'll get it. We'll get it at some point.
But that was part of the agreement. Hey, we'll pay you this sum,
you can't tell
but
me
you
that.
can't say.
Because then people be
Yeah.
flopping all over the planes trying to get drug off.
But they always say that, and it always comes out anyway.
Yeah, but he
Ask Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
United Airlines says we're pleased to report that United and Dr. Dale, we've reached a resolution. We're both happy with it of the unfortunate incident that occurred aboard Flight 3411. We look forward to implementing the improvements we have announced, which will put our customers at the center of everything we do. Well, this customer was at the center of everything you do, but we were dragging him off a plane and beating the tar out of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, and we did kill one large rabbit this week, which was we're really
Tragedy.
at that.
Tragedy. Speaking of that, did you see the story about the Waffle House co-founder?
No, what
did you
happened?
See that?
Very upsetting.
There should be a national day for this person.
Well, hold on, this is a death update. Just be certain.
Oh, well, easy, Bubba.
Well,
he did.
It's in the story. I
did.
feel good about it. And I think there's a bigger issue here we need to keep in mind. Thomas Faulkner died at his home in Johns Creek, Georgia on Wednesday. The 98-year-old co-founder of Waffle House in the 1950s with Joe Rogers Sr. The duo grew the Atlanta company into a chain with more than 1,000 locations. Now, the co-founder, Rogers Sr., passed away at age 97 in March. And then he passed away, just shortly after that.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, the two co-founders literally within 60 days passed away. But I think the key part here for all of you who are critical of the Waffle House diet.
Yep.
I love it.
One of them 98, one of them 97, happy as they could be.
And in their picture right here, they look pretty lean.
Yeah, and probably extremely wealthy.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They buried them in those paper hats.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some idiot out there saying, if only they'd eaten healthier. Yeah, they might have made it, to 104?
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're 98, 97, and they enjoyed waffles and bacon and eggs and hash browns scattered and covered.
The way
grits.
we forget things, at the level we forget things, there's no way I could remember, if I'm the cook, the Waffle House order being hollered out at me.
No.
We got two this, what about, and he's just or
Slam
she,
it, scram it.
Yeah, and they never repeat it.
I don't think that's one of them.
I don't think they say slam it and scram it.
I think you're confusing this with the varsity, Greg.
Yeah.
Flip it and dip it. And
No, that's not it either.
Smother it.
Yeah, the reason why I know that I could not do that is because I was required to do something similar when I was a preloader for UPS, and I couldn't pull that off either.
Now, one of the sons said he and my father never envisioned the company would grow into what it is today, nor how thousands of associates would be positively impacted by the opening of the first restaurant.
Hey, and they're always open.
Can I tell you
always.
Can I tell you what I love about going into Waffle House? They move one down at the bottom of the hill. I tell you, I'm really living the life. So we're back, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Will it meet back in play again for another week? It has not spun, but could happen today. Paying attention for that. We'll get to some of your phone calls shortly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you'd like to join us now, you can. We're going to go back and catch a clip, speaking of whispering Joe Biden. So if you want to get in right now, all 10 lines available, and we'll chat with you about whatever's on your mind. But here is Steve Ducey again. I'm sorry, Peter Ducey. Steve's his daddy. Old man Ducey's boy. So Peter Ducey is going to say what we played on the show. Hey, Biden, your little speech over in Poland, it sounded like that you said it was possible that U.S. would use chemical weapons? It sounded like you were calling for a regime change.
Responding kind.
And Russia and all that. And so we're going to watch Whispering Joe Biden, even though we're going to play every clip of Biden saying this, is going to tell Peter Ducey he didn't say any of that. So here it is.
It sounded like you told U.S. troops they were going to Ukraine. It sounded like you said it was possible the U.S. would use a chemical weapon, and it sounded like you were calling for regime change in Russia, and we know...
None of the three occurred.
None of the three occurred?
None of the three.
Mr. President?
You interpret the language that way. I was talking to the troops. We were talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland. That's what the context. I sat there with those guys for a couple hours. That's what we talked about.
So when you said you're going to see when you're there, you were not intending to
I was
say
referring to meeting with and talking with the Ukrainian troops that were in Poland.
And when you said a chemical weapon use by Russia would trigger a response in kind.
It will trigger a significant response.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell you? You got to be silly.
The world wants to know.
The world wants to know a lot of things. I'm not telling them what the response would be. Then Russia knows the response.
I agree with him on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when he says in kind, that's what. No. That's what it meant.
He probably should have said we will have an appropriate, measured response.
Yeah.
In kind means I'm going to do the same thing.
Yeah, why
in my lingo?
Yeah, Why not just simply say, Peter, I went back and looked at that clip. I said in kind. What I didn't mean that we would use chemical weapons. What I meant is if they use chemical weapons, we're going to have to respond.
Yeah.
That's what I should have said, and I said that wrong. So, don't look at that as me saying we're going to use chemical weapons because that's not what I meant.
Now, remember, they were also
But
told
don't say
that
you never said
in
it.
Syria that if they used chemical weapons, and they did.
Right.
The red line, they crossed it.
Yeah. Right.
We didn't do anything.
No, we didn't. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Candace in Birmingham. Candace, listen to us on 104.7 WZZK. Hello, Candace. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, so my thought is that the Will Smith prank, everything is fake, because when Chris Rock saw Will Smith walking up the stage, his audio, he says, Richard, like, oh, Richard. And so it takes a couple of times to listen to it, but that's what he's saying. So in my point of view, I think he was in character. I think Jada knew that it was coming because her eyes maybe were just, oh, great, here we go. They're going to make a show over me. That's just my opinion. But I think they're great actors. I think that's exactly all that it was. He may have really slapped him, but
Yeah,
I hear him call him Richard.
What do you
as
do
he's
with the
walking up
apology?
stage.
Yeah. What about the apology? That's just to drive it all home?
It is, in my opinion, but because they're not going to say it's fake. It's the same.
No.
We're going to go to the grave with this. But I mean, yeah, he had to come out and say something because they were about to take his Oscar away. So
okay,
yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Rick, I mentioned to you a minute ago about Chris Rock's world tour starting, 35 cities worldwide. You know when it starts? Tomorrow in Boston.
Yeah,
and
tickets went from $46 to $400.
Yeah, according to TickPick, they sold more tickets to Rock's tour yesterday than they have in the whole month before.
So ticket sales would be a little bit slow.
The cheap seats, the cheapest tickets you can get are now $400.
Craig in the great state of Alabama. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Well, maybe Will Smith is a really good friend. Go
When
ahead.
they were 46, I'd say so.
Yep. Craig?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, hypothetically, if Will Smith made an attempt to smack Adler in the face, I know Will, he'd have to slap pretty low, but do you think Adler could use any of his jiu-jitsu skills?
Absolutely.
He'd
have him on the ground.
Absolutely.
quick.
You'd have him on the ground so fast, Adler. I mean, he would know what hit him.
Mm-hmm. No way, no doubt, guys.
You'd have that off-white belt around
Good
him
night.
and have him thrown down in a
Breaking
minute.
bones.
I'd get him with all 3 stripes on my white belt.
You'd say, hey, you want to roll with me?
It's a Nashville.
Sit down. We're gonna fight.
Bruce. Oh, well, you took it away from me. You didn't want me to get it, did you? Bruce, go ahead. By the way, Andrew Varvutis hates that line, too, by the way. All right, go ahead.
Is that the best line from the show last week, guys, was Rick telling the woman that wasn't going to listen anymore because he was fat shaming. Rick said, Well, there's a ton of reasons not to listen to this show anymore, but that shouldn't be one of them.
That's truth right there, buddy. I mean, come on, of all the reasons to turn us on.
It's a good point.
Thanks, man. Let's go to Chip in Selma. Chip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Chip.
Hey, man, just talking, a lot of boxers' hands are considered lethal weapons, and Will Smith, if trained to become Ali, went through some pretty good training. If he had slapped Chris Rock, wouldn't Chris have ended up on the deck if it was a real slap?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there would have been a bigger.
Yeah, that's another thing. I just, it just, I mean,
that's
if you,
the one thing that gets us all.
If you see other people, and there's a lot of videos out there now of people being slapped. Look how their response, how their body acts when they're slapped versus Chris Rock.
It didn't seem like Will's energy went through Chris's cheek.
It did.
The energy kind of crossed through. It's almost like he kind of grazed him.
Talking about angular momentum.
Yeah.
And that may be because Chris Rock saw it. I mean, you're going to have a reaction if you see something's coming.
Yeah.
So he probably pulled away in time for it not to be a clear cut contact.
I moved away to make it look real.
Yeah,
sure. And look, there's conspiracies out there now, Rick, where people have taken pictures and put like this makeup pad on Chris Rock's face to make to act as if he had a pad on his face and all of it was planned. But that's out there. I'm not making that up. There is actually that conspiracy, and people have taken photos and put this on there and creating that conspiracy.
Weston in Alabama. Weston, go ahead.
Can't have that.
No.
Can't even have a slap.
Hey, but
Hey, buddy. Weston, go ahead.
Will Smith, the thing, it was so fake.
It's cutting in and out.
Was this
again? Here's what I need, Rick, because I really want to. If it's fake, it's fake. If it's real, it's real. But if Will Smith is involved with this fake deal, what does he benefit from? He is getting just lambasted today over this.
Apparently, best actor in a movie.
I mean, seriously, Spencer, how does he benefit from this being set up?
Remember how the first few people tried to spin this? Will Smith is a great defender of his wife.
You're not hearing a lot of that. Yeah. You're not hearing a lot of that at all.
It didn't stick. I'll tell you that.
Rick and Bubba.
Raleigh last night.
Yeah.
Now I've got a Waffle House. Literally, I could throw a rock and hit it.
It's a nice one.
It's a good one too. And now I've got a Dreamland.
It is.
And now I got a Dreamland. I got a Dreamland one way, and I got a Waffle House.
Now you're bragging.
I mean, it is so.
You still got Brewster's ice cream tomorrow.
Oh, God. Brewster's. I don't even have to throw hard to hit it.
No.
No, I don't even know.
There's rumor.
You got a crow hop to hit the Waffle House, but you can just go straight.
Yeah.
There's a rumor, and I might have to call the mayor, that there's a Waffle House coming to where I live. Little old sleepy town.
Don't y'all have a
Did you
huddle
get that
house?
done?
Oh, you don't?
No.
So this.
No, I got to call.
Really? Well,
call the mayor.
What I
See if
like
it's true.
about going to Waffle House is no matter, and usually for us, it is if we have a Saturday that is uneventful, and we all sleep till we want to get up, and then we just kind of meander down because you can have breakfast anytime. And we meander down just to get us some breakfast down at the Waffle House. And what I love about it, it doesn't matter how badly, how little effort I throw into what I'm wearing, I'm always dressed appropriately.
Yeah.
I mean, when I walk in there, I'm either the best dressed person in there, or I'm right there with everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm never the worst dressed. Never. You know what I mean?
Well,
if you just comb your hair, you take a step up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Well, you know, Greg, you are very outspoken about how you don't like breakfast at night.
I mean, I
Correct.
don't hate it, but it's not my
I love
first
it.
choice.
So, I mean, but do you go to a Waffle House in the evening, or is it more of a morning
I normally
thing?
order like a hamburger.
Okay, so you
Really?
That's interesting.
If it's supper time.
Can I?
You don't.
Hey,
What's the name of their chili? They have a sign up. It's
yeah.
It's called like Uncle Joe's Chili or something.
But yeah, it is, by the way.
Then it says the world's best. I always think of Elf when I read that.
Congratulations, you did.
Congratulations.
But I will say this: now, if it's the middle of the night, which I used to eat there a lot in the middle of the night. No, when I used to have my other job, we'd eat there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I could go either way. I may go breakfast. I may not.
Did you ever
I
go?
may do a combo of a steak and eggs.
Did you ever go hamburger and a waffle? I did.
No, that's kind of weird.
No, like waffles like my dessert. Oh. Come on now, don't wait a minute, don't jump on it till you heard.
I was thinking about them together,
No,
but
not together.
separate. Yes.
No, not together.
So I pictured a hamburger in the
No,
waffle.
I got the hamburgers. I did the hash brown, moved it out, and here comes the waffle.
And I'll tell you what else I'm not
You
scared
use the
of.
waffle as a dessert.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've done that many times.
Yeah. Don't be scared of the patty melt.
Yeah, but I gotta. Oh, it's. Oh,
Don't be scared of the patty
Birch
melt.
chili.
Jason's in Louisville,
Bert.
Kentucky. Jason, go ahead.
World famous chili.
That's it.
Our Uncle
Oh,
Joe.
great
World's
evening,
best.
guys.
Hey, buddy.
That's close.
Hey, just giving y'all a heads up how they remember the orders at Waffle House without yelling them back out.
How?
They put little markings on the plates. Like if you got hash browns, they put a couple little hash browns on the plate that's sitting right next to them, and they turn the jelly a certain way to figure out how to cook the eggs.
Good deal.
Okay.
I got it.
That's why
I
they
like
do
it.
Nothing
that.
wrong with that.
That's
Wait a
good.
minute.
That's good information.
Excellent.
Now, wait a minute. What do you
awesome.
mean they turn the jelly on the plate next
Like,
to it?
like they'll go
sunny
here
side
like
up.
this.
on
Or,
the
It's a sign.
So they lay it all out there, and this tells them to remember what everybody ordered.
One sunny side
There's
up.
signals on the plate say this plate gets
I don't
this.
remember
this plate
seeing
gets
jelly on the
different
plate before the eggs got on
yeah,
there.
yeah.
No, jelly pack.
jelly pack.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm sure they took it off.
I think it usually goes last.
You gotta sit at the
Well,
bar
I'm talking
and
about
look.
they might move it before they bring it to you, but they use it as a marker.
I'm going to watch them a little closer.
I am too. I'm gonna have my eye on that. Now I'm gonna tell you what; those plates are heavy too.
Yeah.
Good old heavy plates.
Oh, yeah.
If
You
you don't
can
believe
drop them on the floor, it won't even break.
if you don't believe that, ask the man whose wife hit him one the night I was in there.
And who orders
I'd
the
never seen
salad?
anything like it. I'm
Who
talking
orders?
about hey, a two-hander too. It was fantastic.
Well, it's a family restaurant. I remember Adler busted a fight up by
Yes, he
screaming
did.
that out
It's
in the
a
waffle.
family restaurant. I was like, what restaurant are you in?
Yeah.
What? How about this? You go to the Waffle House, there's no telling what might happen. That's part of the fun.
You don't, and you never know what you're going to see.
I even have my ears open for disagreements. Oh, there's something brewing over here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's in our Rick and Bubba University intern program. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Let's get everybody on the field. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is. Bubba, I can't imagine how many times you've been sent this story. Horrifying story. Yeah. Horrifying. Horrifying. Animal story. You want to talk about it?
Well, Rick, I've been sent this 1,000 times.
Sure.
And
It's the
I
email of
know-
the day for you.
I know when some of you saw it, you could not get to your computer quick enough to click and send it to me.
Right.
Shoppers at a Walmart in Arkansas over the weekend got an unwanted surprise when they found dozens of snakes in a big pile in the parking lot.
Hey, just a pile of them.
The police department there, is it Paragould? The police department
that,
said
yeah.
they were called to Walmart Sunday after concern. Shoppers noticed a pile of snakes.
Look at that pile. I like where that car's positioned, though. He's about to run right. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us today. Meal planning has never been made simpler or more delicious than by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you done this? All right, enough with the drive-thru. Okay. And you know, you're sitting there thinking, my goodness, we're on the move. We got a game tonight. We got to get somebody with this and that. We got this going. There's something going on up here. We got to move. What time you got me this? And if you want to sit down and have a delicious meal with your family, HelloFresh.com/Bubba certainly makes that easier. And you eat well too, because you can pick menu items. Say you're trying to do a little better. Then you go in there and say, well, then every meal that comes to me is going to be a meal that helps me do a little better. A certain calorie count, maybe you're on some carb smart diet, whatever the case may be. They can do that for you, but they can also just send you delicious meals that are family friendly, snacks, stuff for on the run, easy to prepare. And it couldn't be simpler. You don't waste food. It helps with your total food bill. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Fall in love with cooking at home again. For a limited time, when you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and you know when you pick the meals, they send you the recipe card, everything you need for that meal, all in individual bags, and you just simply prepare the meals. But right now, if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, we're going to get you 16 meals for free, and we're going to get you 3 free gifts. Just use the promo code Bubba. You can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, too. 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts. Wow. So enjoy that at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, the NFL, here we go again. More news out of the NFL. It was interesting. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday who played in the league, and the quote they had about how much the game continues to change, and this has nothing to do with this story, but just change on the way football continues to basically turn into more of a 7-on-7 presentation. He said, I'll say this with zero reservation. The way the game was once played, no quarterback could be in the league for 20 years, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
This shows you how much they've changed the game, is that a quarterback can actually stay in the game for 20 years. That's how little contact we now have. But anyway, now we're going into this, Bubba. We must be woke in the NFL. You know that. Now, I believe that if people want to go out and they want to hire whoever they want to hire based on that person's talent, expertise, and what they're bringing to the table, hiring them on merit, I think if you do that, I do not believe, nor will I ever believe, that if we remain with the pursuit of excellence, that somehow we cannot be diverse. I think that is a terrible thing to say about women, and it's a terrible thing to say about minorities, to say that if we're going to have excellence, then you folks will never get a job. So what we've got to do is we've got to come up with a way to just demand that people just check a box, which how much more degrading can you get? And because what did these teams do? Okay, did we check our box? Did we get this done? And they're never going to give much responsibility because they're really just trying to say, will they get off our backs if we do this? So here's the two more rules that I don't think is the way you handle a pursuit of diversity. To ensure more opportunities for diverse candidates, the NFL has added requirements on the hiring. Now think about this. We've even come up with a category here, offensive assistant coach. Going to be very broad, as long as they're assisting in your offense somehow, and the hiring of women in general. It was announced yesterday. The Rooney Rule, which it's now been adjusted. This was adopted in 2003.
Yeah, it's been adjusted several times.
It's going to be amended again. Yep. And so beginning this season, all 32 clubs must employ a female or a member of an ethnic or racial minority to serve as an offensive assistant coach. You have no choice. You must hire. Here's the thing.
Female.
Yeah.
How many females are really wanting to get into coaching football?
Greg, or a member of an ethnic or racial minority.
Okay.
So, again,
or both.
Yeah. So
if you already meet that standard, are you good, or do you have to go out and hire a new hire?
The person,
you know what I'm saying? Is if on your staff currently, you're like, okay, we're fine.
The person will receive a 1-year contract and work closely with the head coach and offensive staff to gain experience.
Oh, so I guess
they said, and the reason they chose the offensive side of the ball, if I'm understanding this right, in recent years, minority head coaches have almost all come from the offensive side of the football. In other words, offensive coordinators and whatnot, that way. The pipeline for minorities on that side of the ball is lacking now, being that there are more African-American assistant coaches on the defensive side of the ball heavily than offense right now. So they're saying if offense is going to get you to be a head coach, we got to have you on the offensive side. So they're really micromanaging this to try to get a given result. They also said here's where you are. The NFL saw an increase in the number of people of color in all coaching positions from 35% in the 2020 season to 39% last season. There was an all-time high increase in defensive coordinators up to 15. That's an increase of 2. And an increase in minority GMs from 5 to 7. And assistant GMs 3 to 6. So it seems like there's positive movement on that.
Well, I think there's going to be positive movement on this without any of this, because I believe that the game and the progress with coaches is just going to demand it. I just think there's more qualified candidates now of every ethnicity, and I think the game, just like some of these things take time. Now, that's sad that they do. But they do, and honestly, some of the expertise that is required, you can't get it without opportunity. I understand that completely.
And I think that's why they're trying to force them into the offensive side.
But I believe this was happening anyway because the dynamic of everything is changing, and thank goodness for that. Now the female thing, that's a whole different ball of wax there.
Yeah,
it's.
I don't know if they have goals. Do they have particular numbers they're trying to reach? Because they say the players is about 70% minority in the NFL.
Right. And you said this is going to be more of like a shadowing with the staff type of job.
No,
One
year
It
contract.
said teams will receive league funding toward the coach's salary for up to 2 years. So the league will actually pay for that coach for up to 2 years.
Okay.
So, if this is something that they'll be implementing, and this whole thing of, I completely get the minority pursuit of, let's be sure that it's a level playing field for all qualified coaches to have access to jobs they're qualified to do. No, that absolutely no one should be denied the opportunity if they're qualified for any reason. If they're good enough to do it, but this female thing is different. This thing of introducing females into the culture of men's football, I just think that does not excite me. I'm saying because of I have too much respect for women. That's one thing that's been missed so much. I've been immersed in that culture, and it's just men and women are equal, but they're not. They're distinctly different, and there's a certain respect that women should always be paid. And I think anything that we do to minimize that may or may not take place, I can't imagine the women in my life that I love being thrown into the world of men's football.
Yeah.
Rick,
it's not something I would want.
The league also released a resolution to increase diversity ownership of franchises and created a diversity advisory committee that includes Peter Harvey, former Attorney General of New Jersey, Rick Smith, former GM of the Houston Texans, and Don Thompson, former president and CEO of McDonald's. So that's one group that doesn't have hardly any diversity.
No. But mark my words, if there's an increase in women being forced into coaching positions and coaching grown men in football, mark my words, trouble is coming.
Oh yeah.
Just mark my words. This will not end well.
In our lifetime, do you think you'll see a female head coach in the NFL?
I hope not.
I
hope I'm not alive for that.
Rick, you forgot Goldie Hawn and Wildcats.
Well, that's true.
Good job.
Wildcats. Look how she turned that team around.
Yeah, that's right.
That was a believable movie.
Yes, it was, Rick. I think it was based on a true story.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, did they crawl up under there or whatever? But, one of the lines here in the story, you look through it. I mean, I don't want to make more out of it than there is, but it says, poisonous or not, it's dangerous when you put snakes in a busy area. It could cause a panic with people trying to get away.
It'll cause a panic. Bill Bubba Bussy, if there was a pile of any snakes, not one, not two, we're calling the term pile.
Mm-hmm.
There's a pile of twisted, mangled pile of snakes in the parking lot of any business, would you, sir, ever return?
Well, Rick, to start with, I would go get my flamethrower and take care of the problem.
Right, yeah.
And then, you'd have serious doubts. Somebody brought that in, dumped them out. That's good.
How much to sit on top of them?
Are they poisonous or
no?
not?
These
poisonous?
are like, aren't these like garter snakes? Or something?
No, they're all types. It says.
How much?
If they're not, it said we learned that.
Yeah, I'm saying if they're not poisonous, how much?
Copperheads and water moccasins, right?
No, it says we learned that they were.
Hey, we got a story on it if you want to hear.
I thought it said they were garter snakes.
Here's what it says. I've got it in front of me if you'd like for me to read it.
$3,000.
It says we got one of our officers who apparently some sort of snake whisperer and learned that they were non-venomous garden snakes.
I'd sit on them for
$400.
And he said the poisonous or non-poisonous, like Bubba said, you can cause a problem. You would sit on a pile of non-venomous snakes for $400?
Well, let's just make it 5.
I'll go with 1,000. It's not going to take much for me these days either.
Non-poisonous.
Wait a minute.
Now, poisonous,
Y'all
we're
got
going to
me
have to get on
right.
up.
Y'all talking about
no, poisonous, I'm not. I don't. There's no amount of money.
How many
for
What
poisonous.
if they're
How long do I have to sit on it?
What if they're standing by and you're going to live? They're going to have to give you shots.
Then I'm game on.
10
with
Mississippi.
with poisonous
Yeah,
as well.
Absolutely.
But we're
With
in-
my current tax situation, absolutely.
10 grand then.
For poisonous?
Well, that would
I'd
handle
go-
that, but I was thinking more than that. If I'm going to do poisonous,
No,
it's going to be.
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to shoot him with a shotgun.
Non-poisonous, I would sit in them for $500.
Non-poisonous?
But I don't have to sit in them long, right?
Okay, no.
I'm going $100 a snake. There's 40 snakes. I'll do it for $4 grand
With non-poisonous?
for 1 minute.
What about poisonous with the anti-venom standing by?
There's a part of me that wished he would have had the math wrong just so we could have made fun of him.
How much to bend over and just kiss the top of the pile?
Kiss it? Where am I kissing them?
Just right on one of them's back.
Non-poisonous? And that's all I got.
They're still going to buy
That's all I got to do is just bend down, kissing.
Yeah.
I'm
I
out.
feel like a rusty fish hook.
I'll do that for $400.
Yeah. Appearance fee.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Bubba, any amount of money?
I wrote a bull for
none.
$400.
Even with
Remember that?
even with non-poisonous?
None. I ain't
You know
playing.
what I
I
mean?
ain't playing with Satan's little hand puppet.
Oh.
You don't know what's riding gun on that thing. You know it.
Don't forget. This is for two people who rode bulls for $400.
Yeah.
Left knee still hurts.
You know, I understand, but I think y'all go too low on that.
How about $4 grand? That's pretty good.
Bubba, think about it. I was on it like 2 seconds. That's $400.
And you
in
still
2
have
seconds.
a limp.
Yeah, I'm a little banged up from it. I'll give you that.
All right, Bubba. Obviously,
boy, I got a good story.
So put it this way: I'm talking about let's go back to early days. They may turn my power off. I'm eating bologna sandwiches. We need money. We need it bad.
No,
I
ain't dealing with no
And
snakes.
somebody would give you $5 grand.
Rick, there's more than just the physical snake. You don't know what Big Red's got in that pile.
Right.
Huh?
Non-poisonous.
They might be all kind of things riding shotgun on there.
So you saying I'm trying to feed the family and everything?
One of them brought down
Oh,
all of mankind. Rick, why in the world am I going to play with them now?
Because you got to feed the family.
It's coming.
I mean, you've broke out in shingles under so much stress, and all of a sudden, there's $5,000 if you'll go to a non-poisonous pile of snakes, and
I'm commanded to
I'll go
bruise its head.
non-poisonous for $5 grand. I'll do a snow angel in them.
Yeah.
I will too.
Yeah.
With all that hissing going on.
you're gonna get bit, but it's gonna be like
Briar scratch.
It's gonna be like old briars. But how about this? I don't like to be scratched by briars.
Who do you know that wants to do snow angels in a briar patch? Okay, that's the
For
point.
$5 grand, I would.
5,000.
Neck
yeah.
5?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Naked. Now we're naked?
when did we get naked?
Why do you keep
I will
adding
pull
to
the
it?
naked back.
I'll go in this right here and do it in 10 minutes.
You know, talking
I
about
would
the
too.
bulls.
$5 grand.
Do y'all remember when I did the bull, fell off immediately? The next year, the same group, they came with this great idea. They said, this year, Greg, if you stay on the bull, we're going to give you $5,000. I said, well, to make it $1 million, because there's no way on
Can't stay on
earth
it. Yeah.
that I can stay. They act like that they were stepping out. Tell you what, you might as well just say $1 million, because there's no way that I'm going to stay on it for 8 seconds. It's impossible for me to stay on. I'm not a bull rider.
Right. Yeah,
So I called it
But I'm a snake snow angeler.
for $5 grand.
Yeah.
But see, I'm getting that no matter what. I have to stay on the bull for 8 seconds for 5. It's not, that sounds sharp for them to do that. But like I told him, I said, well, you might as well say $1 million because you don't worry about it.
I'm
You're not
wondering
going to
too
pay
with
it.
the pile this snake is in. If you went there and kind of just got on top of the pile,
That's what I'm saying.
and they're
Rick.
non-poisonous. All right, 866 We Be Big. So Rick's been holding out of the great state of Florida. Hey Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How you doing today, buddy? Rick.
Good, sir.
Yeah. So what's on your mind, Rick?
Well, the confirmation vote that's coming up, what's your guys' opinion? I think that a yay vote is from a senator is saying, yes, I believe in racial and gender discrimination with Mr. Biden, and I want to be a part of that, although it violates federal law.
Well, do the Democrats have enough to confirm her? If they do, then she's in.
Yeah, Joe Manchin has said he will confirm, and that will be enough to give them at least 50 and get the tie break from VP Harris.
Yeah, so Rick, this is what we say so many times: elections matter, and the Democrats have experienced that when Trump was president, had a chance to nominate and confirm 2 Supreme Court justices, and we're all caught in the middle of this little political battle they have. Like to your point, I don't think that there's as much attention to the confirmation, anything other than this is one of our people. So we have the votes. Y'all got 2 in. We're going to get 1 in. I mean, it really. I mean, I know it should be deeper thought than that, but it's really not.
The only thing, and I mean, you wouldn't expect Biden to put up, a conservative or really even a moderate.
No,
but with this particular judge, she's only been on the D.C. circuit of appeals less than a year, I think. And one of the things, and I think this is fair to talk about, when Kavanaugh went in, he had written 300 opinions. So you could go and look at him as a judge, how he looked at things. Amy Coney Barrett, I think, had written more than that. So they had a lot to go through. This particular lady has had 2 because she's only been there a year. Hadn't been there a total year yet. So I think that's a fair thing to look at. And talk about cases that she ruled on. They said, well, everybody was hung up on the child pornography. Well, she's only wrote 2 opinions. That's all you could look at,
Right.
So,
well, but this is the reason why this stuff, even on paper, may look good. Hey, we need to get a minority female in there. Okay, well, that'd be great. I mean, diversity's great. But what happens when you start making that the only thing you're looking for? The problem you have is that people that aren't qualified are usually thrown into certain positions, which then come back to haunt the whole goal of diversity, which means we don't have to compromise excellence for diversity. And we've said that, you've said that, Bubba. I agree with 100% because I know that there is excellence, in every single ethnicity, and I know there's excellence in both genders. But when you start this, human beings just tend to go, all right, find me somebody. All right, there you go, put her in. Did we do what we said we're going to do? I mean, it happened with our vice president. And to me, that's the problem, is human beings approach this lazily and patronizing, and it ends up causing more good. Causing more harm than good, because it's not. It's emotion response. It's agenda response. It's almost propaganda, and there's not any sincerity to it. And it's kind of a shoot, ready, aim approach to things.
Well, I think it's all in how you handle it.
Right, yeah.
Let's say that I'm running for president, or I am president, and I don't feel like we have representation on the court that reflects our country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can pick her, put her up for confirmation, but I don't have to announce that I got her because she checked the box, female, black. Then you can say she is qualified, she's who I want up there, and you take that off the table. For your opponents who may challenge her, or even for people who agree with you, but you don't want to treat people just by skin color or sex. The only thing it does when you announce that ahead of time, and he did it in both cases, Rick, to your point, is to try to buy votes with it.
And it cheapens it.
And it does cheapen it. Why not go for the very best person who I can get to be VP? I happen to think it is Kamala Harris. Okay? Well, good. Put her up, win, you're elected.
There you go.
Don't go ahead of time and say, I got to check this box. Because once you start box checking, folks will never see the end of it. We're going to have a push then. Well, we got to have someone that's alternate lifestyle. We got to have this.
Oh,
we got to have that. And then eventually the majority bunch says, well, wait a minute. We're out of line now. We have more special interest minority people of whatever you've picked than we do white males. That's the majority of the country, or whatever. So you start playing that game, and it's Pandora's box. You never get out of it. It sounds good now to some people. We have made a stand. We have done this. Look, I always think excellence is the way to go. Even if you think there needs to be an adjustment to it, just do it. You don't have to announce it.
We're going to have, back to the NFL, we're going to have more black coaches. You know why?
Because we have more black players.
And they're starting to be more and more really qualified, great coaches who happen to be black.
Right.
It's going to take care of itself because of excellence. But then you go back to this, and I've heard some of the outspoken conservatives who happen to be black say this. Look, well, you got to be careful. If you're on the table right now, and you've been in cardiac arrest, and we have you stabilized, and we have determined you need open heart surgery, and you need it today, or you're going to die. And somebody said, but hey, you're going to have to wait. Why? Well, we ain't got nothing but a bunch of white men. We got to go find somebody else. We're not diverse enough. And you're like, well, who's the best heart surgeon in town? Well, we don't really know. We think there may be a black female somewhere that could do this heart surgery. So we'll see if we can. Is she the best one? Well, we don't know, but I mean, we want you to have a diverse experience with your heart surgery. Nobody does. You don't get into an airplane and go, all right, now tell me about the pilot. Well, we're having to wait because all we got is some white pilots, and we're trying to find you a black female pilot. Well, do you have any? Well, no, we had somebody just join the program. Well, you want them to fly us today?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not they're in the program, and one day they'll probably be a great pilot. But we need to check a box today, so we're gonna go get her.
Yeah.
Now, would you go? No. If y'all want to know, even if you were a minority, would you not quickly say, no, that doesn't matter to me right now? Give me the best pilot. And I guarantee you, if you're always looking for the best, as Bubba has said, I agree with you 100%, you'll still have diversity. But when you start trying to force diversity, and like you said, Bubba, announce that you're going to do it, it cheapens the whole thing. And it doesn't work. And what do you have now? She don't know what she's doing. See there? Even the bigots of the world. It gives them fuel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You take away that, I think that, like with the vice president, I think it in the back of everybody's mind, they were all thinking, well, this is really not the best VP, so they're not as quick to defend her.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. They go, yeah, probably right.
So
we got our guys in, so who cares?
I got to have open heart surgery, yeah. Okay, who's the best?
I want the best.
Yeah, who's the best? Oh, some stupid white guy. Okay, that's good to me. Well, I mean,
and I understand there's an opposite side to that. There's people who struggled and they don't feel like changes are happening quick enough. I got that, but I think you want to make changes that are going to last.
Amen.
Instead of check boxes, and it will be real changes, not well. We got our first. We needed that. You know, let's get real changes. So it's not a special thing anymore.
That's right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Chance you might, by the time the time was up, they might not invite you.
They're not gonna,
They may think you're another snake.
Right. That you're going to get bit on the butt.
I ain't saying just
but what
dive
about
on
the
'em.
guy who's throwing the pile together? What if he gets one, he misses one, and he puts the wrong one in there?
Now, you're going to have to go up and just kind of slowly
Yeah,
lay
you
it
don't
on.
know.
Yeah.
You can't just spook.
No,
it.
no, like if this right here is the pile, you just basically go here.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Yeah, here he goes again.
He's
going over a pile of non-poisonous snakes.
Now, where do you get your expertise in this?
Yeah, he's thinking. Where are they at? Are you over them yet?
Oh, he's getting.
Wait, watch that camera.
That camera is a goner, by the way.
He's in the fetal position. That's how you do it, fetal position.
By the way, I think he's right. I think that was it. I don't know why I think that.
I got to
there's
tell
no
you,
precedent.
I kind of want something covering up my eyes. Too.
How long have you got to lay on it? Good blind. How many minutes?
You gotta lay there 1 minute.
Well, if I'm getting,
at least.
am I still getting $4 or $5 grand?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna stay there one song.
Oh wow, that could be 3.5, 4 minutes.
Yeah, if you'll play
I hope
a
it's not
song.
Hillsong.
Now you got to take the doctor bill out of it after you've been busy.
All right, Speedy, you're in position.
Rick.
Now let's start with American Pie.
So you give me nothing on that.
You hope it's not Hillsong. Those Hillsong, buddy. I'll tell you what, Hillsong's never said, "Hey, y'all, just a couple of rounds."
Yeah.
Hillsong will. They don't believe in the short song.
All right, how about this? The Rick and Bubba theme, the long one. Somebody plays it. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
That's only 1 minute.
I'm just laying
that's
there.
less
There you
than
go. That's my song.
All right. Dawn.
Don't y'all think that would have worked?
Dawn and
Show
Lincoln.
us again.
Yeah, Dawn's in Lincoln. All right, Dawn, go ahead.
Hey, I saw a story yesterday about a young man that kissed a cottonmouth and wound up getting bit and got taken to the hospital.
Well, usually if you kiss a cottonmouth, you'll end up on the way to the
We had
hospital.
that story. Was it?
It really
been a while
happened?
back.
You
Oh yeah, his face was all swollen. Yes, it
Don,
was.
I'm completely shocked by that story.
Yeah, he was drunk, right?
Now I will say this: that scenario, I
I'll
will
tell you
not
too.
participate in.
People that play with a loaded gun with a barrel pointed at their head often get shot, and
Yes.
people that lay in the highway will get run over.
Yes, all the same people.
Yep.
Cottonmouths have never said they don't even like to be kissed.
You don't need to play games with them.
No, cottonmouth's bad.
We're
That's
going
an aggressive
non-venomous
snake.
here.
Very aggressive.
That's an
too.
aggressive snake
Yep.
too. There's no money, I don't think, for me to be bitten by a copperhead.
No.
See 'em on the golf course a lot.
Or a cottonmouth.
And
or
now,
a
if I have
rattlesnake.
to be bitten by a venomous snake, it would probably be the copperhead.
Yeah, I'd go with the copperhead over the cottonmouth.
How
Yeah,
big?
or the rattlesnake.
How big was his head swollen up?
Oh,
He looked like an alien.
Oh, he looked ridiculous. His
Oh,
lip
yeah.
was out to here. That was one of them watch this deals.
it was.
I can't even feel sorry for somebody that does that.
No, you're right.
You don't. You almost think, well,
Yeah.
Go back to one of my other statements. I'll let it rest for now.
we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't know what it is about this show and how difficult it is to live here. I will tell you this: if you can live here, work on this show, be around these people, you are ready to go out in the world. I mean, we've hardened you. You establish a Rick and Bubba callus. You know what I mean? You just been pummeled so much about every little thing, everything you wear, how you look.
Is that why Adler just ran from the room?
Yeah, he just finally sprinted from the room because we're cutting
we got
today's
a discovery.
daily documentary, and I heard some discussion going on about whether one of Adler's ears is bigger than the other one.
Who spotted that?
Speedy, of course. And so I hear it going on, and I casually walk up there thinking, well, they're pummeling Adler, trying to make him paranoid. And then I notice it.
Right.
And then Bubba, of course, the person that I appreciate your attitude, let's just solve this once and for all, and brought out a measurement of each ear.
And it wasn't a measuring tape. I just marked.
I got it.
And when you walked over there, you
stuff.
didn't even know which ear was supposed to be which.
No, I measured one. I went to the other, and it was 2 letters bigger than the other. So.
Right, yeah. So he does have one ear
You
that's
think
larger.
it's some ear gauges he used to wear? You think that?
I really, that's what I was going to go to.
Stretched them
Can
out.
we measure them? Because I'm official now.
Oh, you've got a tape measure.
Speedy wants to measure his ear. So
Adler, would you mind if we measured?
It's just higher than the other, and it's an optical illusion.
Is it well? I mean,
one being higher than the other is not
Look
very
at me.
normal
Look
either.
at me.
So you do?
No, it's really not.
You admit that
One's
one
like
time?
laid back.
I
One
guarantee you,
hangs down lower
Rick,
than
when
the
he
other.
was born, they had to use forceps. I guarantee you. That's what did it. That's what did it. They couldn't get him out. They got them salad spoons out and brought him on.
Go get the salad.
You don't
spoons.
think it was his number 6 gauges he had in his ear?
That probably had a lot to do
Greg,
with it.
go get the head on this thing is unbelievable.
This
No,
kid's
for
got a
real.
noggin.
This kid's got a
One is
noggin.
higher than the other. When I was a kid getting glasses in 2nd grade,
Oh,
the
boy.
lady says to me, the optometry
In
lady.
front of everybody.
In front of everybody. By the way, I'm in 2nd grade.
Oh, no.
7. She goes, one of your ears is way higher than the other. I'm like, awesome, lady, thanks.
And also bigger. Thanks, lady. 2nd graders are so understanding about such things.
Great. I didn't have self-esteem problems at all before this. Now I'm great. I'm also easily tricked and kidnapped. Why don't we do that while we're at it?
I'm the smallest guy in the class, and you pointed out I got weird ears.
Thanks, lady. Also,
That's funny.
now I have to wear glasses too. What a wonderful day.
That's
All right.
2nd grade heaven.
It is. All right, let's get a
yeah,
real
we'll get it over with.
measure.
Here we go.
We're gonna-
and I'm going to film this real up close to make sure you're not like.
So you claim that they're just one's higher than the other, but they're the same
Can
size.
I ask this? Have you actually, because of what you just said, have you actually measured them before?
I think
I've never measured my ears before.
I think
Okay.
it's 1/8 of an inch longer.
I
Maybe
do
maybe a
too.
quarter.
I don't even measure parts of my body, okay? I don't do that.
I got the first one at an inch and a
Right.
Yeah, sometimes it's best just not to know. Go ahead.
Look, it's not the size of your ears; it's how you listen with them.
That's well said, Louis.
That is really good.
Can they discern?
All right.
Okay.
Do I need to do anything here?
A brand new hour.
Say the Mississippi Shade.
From the No Name Studios, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back. 28 years, Rockin' Mike, number 2, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it because gosh knows we're not qualified to do any other full-time job.
No, we're not. We let's face it, this thing, if this gig goes under, we got problems.
That's right. We're on your payroll then, pal.
So you know, the great thing about nowadays where everything's captured on video and we all get to watch it, you can become a social media overnight sensation simply by being caught up in a tornado and have your truck spin around.
Rick, the young man that was caught in that, we showed that video earlier, I guess it was last week, at a tornado that came through near Austin, Texas. Riley Leon is his name, 16 years old. He was out for a job interview when he got caught in a tornado, got flipped, thrown to the other side of the highway, spun around, and then his truck flipped back up right, and he drove off, which is amazing. One, that it happened. Two, that it was caught on camera.
We got to give this guy, whoever the woman, man in the car here, we got to give them props.
Agreed.
I mean, they're really close to the video, to the tornado too, and they still get us the footage that we need. I'd be in the
how do you hold that? Yeah, how do you hold that shot right there?
Hey, I'd have that shot over my shoulder, heading the other way.
Because if not,
everybody would be saying, "Hey, have you listened to the audio? That guy got the video for us. Or let's turn the audio."
Well, the folks at a local Chevrolet dealership in Fort Worth also saw the video. And when they found out that his truck was in pretty bad shape after the accident, they decided to give him a new one. In a video ceremony Saturday shown on Facebook, Leon and his family got the cherry red 2022 Chevy Silverado 1500 All-Star Edition pickup, which typically runs around $50,000.
Now, what was that? What he was driving with the tornado guy?
No, they upgraded
a Chevy.
They upgraded,
but it was a Chevy.
Yeah, yes,
yeah.
Well, I'm with you guys. You talk. Well, you need to bring back the Like a Rock campaign.
Like a commercial.
The dealership not only gave him
a
new truck, but they also gave him a check for $15,000.
Now, why did he get a check?
Rick, got to cover that gift tax.
That's true.
They also have a GoFundMe page because they're saying he's having some potential back injuries out of this. That's up to $39,000, and this was last week. I'm sure it's higher now.
Starts at Whataburger this week.
Yeah, that's where he'd been interviewing for a job.
Yeah, he'll get to drive his new truck.
Man, that thing's shiny.
Great, like a rock, spinning in an F3.
Hey,
please look at that check.
They handed the check upside down.
Oh my God!
You know what I would say? That's because you were upside down in the truck.
You're right. What if they turned the check around and the wind blew it out of their hand? You had one job. Like a rock.
I can't imagine how scary that must have been for him.
He's got the me monster of tornado stories.
He does.
Boy, does
he really does.
He really does.
To everybody that was in a storm shelter and their ears popped or the door flew off, that's nothing. Hey,
guys, he was
Leon.
on his side spinning, and then he was driving down the road.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
it is.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, man. What a burger.
And that's
He needs to give the guy that shot the video or the lady at least I don't know $2,000 because without the video, all you got's a story.
You got to tip him.
You know, you're
I'll
like,
tell you
man,
why. You know, had to be a man. I'll tell you why.
He's lucky because of all that debris going by that he didn't catch a 2x4 right through the car or something. You know,
that's how they get you.
Yep.
Greg, what are you saying?
Rick, don't do that.
No, I'll just see more. He's over carrying on.
Stop. This is what you did to him growing up.
I'm not saying anything.
Took a lot of courage, and a lot of times you relate that to.
Okay.
All right.
See.
Okay.
Is this how you always got in trouble growing
There's
up?
no need to go there, Greg.
Y'all were questioning on whether it
great,
was. I said I'm gonna bet that it was.
This is a great story, and it's an uplifting story. We should all be happy for.
It's right up there with Caitlyn Jenner's comment on standing up for women.
Exactly.
Right. I got you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which was hilarious.
Hilarious.
No, that was funny. I don't laugh at a lot of things Caitlyn Jenner said, but that was funny. Or was it a Babylon Bee? Whoever said it.
Whoever I don't know if it was real. Probably. It was real to me, damn it.
About as real as the claim that Bruce Jenner's a woman. But Bruce, you're just a drag queen. I hate to break this.
That's all you are.
I mean, nobody wants to tell you that.
And you have a budget.
I'm willing to tell you that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
You know, I hate to bring this up, but I was thinking this, and then somebody had emailed us. There, of course, there's memes out there about this.
Memes.
And it shows a guy. You can tell he's screaming behind the wheel. Says, "Me and my Silverado driving head first into a tornado after hearing Chevrolet donated the last guy a new truck."
Oh, yeah, let me find me one.
Helmsy presented a question during the kickoff hour.
He don't
and that
know
was,
his back hurts.
And that was, if you
hurt,
know that
Greg.
you lived through it, do you ride through it to get a new truck?
Will you take your truck that you have now and ride through a tornado? You're going to live. You're going to be bumped, scratched up a little bit, and obviously going to have some no life-threatening injuries, and certainly nothing that you're going to have to carry over the next couple of weeks. Just a couple of scratches, bruises. Now you crap your pants because of it.
Well, no, wait a minute.
Yeah,
We don't know that he crapped in his pants.
No, but I'm saying you do.
He's got
you
some
do.
serious-
You added
You're gonna have
that.
to- No,
That's
I
an
said,
add-on.
no,
I'll take that. New truck.
I said that this morning. I worded it different. I said
I
you're
did
going
that
to
in
have to
my
get some
pants
new
and I
drawers.
So I don't have the gig I have now because I already have a free truck. So you're saying
Rick, you ain't got
I'm
brag.
not. No, I mean
Not everybody can be a Hendrick driver, Rick.
I know, but I am one. So see, you got to remove that scenario because you know what I'm saying is I'm not driving a tornado. I have a free truck.
I'm going to take you back. You're 16 like he is.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
Joel
you got a
probably
cowboy
wouldn't
hat
want
on.
you driving that through a
No,
storm.
now can I please? I'm not in another lift kit, am I? I mean, am I
you're
getting down there
actually
close to the ground?
You're getting away from the lift.
Rick, you're
kit.
getting All-Star Edition like him.
Yeah, you're getting the same truck for free. Now, if you want it in a different color, we'll give
I'm
it to you in a
16.
different
Rick,
color.
it's possible we're getting
You
too
could be
old for lift
43.
kits.
I don't care about
You
that.
know, it's possible we're getting too old for lift kits.
No, I am. I fight that lift kit.
Does it make your hip hurt?
Yeah, it does. Getting out's the worst part. Yeah, because I
Well,
don't
you got to crash land.
Well, you know why? Because I don't have any cushion anymore.
Yeah,
It's just
I know.
all bone on bone.
Yeah, don't land on one
But
leg.
to answer your
Never
question,
mind.
Hams, yes, Hams.
We're breaking down what kind of truck you're
I've
getting.
actually had worse things happen to me
Yeah,
than
you didn't get
this.
a truck.
Than
Yeah.
this. Yeah, I mean, I've been hurt worse than this kid was hurt in a tornado on not even getting anything. I've been already, and if
Well,
I'm
you
not,
don't- you
if
don't
I'm not going to
know.
get hurt. But no, he says I already know the outcome. If I know the outcome is I'm not going to get hurt, 100% I do it.
Can you imagine what he went through, though? I'm on my side spinning. Now I'm back upright. Your mind trying to decide whether you're up or down.
And when you're spinning, you're probably having windows break out.
Yeah.
You're probably
And
having
next thing I
sparks
know, I'm back on my
flying.
wheels.
Sparks are flying. The noise, the smell is awful.
night.
I want to know, he had
Stuff
just
is
left the
hitting you.
interview.
Look at that.
Did he have a hamburger with him? Like, was he
That's a
eating a
good
hamburger?
question.
And was it a single or a double?
And is it
just-
okay?
I just saw it fly out the window right
Yeah.
there. That
All right,
white
Hams-
piece of paper.
Hams, only I would ask this question, but you've known me long enough to know this is legitimate. How big a hassle am I in about this truck I'm in now that's
do you
been
mean?
damaged in the tornado? Am I just dropping it off and just saying I'm done with this truck?
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
into
yeah.
the new one.
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with this scraped
No.
up truck.
You don't even have to go to the DMV about it.
No,
I'd leave
hey,
keys in it somewhere.
I bet Chevy wants that truck.
Okay.
To display.
So
yeah.
can I drive up in my scraped up truck, get out,
Yes.
get my stuff out, get in the new truck, and leave?
Yes.
All right, I'm in.
100%.
Do you think-
hey, I'll go F4.
What?
Hey, if I come out of it, if I'm not hurt.
Yeah.
Don't you
and my
know
back hurts
Chevy?
now. I ain't no big deal.
Don't you know Chevy wants that truck? Or what about all these museums like Wrigley's or something? Hey, this truck survived a tornado.
Absolutely.
You know, you go up with.
I'd
oh,
keep
yeah.
Speedy
myself
wants it
in the
because he loves the
backyard.
movie Twister.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I do
Greatest
too.
movie
That's a
ever.
great movie. I love that.
That's
movie.
not a good movie.
Look,
But
they
Speedy,
just
you can't. Greg, he'll bring up Twister.
I'll stop every second. It's on.
And when we
He
went
brings
to,
up more than Where Eagles Dare, Bubba.
when
Any
we went to
movie-
Universal Studio, I think it was Universal. They have several Twister rides where you're like
I remember that.
in the drive-through, and the wind is a howling. By the way,
And you know what? It wasn't near as traumatizing as Willy Wonder. Because that's the trip we were on.
Yeah.
Man, we were on that trip. You remember that trip? That was worse than a tornado.
When I think the Universal was when we went to Orlando.
We did that Twister thing when we were in L.A. though.
We did it too.
Yeah, because that's the first time.
And
I'd
we
ever
did.
experienced it.
We did.
And we
I
told
remember
everybody about it.
backdraft. Do you remember going to backdraft?
I do.
What was that? And it was fire.
A lot of heat.
Hey, yeah, real hot.
Tremendous amount of heat.
Real hot.
Scariest, worst weather experience you've ever been in personally. Ready, go.
I got two of them. You want to come back and discuss it?
Sure.
All right. I mean, that you
I've got
lived
two.
it,
not that you weren't at home.
I've got
or
two.
Somebody told you.
I got it. 1974. I'll tell you all about it.
1974.
Mine is 1983. I think. I think it is. And then one last year. And I've got a 20 one that was real bad. 21. Be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Am I going from the bottom of the lobe? We're going lobe to whatever the other thing is called.
Up to the top of the ear.
Tip.
Whatever.
Areola or something?
Well, what is that, Speedy?
I got 2 3/8.
Okay.
The worst thing was Speedy knows how to read a ruler.
It's actually on there. I wish I did. Have you ever wanted? I wish I did.
I know how to read a ruler. Buddy, I know how to read a
Should
ruler.
Greg
It's
come
not
do
that
it?
hard.
Should Greg come do it? Should Greg or Bubba come do it who've actually measured things?
Yeah.
Huh?
Cut twice, measure once, guys.
Thank you. All right.
Isn't that the saying?
No, it's the other way around.
No, you're.
Oh, you're scrunching it. You're scrunching it, man. You're scrunching it.
What was the
you can't
number?
be scrunching it.
I could see from here it was 2 inches only. I could see from here.
All right, don't scrunch it.
It's the eighth office.
You just joined us. We're measuring Adler's ears.
Let it lie. Let it be rigid and let it lie.
I can tell from here.
We're measuring his ears.
Oh, it's 2 1/4. Okay. If I knew math, I'd know that was different, but I don't.
No, it's substantially different. It's like a 1/4 inch off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
About a quarter.
That's what Bubba said.
Bubba called it.
My gosh, there's numbers being thrown
I don't think 2 3/8 and 2 1/4 is a 1/4 inch off.
No,
but-
that's not even close.
I'm just shooting in the dark here, big guy.
Yeah.
Well, I just
But
know
it is off.
I just know fractions.
They're not the
Okay.
same.
Yeah.
All right, it's off. It's off.
Okay,
so it's off.
So not only is one of your ears
Can you give
higher
it to
than
us
the
in
other,
16?
as it was established in the second grade,
We're getting precise then.
1/8.
but what you're saying is you do now.
But it is.
You now know that one of your ears is also larger than the other.
That's good to know, guys.
And
We
they're not
learned-
even.
I bet if you measured everybody's ears, they're off.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
Can
not like
we?
this
All right,
one.
come here.
One looks like it's laying back in the recliner, and the
All
other
right,
one's sitting up.
one's in
Back to the
attention.
back to the forceps.
Give me yours,
Yeah, I
Mr.
got
Mr. Measuring
Rick, you may
tape.
have a point. He may sleep on one side more than the other.
Cut off the circulation.
Or there's one
You can
side
measure
where his
mine. I'm
wife
okay
pops
with
him upside the head. One or the
How about
other.
Hams? He's got bigger ears than I thought he did.
Oh, I got big ears and a big nose.
Me too, Hams. I got big nostrils.
All right, 2
Yeah.
5/8 on one. 2
Wow,
5/8.
those are some long ones.
He don't.
Oh yeah, I got some monster ears and a monster nose.
The bad news, they claim they keep growing. Older
I
you
know.
get.
Yeah, I got a wide nose.
I hope that's not true.
It's exactly the same.
Okay, sorry, buddy.
It's exactly the
Adler.
same.
It's all
Great.
It's all right.
Adler, I really, if you'll research it, I think you can get a check from the government for that.
You may be able to.
I'm serious.
Ear deformity.
Do we not know a guy that got a check from the government for acid reflux?
Yes, he had GERD.
Video. Hey, no, measure the thing on his head.
Speedy and
Don't let. You're off. You're doing it again.
No. 3 inches even.
Wow,
I saw
that's
that.
a big ear.
I can't say
Y'all
that.
thought my ears were big.
God, know it. Speedy's the way they sit on that head. They don't look as big, but they're pretty big.
There's a lot
And
of
that
lot of
one's
acreage.
like, just a tiny fraction smaller, but not evidently not like me, the freak weirdo of the staff.
You're not
How
the
about
freak.
when I'm an old man, I'm gonna have really large ears.
They're going to be very long.
Yeah,
I
very
didn't realize
long
how long your ears were. I guess because of the being bald.
Do I have really long ears?
Hey Dumbo, you
Yours
want a
are longer
peanut?
than mine.
Hey, Dumbo, you want a peanut? Okay, tiny ear.
Hey Dean, the Basset Hound called. He wants his ears back.
Look Adler's on top of that.
That's good. Hey, I loved your work in Operation Dumbo Drop as an extra for the elephant. Oh!
He's injured. Look, tiny ears injured.
How
For
good
a
did that
second, he forgot about his freak show ears.
By the way, how did it feel to be Greg for a few
It
seconds?
was awesome.
All right, I'm gonna measure y'all's.
All right.
I have tiny little ears.
I got big ears.
Oh, look, Speedy, don't cut my ear with that thing.
He don't have a
that
knife
thing
For my
sharp.
size, they're not very big.
No, I'm cautious, and I know what you
Bubba's
do.
looks small, but he's like me. He's got a big head.
Yeah, that my big head covers it.
I'm the same.
You were
way.
3 inches exactly.
Okay, that's
That
wrong.
might be an average ear.
That may be the average ear. I'm hearing that number a lot.
Bubba's ears look a lot smaller on his head for
3
some
inches,
reason.
3 inches.
They do. They look.
Yeah.
They
You're
look
a
tiny.
3 incher.
Both
But
of us,
if you
because we have
measured my
huge faces.
head, I win going away in here. I mean,
Yeah,
Bubba, you're 3 inches.
mine may look
Like,
small
my
because
ears, thank you,
my
Speedy.
face is so big.
Oh wow! Oh, Daddy's got.
I got good earlobe.
ears. Hey, no, your earlobe is huge, man.
It looks like a pork chop. It looks like a pork chop.
Florida.
He can't read the ruler. He don't know.
I'm pressing it down.
3 inches.
Yeah, right, 3.
Just a lot of lobe.
I got a lot of lobe.
You don't have a lot of cartilage.
I'm
You got-
lobe dominant.
You're like he's lobe dominant.
50% lobe. You're like 50% lobe.
He's lobe.
Hey, ears are weird if you just really look at, especially Adler's, but everybody's on.
Okay. All right, Rick's
like
getting.
Idaho.
Yeah, I know. Got a weird.
All right, you're just under 3 inches.
So
You're-
3-inch ears
you're
are pretty
2 and
common.
7/8.
Oh, yeah. That's,
All right, let's see this one.
Adler's got one tiny ear and then one regular one.
That's not true.
2 and 7/8.
That's
All
not
right.
true.
You're the only one with it.
Yes, sir. It is 22 minutes past the hour. So we just talked about the kid that got in the tornado, spun his truck around, 16-year-old. He just got a new truck from Chevy, and $15,000 probably to pay help with the taxes. That's going to be. What kind of system you can't even give somebody a truck and it'll be clean? So then Speedy asked going to the break. What was your question, Speedy?
What is the worst or most dangerous, scary moment weather-wise that you've ever personally gotten through to where you look out on the other end and go, my goodness, I can't believe I survived that, or it was just a scary, serious moment?
So what do you think, Bubba? You said 74 for you?
Well, I've had several, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And 1974, it was an afternoon. There was some black clouds out, but I was riding my bicycle. I was 10 years old. But there wasn't any wind. It didn't feel like it was going to storm, but you could see the black clouds everywhere. And I was down the street, and the gust front from the storm hit and knocked me off my bicycle in the ditch. And I thought, this is not good. Boy, I hoofed it back home, and I was weather aware after that. But that was a bad day. They were all over the country that day. That was one of the deadliest days in the country, I think. And a couple of them that I wasn't in, but it was it sticks in my mind when the Goshen Valley Church was hit, United Methodist near Piedmont, Alabama. It was on my birthday in 1994, and it was very tough because I was kind of monitoring what was going on. It wasn't directly in our area in Jacksonville, but a good friend of mine who's a ham operator, his family was in that, and he lost his wife. And
lost a bunch of people
and
now.
he was trying to get help to the church and was calling in. We were kind of monitoring all this, and I heard him when he said that, his wife didn't make it. And all. So you always remember those kind of things. I'll tell you too, it was disturbing, and this was just a couple of years ago, Rick. It was March the 19th, I think, when my hometown Jacksonville got hit with the worst storm it had ever had that I remember. Because we were afraid that storm was coming through Birmingham. We had an event that night, if you remember. We were out, and the weather moved, so it didn't affect us. And we went home, and we were watching Span on the news because it was in our home county. And when he started saying, hey, we got a debris ball here, the purple, where you see stuff's kicking up, and it's just going right through town. That's whenever they see that debris ball, it's very disturbing because something's being destroyed at that point.
For me, as far as being in it, is 1983, and Bubba, you can confirm this. I think this is right. It was in December. I was home from college. I was asked to MC a beauty pageant at the Oxford Civic Center in Oxford, Alabama. We had never had a tornado get on the ground in Oxford the whole time I'd lived there, and there was some kind of urban legend that because of the Chehaw Mountains, we were protected from storms, which is not. I don't think that holds up to science because
we thought that in Jacksonville too,
because it could form once it's come over the mountain ridge and then drop right down into the valley, which is what happened. And so I was talking to the guy. Remember, there's no cell phones or anything these days. I'm talking to the guy. I'm standing on the stage in the Civic Center, And I'm talking to the guy who's going to be singing for this beauty pageant. It was a bunch of different ages. You've seen those where they have little girls, little miss, and then all this. Well, praise God, the dressing rooms where all the girls was underground at the Oxford Civic Center, completely underground, perfect storm shelter. But now where I was not, because I was up on the stage, and, of course, just on the other side of the curtains is the big open, arena thing. So I'm talking to him, and the pressure in my ears, I felt pressure in my ears. And I looked up, and I could see those you remember, Greg, those stage lights?
Yeah.
And they just started just rattling violently. And I could hear people screaming. And what I didn't realize is the corner of the building had been taken off by a tornado that just went by. And now water is pouring in on the people, and they're all rushing the stage trying to get their kids. And I don't know why I had the wherewithal. I guess maybe Dad had a good because Dad was kind of he was always on top of the weather.
Well, you had to be to some degree.
Of course, Dad went out in the yard and wanted to capture it or something.
Yeah,
He was always outside looking at it. And I just, for some reason, I guess it just was instinctive. I said, no, they're in the right place. We're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get where they are. And so then all the power was out. And I remember going around and everybody finally saying, "You think we can leave?" Then there was all this rumors of it's going to come back. That was the other thing. We thought it would be like a pinball that would kick around inside the valley. And so then the doors of the Civic Center flew open. A guy walked in whose neck was broke because the tornado had taken his truck and thrown it into the lake out there. And when that door opened, power lines are bzz, bzz, doing this in the parking lot, and cars are laying out there upside down.
Good gracious.
And you realize, hey, we just had a tornado come off the side of the Civic Center, and unfortunately it went right after a grocery store and flattened it and killed some people in there. But more people would have died because the aisles
went up to Sky City.
Yeah, and Winn-Dixie. But the grocery store actually formed tunnels, so when the ceiling came down, it actually broke into pieces and would have killed more people.
Oh, man.
But it did kill some people. And I remember everybody thinking, when can we leave? And I remember that guy coming out of the water and needing medical help, and it was terrifying.
Good gracious.
It was real bad. And then trying to go home, and you don't know what's out there. And, I remember my mom was, you picture her, she's like, all she hears is the Civic Center's been hit by a tornado.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows I'm there, but there's no communication until I knock on the door and come in. Wow. So that was a wild one. And then last year when we had the tornadoes come through here, and I was trying to get to Mississippi to a speaking engagement, and we canceled the flight, obviously, and then made the decision, which you look back now, of driving it. And that turned out to be quite dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were driving west and the storm was coming east from the west.
Rick.
And we were just trying to get around to miss it and get on the other side of it. And sometimes that's difficult to judge. Wow. And there were many moments that Bones and I were in that truck. We couldn't see anything. And there's just tornado warnings going off everywhere all around us, and we're in a truck.
Rick and Bubba.
Measured everybody's ears, and they're exactly the same on each side.
Except for tiny air over there.
I think you slept on it, cut circulation off to it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do too. Oh, yeah, we all know stuff. Yeah, you guys all know stuff.
What about, you remember you had that tissue stuck in there for like a year one time?
Yeah,
that may have done it.
I forgot about that. I really did have paper in my ear
that
for
was
a year.
bad.
I didn't even know it.
That was really bad.
I've got weird ears. Awesome.
Rick and Bubba.
There they are.
You betcha.
Newly inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? ELO. There they are. So, Mr. Blue Sky, that's one. That one comes around not as often, and we'll sneak that one in. It's no sweet
that was
talking.
another one of my record club selections.
It's no sweet talking woman, but it's a good little.
It's the one that had the spaceship on the front of it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I was trying to get ready. Mother's Day is next weekend, and for all the moms on your list, and you start thinking about, and we do a lot of marketing here, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's why we're here. I mean, we're not going to be here if we don't, have advertisers, and we have a store where we try to come up with stuff and try to give you good deals. But at the same time, we're running a store, and I thought, we need to start talking about Mother's Day. You can shop the Rick and Bubba store for the mom on your Mother's Day list, and I've realized Simple coming up in June. All right, now picture this. Simple, what would you say? Well, I'll tell you what, we got the Rick and Bubba spatula, and we got that. Every day it should have it. I start trying to think of things to talk about for Mother's Day, and I realized how some of it, first of all, I don't know that I know women grill, but you just don't, I can't imagine giving my mom a spatula. And then I start thinking, well, you know what? We can get her an apron. We know what our apron says? Never trust a skinny cook.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, that woman's not going to want that. I mean, you can't give her that.
That's a tough one.
Because I was, for Father's Day, we would kind of combine those two in a nice little grilling package. But I mean, you can't get that. If you give your mother or the mom on your list, your wife, the mother of your children, nobody likes a skinny cook. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
And then you start thinking about all the different things. So I guess there's some. A T-shirt or something, maybe, Mom. I thought, well, hey, man, get her a Mac Daddy hat. But I don't know that I would see, Mom getting a hat that had the American flag on the netting and camo on the front, and Rick and Bubba making radio great again. I mean, maybe. But,
some of them might want a spatula.
Maybe.
That's still pretty popular.
Stay away from that apron, though. Don't do that.
Yeah, I would do that. That's more for the dad.
Right, sure. I mean, you can't have nothing. Don't be mad with me. I mean, you just start thinking for your mom, it's a little more. You got to get a little more creative in there. But there may be some stuff. But it was funny. I was actually trying to think of that because I was talking with our merchandise folk, and they were like, "You got anything you want to put together for Mother's Day?" I'm like, "Well, I ran a couple of those by you, and that didn't seem to go very well." But I mean, I'm looking at the ladies today. Like one of them has on the quarter sleeve Rick and Bubba softball shirt, and I noticed the other day when we were up here changing for a game, my wife went in there and I said, "Do you have Rick and Bubba shirt you would like?" And she picked that one that she has on. She said, "I think that looks cute."
Yeah.
Even though a guy can wear that and too, but I think girls, that's cute. And then do you ever notice that women use the word cute a lot?
Yeah.
Hey, do I look cute? Are my shoes cute? What do you think about my hair? Do you think it's cute? What about this dress? Is it cute? And I'm like, I don't know if I'd say cute. I don't know. They talk cute a lot. No matter what no matter how far they're always everything's cute. Oh, that's cute. You ever hear them say that a lot?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
But anyway,
usually I think it's best just to say yes.
Right. Common sense is a superpower. I mean, that's kind of a non-gender shirt, I think.
Right.
Man or woman can wear it. And the other intern has that on. So I don't know. But you can go there and shop for Mom, or maybe you want to just get her, a Stream Club membership, maybe something like that. That'd be good.
That goes a long way.
So anyway,
it's all kind of things.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. Father's Day will be much easier to market. You know what I mean? And I started thinking about that. All right, the devotional, how to be a man. Well, that don't work.
Right.
I mean, so there's just you have to really work. But you can go in there and get creative with it. Going forward, I mentioned Wheel of Meat Wednesday, so we'll give away some stuff there. And, of course, 1-800-Flowers.com's got some stuff on there. So there are some things for Mom on the wheel today. Looking yesterday politically, budget, that didn't seem to go real well. That not actually a happy story today. There's
probably some things there that's in the works we're not fully aware of, but I think a lot of people were kind of unhappy and disappointed. I heard Vice President Pence giving us the sales pitch on it, and
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now and look at the savings. Look at the savings. We've got the My Pillows, and if you've never gotten a My Pillow, now's the time to do it. $19.98. Make a move to get that. They've never had a price that good. Also, don't forget the Giza Dream bed sheets, 60% off. And they're only $39.99 now. My Pillow slippers, wear them every day, 50% off. Men's and women's sleepwear or loungewear, 50% off. Their hotel quality, a luxury hotel quality towel set. These things are great. Have you ever seen how absorbent they are? And right now you can get an entire set of them, and you can get them at a great price of $39.99, which, by the way, that's $70 off. So if you're looking to save some money, now's the time to do it. Don't forget, too, to go there and look at a little something that Mike Lindell's been working on called My Store. It's becoming the anti-Amazon at mypillow.com/Bubba. Hundreds of other all-American products on sale right now. So look for that when you go there, My Store. When you go to mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we were reliving some of the weather things that we've actually been in. And you know what we're realizing? We've been in a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I started to say I could add about 3 or 4 more.
Yeah, and I mean, there's it's one of those things we talked about when you're dealing with weather, and it is interesting that those that try to sell you on the climate change thing, we're talking about weather incidents that have been happening for a very, very long time, and when you experience one, you realize how insignificant you can feel.
Yeah,
because there's not a whole lot you can do with them. We were even discussing as far as, being in a situation that you personally experienced, like you were in it, is, when all of us Southerners had to go through the blizzard of '93.
Yeah.
I mean, that was you talk about feeling weird.
Yeah.
And not knowing what in the world was going on.
And being ill prepared.
Right.
We're just not ready for, foot of snow.
No, see, some of you out there, you're like, okay,
the thunder snowstorm.
Okay,
lightning.
Yeah, okay, Burge. We know what it's like for our door not to open. We don't. We've never in my whole life, other than that, have I ever experienced, why won't my door open? Oh, I know why, because there's so much snow, it's all the way to the top of it.
Yeah.
My house is under snow. What happened? I mean, we've never been anywhere near that.
No.
And so it was.
That was a rough one.
Yeah. Because you realize, because snow for Southerners is a mild inconvenience that is gone so fast. You never really have to hunker down for days.
48 hours.
Yeah,
tops.
yeah. And boy, on this one we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
That was insane.
Where did you live then, Greg?
Sherwood Forest in Oxford.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Taylor was 2, I think, and I had to go to work.
I'm trying to remember that house. Yeah. I remember A-frame.
No, this was like 3 houses.
Oh, I know, but I'm trying to remember which one was over there.
Yeah, we only lived there like 3 years, I think.
Yeah, that's. But I remember
when Chandler was born. That's where we lived.
So I really, I was on the other side of town. But
yeah, you were over there.
But I had to make my way out to a main highway and caught a National Guard Humvee.
Yeah,
because you were up on that hill and nobody could get up it.
Yeah, couldn't nobody get to me. I remember walking outside and never having snow that went up to top of your legs and getting up on the road and all that power lines are down and trees are down from the weight of the snow, and it just felt so end of time.
It did.
And you didn't know
and it hung around for a few days.
Does civilization exist? And the thing I remember too is I caught that Humvee. I said, hey man, I got nothing on up here at the house, whatever. And the guy said, well, I'll give you a ride to the Holiday Inn. And I thought, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, I wonder if anybody can get there. Well, the Holiday Inn had power.
Yeah.
And so I got there, and I remember, though, they couldn't get any food because there's no trucks coming in.
No.
And I remember they were saying one money, $10, and you can go into our restaurant and eat whatever we got.
You said deal.
Because they just had to serve what they had.
Yeah.
That's
all you could do.
And it was almost like a $10 buffet.
Speaking of that snow, did you see the pileup in Pennsylvania?
Hey.
Wow.
I did
First
not.
of the week.
Wow.
I did not.
All right.
Do we have? I know we can't play the guy's audio that was on the side of the road because the language gets bad.
It's fine
Rick,
up to 40 seconds, and that's when he goes nuts, and that's when we can kind of pot it down. But
you've got 18-wheelers. It's snow and it's fog.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
and
not
there's
good.
absolutely zero visibility, and 18-wheel trucks are piling up like toy cars.
So let's seen something like this before when all you can hear is the crashing.
So let's
so no audio.
No, if I for 40 seconds and then bring it down. You see that vehicle right there that's front and center?
Yeah.
That's the person's vehicle that's shooting the video.
The Charger.
Okay? Now there's already a line of damage.
Of 18
and here's what I
back
don't
there.
understand. Maybe it's just because we live in Alabama, and if it's if we got snow fog, we're all going to be going 10 miles an hour or be at home. These people are flying in at 50 miles an hour, it seems like. Why are they going so fast?
Well, I guess they're used to seeing that, and they think they can drive.
Well, good gracious. But you won't believe yeah, so here's the first slide.
So this is the person now. Oh, no. When should I pot it down?
Adler will get the audio. You just keep rolling there. Look at that.
Oh,
Look,
wow.
watch this. There's an Amazon 18-wheeler. And now pay attention to this car that clips right here. Okay, so.
Watch the one that's fixed to come barreling in.
All right, but now pay
crazy.
attention to the guy standing by the car.
He's got to get away from that car.
What is he doing?
All mixed together.
Get out
of
there,
there,
pal.
Watch the car in the middle, Rick.
Pay attention to that guy. Pay attention to the guy.
Oh, no.
Oh, watch out, watch out. Oh!
Wow, it nearly killed him.
That guy was moving.
If that car does not slide the way it slides, that man's dead.
He sure is.
And there goes the guy who's shooting its Dodge Charger rolling down the road.
Yeah, there it goes. It's
On
out
its
of
own.
here.
And then
catches on
I
fire.
can't tell if this
Is it on fire?
is this
That's what
tow
he said.
truck out of control, or is he sliding through there, or is he going through? It looks like he had the
Look at how
brakes
far in
slip.
the woods they are.
Yeah,
Well, they better get in the woods.
Yeah, they ain't
Yeah.
far enough.
Yeah, he's really letting you know what's going on now at this
crazy.
point. You got the fire, a little bit of an explosion there.
Somebody's got a
in
cane.
the distance.
Who's the guy in the cane?
Well, I guess whoever was in the car.
Yeah.
Snow and
Oh, there's
cold.
fire over there, did you say?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's a mess.
I just can't get over
listen
the
how
guy
they hit.
the standing. Oh my goodness!
Oh, wow.
The guy that's standing by the car, I can't get enough.
He's in a bad spot.
Oh, you got to get out of there, man.
I just don't know why they're going so fast.
Young guy, Jim.
Oh, boy.
I think I got it. Think that I got it.
Here comes one barreling.
Why is that guy standing by his car? If that car
Snow
does
and
not
fog
spin,
mixed together, and it made the visibility
Buddy, you got
down
to
to
move.
zero.
oh, look.
Oh, watch out, watch out. Oh!
Oh my gosh!
Y'all,
If he hadn't hit the back end and the car spun in that way, that guy's dead.
that guy had an angel just said,
Yes.
just pushed the car around him.
Yeah, it did.
You realize how quick that would have killed him?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my
All right,
goodness.
so watch the tow truck come by. Is he sliding or is he under control here? When it pans
lot of
back,
fire over
when
there.
it goes to the left right here. It looks like he's like sliding. doesn't it?
He's got it going on.
Oh, you think?
He's hurrying. He's trying to get to the front of it for
Yeah.
some reason.
Man.
Yeah, that's in Pennsylvania.
How about cleaning
and
that
there were
mess
some
up?
deaths involved here, and it's a mess, man.
Well, that's that. I mean,
And there's some places are just prone to this.
yeah.
The stretch of highway between Knoxville and Chattanooga is this way too. They've had some terrible pileups up there before.
Well, you don't want slippery and you don't want fog.
Please look at the still shot of that.
Oh wow, is that how bad it got?
Oh, it just looks like
Good
Matchbox
night.
cars you just piled up.
All right, so there's two.
That is crazy.
I
I've
got to know how long it takes to clean something like that up.
Boy,
I've heard two things here.
long time.
Get out of the car and get way away from it, and then there's people going, "Don't you dare get out of the car because you're safer in the car." But the way these people are coming in,
Not when you still got people piling in there.
yeah, I would think. I mean, but you don't stand next to the road. That's
Get
for
up in
sure.
the woods.
You don't stand
this is
by
what
your
you do.
car that's still in the road.
No.
Go toward the direction cars are coming because when they hit, they go the other way. You want to get up where there's no debris to be
I'd
in.
have been so far up in them woods, y'all would have thought I was a mountain man.
Yeah,
I'd
be out there hunting.
Yeah, I'd start seeing
I'd
deer.
already have a campfire and some meat on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm jumping deer. I'm so far in there.
All right, we'll come back. Phone troll next. Any topic you want to talk about. Any topic. It's all out there. 866 We Be Big. Comment, question, no meaningless shout outs, no shameless plugs. We're talking about topics and questions only. We'll do a phone troll. That way we'll get them quick. All 10 lines are available. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They did accomplish some things in that they got rid of this dollar for dollar idea in the Congress that any increase in defense has to be matched in some other programs. But you know, some of the pet peeves that people put them in to do, they didn't see changing, and that'll cause some friction. And but they, I heard Pence say that clearly, getting the defense budget where it needs to be, considering the threats we've got. And look, I'm listen, nobody is a bigger hawk than me, but my goal is to cut the defense budget. I mean, that's not to a dangerous level, but spend less so we can spend on other things. We used to call it the peace dividend back when the wall fell. And I think that should always be our goal, is to spend every dollar wisely and plan and use our technology and things like that to be able to compete. It shouldn't just be a black hole we throw money down, but clearly we've got some threats right now that needed beefing up.
No, look, I've said it 1,000 times. I know this is about to be an outlandish concept. I don't have an issue with our taxes and the revenue that we collect. We, as you said, we can discuss how to spend it and how to collect it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, the Constitution calls for us to have a defense and to protect the borders, and I'm for that. I don't have any problem with that. What I have a problem is there's things that are not in the Constitution that we didn't fix, and I got a real problem with that. And we did not fund the wall.
No.
So so I got a real problem with that. Got a real problem with Planned Parenthood, major problem with that.
Right.
And those were all things that we were told they were going to fix, and they didn't fix. And this is what I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I'm talking about my mind is boggled. I'll go this far. Why we did the short-term thing, because that whole strategy was, we're going to do a short-term, so then we come back in April, then we're going to get it done. At the end of April, they said at the end of April.
Is it April or September?
No, that's the next one. No, they're doing it again.
Right.
See, this is that kick the can down.
Right.
What they're conveniently leaving out, and people were calling them on it. No, you said you were going to do it in April. That's why you did a short-term budget the first time.
Right.
So you said you would come back to April and fix it. Mm-hmm. Now you're telling, it's going to be September. And so it just sounds like it's just kick the can, kick the can, kick the can.
Well, I'm not too sure that possibly, and I don't know, I'm just speculating, that some of this defense spending may be going toward a wall. They ain't calling it a wall, because they have to have 60 votes in the Senate to get it approved. So I don't know. We'll see.
Anyway, if you want to be part of that, go to the contest button too. You could win an opportunity to be there with us on location as our special guest.
I know Gene's always out recruiting, and I heard that he was really working on some big names to bring in this year.
Yes,
even some coaches you might not expect to see in this.
Right, and now we made the deal that if we were going to be part of it, you had to be listed as one of the celebrities.
That's right. Yeah, well, that how that sometimes can fade. I will tell you this: I got out and I did something that I usually don't do a lot, and that is hit a few golf balls before that. I play one time a year, usually during that event, and boy, I tell you, it was ugly. Woo.
Well.
Played 9 holes. I think I lost 10 balls.
I think waiting for you to be listed as one of the celebrities by Gene Halban is like me waiting yesterday for a budget I would like from the Republicans.
Yeah. We say until the Republicans stand up and make it happen, until we just don't go.
Right, I know.
Stand up.
I know.
And say,
we'll see how it goes. Now, you did something else yesterday that I busted you on, and I want you to explain yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was calmly sitting at home last night, trying to have a relaxing evening, got home after practice, and had dinner, and I was settling in. And, a lot of you, I've talked about it before, the neighborhood that I live in is really just a street called the Crest. And, we talk about, the people were, the Crest looks out for each other. The Crest doesn't forget. The Crest is watching. Crest Lives Matter.
Right.
That
have all that.
That kind of thing. So I get a picture last night from one of the Crest members, and it appears to be, and we have the photo, and I do remember you in this exact outfit. The shorts, is that not Bill Bubba Bussy right there? Can we all agree that is?
There he is.
I think I even see your.
Got his capri pants on.
There he is.
I mean, Rick, clearly. What is that?
Yeah, you're at a soccer match.
Oh, wow. Now, how can you tell it's a soccer match?
Well,
no one's there but you and 2 other people.
Right. It looks like there's 4 people, so that's a sign.
What was your tie, Bubba?
Well, and there was
clearly put that back up. That's photoshopped. You can tell that's photoshopped.
It's like one of them black cats.
Did they also Photoshop Hunter there on the track?
I don't know who that is.
Right. So,
oh boy,
were you at a soccer match? Yes or no?
As a matter of fact, Rick, I did attend the first soccer match I have ever been to last night.
Nice.
10 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is the number. Let's go, everybody. It's available. Bubba's got a timeout. Helmsley's got a timeout. Everybody else is going to get the buzzer. And if we run out of timeouts, then that'll be it. But, Bubba, I think you certainly do whatever you want to, but it's your call. But you're probably going to go ahead and waste one right out of the gate. Catch line 4.
I'm standing by.
All right, so we go to Miss Kay.
Oh.
Miss Kay standing by
got a new commercial
on our phone tro. Miss Kay, how you doing?
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Mr. Bill, Mr. Speedy, Mr. Helmsley, Mr. Allen, Mr. Greg. I don't think this would be a waste if you know what I mean, giving me a little extra time.
Miss Kay, I think you step outside the whole phone troll format.
Yeah, so timeouts you shall have.
Well, you just a dear. Listen, I was wondering if you'd seen my new commercial out that we just put out the other day.
You know, I did, and I was telling the guys about it this morning, and I felt like you were kind of giving us a shout-out in that.
Well, that's just between you and me, but it was there.
Oh, yeah, it was there.
Give Rick the line, because he haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, Miss Kay.
Well, let me just say it. All they had up there was just a little steel target. If they had, like, somebody with a moving target, it'd have been much more of a thing for me to do, because just sitting there, there was nothing there.
Oh, okay.
So she's at the gun range firing her gun.
Well, because all politicians
there's two good old boys over there talking about it, which I don't know. I don't know how we didn't get. Matter of fact, there it is right now, Rick. As a matter of fact,
okay. Where's Miss Kay?
Look, you're gonna see her in just a second.
Here it is.
No step too high for a high stepper.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
What does that mean anyway?
I don't know, but I like it.
No step too high for a high stepper.
Oh, Miss Kay.
Well, I'm thinking of maybe having a bumper sticker with that on there, or maybe a T-shirt.
No doubt.
Know, with November's coming up soon, and I'd like to maybe just put it on there.
I'll tell you, you wouldn't be able to print enough of them.
No.
Yeah, because you told us that, months ago.
And that's a pretty good shooting, Miss Kay.
Well, I just pulled out my little Ruger. Just let it go.
Well, how is the campaign trail? Everything going good out there?
Well, of course, there's always something going on. It's all busy, but we're holding our own. And, the fellow that's coming up with my commercials and public announcements, he's just a gem.
He is.
I'm so proud of him. And yeah, we're just hanging on, and we're ready to do some changes in the future. But just don't forget now, November's coming. Put it on your calendar.
Miss Kay, I have to tell you too, I love the Javelin commercial where you're telling Putin the last thing he's going to see is made in Alabama.
Well, God bless Alabama.
Thank you, Miss Kay. So good to hear from you. There she goes.
There's the high stepper.
Ain't no step too high.
Nope.
Golly. To Jason
Gold.
And Phil Campbell. Jason, back on the troll. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, God bless Alabama. No one else there, Meemaw. All right. With the name, image, and likeness in college football, what is y'all's take on it? And Rick, you being a former college athlete, who you think you would have chosen for your name, image, and likeness if you had got an endorsement?
Well, probably Betty's Barbecue. Yeah, it's no doubt about it.
I think I would have signed with Pizza Hut.
Right, it had something to do with food
or Domino's.
Look, the NIL thing, the cat is out of the bag. I mean, it is what it is. I understand. I do, because I think some of these athletes feel like that they make a lot of money that seems to be divided up through their blood and sweat and tears, and they thought they should have been compensated, and the Supreme Court agreed.
Yeah, it is a new day. There's a lot of money in college sports, especially football, and a lot of that money you see was going to coaches and facilities. And I think you're going to see more of that transfer to the players. Probably going to see some of those coaches' salaries level off a little bit. But, Rick, it's think about this, too, and we really haven't talked about this. there's a lot of fans that love their football team. And they've been very critical of the coach, of the university, how they've hired, who they've signed. Now, my friend, hey, Rick, you can get involved. You write a check, you can get the player you want on your team.
You can.
It's your time to participate.
And you've always wanted to tell the player that they need to play better. I guess now you can.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go to Matthew in South Carolina. Matthew, go ahead.
So when I was 7, guys, I had a dream one night, and whether it was an angel or whether it was God himself, I don't know, but it said immediately get up and run to your mom's room. So I'm running down the hall, and all of a sudden I hear an explosion. So a tornado had come down my road and turned right at my house, blew out both windows in my room, and shredded the sheets. Had I been there 10 or 15 seconds later, I probably would have bled to death in my sleep.
Wow.
Whoa, wow. That's
the tornadoes are bad enough. When you have them in our part of the world, you usually cannot see them because of the pine trees and hills, unlike the Great Plains. And then to have them at night, I mean, there's just no way to see other than electronically what's happening.
Yep. Michael in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, most people know that Governor Ivey has given us a permanent gas tax increase. But what a lot of people doesn't know, in Montgomery currently there is a gambling bill that would build 12 casinos in the state and also drug legalization bill. And Governor Ivey has already signaled to the politicians down there that she will sign off on it if it passes.
Yeah, but she's cute. Don't you know that? I mean, didn't you hear her say hi, Steppa? And, she can't think anything good to say about Joe Biden. And she's got a beautiful, South Alabama accent. She's cute. But yeah, there's actually discussion on that gambling bill today. It'll be highly debated today. But it's going to, on the gambling bill thing and all that, I say the same thing I always do. Let's just have the real discussion. The real discussion is there's people that don't want to leave the state of Alabama to gamble, and there's people that are morally opposed to gambling. And that's the 2 points of view. Let's please leave out the gamble for the kids and, we're going to save the schools. And that has nothing to do with this because we've already seen historically that never delivers on what you were told. It's a debate on whether you want gambling to be part of the culture of your state and your community or not. Some people find it repulsive. Some people desire it. And that's really what the debate is always about. The other stuff is just a bunch of smokescreen stuff.
Yeah, secondary issues.
Yeah, it's just none of that is sincere.
Because if you for or against, okay, I'm not saying either side in this, but don't buy into the argument that the schools will not want for any more money because that has not been the case, and it has been sold that way in the past. Yeah. And matter of fact, we had an intern for us in the past whose dad actually is the one that introduced gambling to Florida. And to hear her and her family and their angles on it was interesting. But it doesn't solve the problem because schools never have enough money, Rick. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Apparently. Maybe it's the handling of it.
And once they start planning on the gambling funding the schools, then that money that they've been using goes to other places. And then when people, for some reason that week are not gambling, you end up with a shortage again.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At the high school level.
Is this high school level?
Yes. Yes. The state playoffs are going on, and our school, Briarwood, is in the second round, and they hosted Trinity from Montgomery last night. So, and we have some friends there at Trinity that we know, and I have a friend that plays, and Hunter has a friend that plays on the Briarwood team, and I'd actually told him at some point I was going to come and see a soccer match. So
did you kick
I fulfilled that obligation and kept my word last night.
Did it kick grass?
It was a very electric atmosphere, and there was a great crowd there, by the way.
Looked like it
last night. Well, no, you can't. You're getting a picture of the end zone there.
I'll see you in silver hair.
I was kidding.
Yeah.
So So what?
And our principal is the coach of the soccer team.
Yes.
So
Really?
that's
That's weird.
that's kind of
That is
interesting
strange.
watching
Weird.
that.
Yeah.
And what was
Alabama.
really strange, Rick?
Take them somewhere
I was sitting in between.
Nobody else to do it. What happened?
I was sitting in between two football dads, and the football coach was behind me.
Yep.
So I was I just and I really know nothing about the game, and so anytime a whistle would blow, I said somebody just scream what's happening because I don't know what it is. Let me know what's going on.
So was it? Did you leave there saying, "Hey, you know what," or did you leave there going, "Okay, you know what? Everybody to each their own. Just still, I guess, just still not my thing."
It was a big victory for Briarwood last night, 1-0.
Oh boy,
and
another insurmountable 1-0 lead.
It's and look, the kids play very hard.
Sure they do.
It's just not something I grew up with and know a lot about. It's something I'm supporting the school and the kids, but I don't. It's not a sport that I know a lot about. So
Well, I conveniently.
Can I leave it at that?
I conveniently doubled back on the Crest member, who's
There's a lot of people don't like tennis, and I understand that too.
That's
And see, to me, it's
Yeah.
very exciting.
Yeah,
but it's
right. Yeah,
it's I guess it's kind of what your thing is.
Yeah, but we grew up with the big three.
Yeah.
And I've even got outside the big three, and I get that that's not for everybody either. And if I didn't have a kid in it, it probably wouldn't be for me either. It wouldn't be that I would go out and suddenly start following lacrosse if I didn't have a kid in it.
Right.
And I'm sure I know some of them, I know for a fact, are now following soccer because their kids in it, not because they would have done it without their kid being
right.
in it. And we all do that. But because I used it back on them when they sent me the photo, Bussie's at a soccer match.
I clearly told them no photos.
I sent back, well, how did you get the photo? It appears you are there as well. You know what I mean?
Busted.
And they gave the same deal. We're here supporting, now the family that has the kid on the team that, that we all knew from football. And even at one time he played some lacrosse, and he's a good athlete. And this year is senior year. He loves the coach, who's a great man of God, and he wanted to play for him and try something new. And so they're there and they're supporting him, and I certainly understand that. But I had to bring up, it's not like the kid lives on the Crest. He's just connected to people on the Crest.
Right.
You know what I mean? You didn't have to go that far.
No, I think they had a huge crowd last night, and very rowdy crowd. I don't know again a lot about soccer, but I know when the referee holds up a yellow card, if it's on your end of the field, you stand up and scream and stuff.
Right. So it's.
And there were several soccer things I'm not really familiar with.
You mean on the pitch?
It was on the field.
Who was pitching?
Right.
Yeah. I'm just, the terminology's foreign to me.
Did the football coach find another kicker for next year?
The football
he was there
coach,
for.
Coach Yancey is very knowledgeable of soccer. He told me he actually coached a year or two. So he was telling me some of the finer points of it that I did not know anything about.
Right.
Like you can't be offsides on a breakaway, like a snowbird, something, which I still don't understand.
Right. What?
So I guess I have to slow down, let the other guy get in front of me, then I run by him.
Did you know that a lot of people who want soccer to get better think that rule should be changed? They think it would help the game.
I think it would too.
I would too. I would vote for that. That and the ball on fire.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But they're playing in about 3 stadiums. Somebody's put together. You know how these big corporations. You got.
You know what this means?
It's
Don
Fleetwood Mac.
Henley's divorced again. That's all this one got.
He's got another
Mac,
alimony to pay.
Fleetwood Mac, the Eagles, and I think Steely Dan on one bill at the
Really?
stadium. Yeah, and then one time it's the Eagles, Fleetwood Mac, and the Doobies, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, the Doobsters.
The Eagles do a good show. I saw them twice.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Oh, they're so talented. But
they're-
I'm just saying it ain't gonna seem like the Eagles without Glenn Fry. I mean, come on.
Now we did not.
Can't they get a fry lock up there?
I guess they're gonna have to.
You go with Jackson Brown. You might could live with that. I could hear him singing all the fries.
But I don't think that's official. I'd heard a rumor of that.
Yeah.
But I don't.
You don't want to step out on it.
I don't want to step out. People go buy a ticket and think Jackson Brown's going to be there.
All right, we discussed the.
I mean, I don't know.
We discussed
Crap,
it was,
I know.
We discussed it was going to happen, but we never talked about it. When Journey was inducted into the Hall of Fame, we now have all the information. And I really think as upset as people may have been that Steve Perry would not sing with them, I think when you heard him talking, and he was extremely high road when he gave his speech, the band obviously had made up and there were no issues there. He was very complimentary of every member of the band.
A lot of hugging.
Very complimentary of the guy who's taking his place, the Filipino, thanking him for keeping the memories going, keeping the legend going. That guy's very respectful of Steve Perry. He was like, look, I'm not worthy to be in your presence. Thank you. It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, a brand new hour has begun, and thank you for being with us. And he loves somebody else. So we're back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start a brand new hour. We thank you for being here. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done. The Reds and the Pinks. Somebody say,
Love stand.
welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So we're working through something here. An email has come in to...
go with Family Man.
No.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
See, that's what I'm looking for.
I know.
Vote Trump.
Yeah.
Master P or whatever her name was.
Yes, so now, Speedy, read us the email you just got.
I'm giving it to you. That was classic.
Y'all, we're just looking at it, Greg. Calm down.
What, like we got any influence in any way in this department?
No,
None.
Greg, but we've been doing this for a long time. The funny part is that you don't give people anything.
Hundreds of bands have been signed because of this show.
Well,
hey, look, it's called Keep It or Coast.
We did discover a few bands. Make them
Bubba, you
make
can't
popular.
say anything after what you did.
Greg, I don't know why you're taking the cover off that. We're not going to play you.
Yes, we are.
What are you talking about? What Bubba did?
What Bubba do?
This is
Misty Lee Payne.
Misty Lee
He
Payne.
invited her on the show and then turned on her.
We could have we could have broke Misty Lee Payne into the industry if you'd have just
Bubba didn't do it right.
All right, so here's what we've learned on the show, and really I don't have the answer for everybody. Okay, it may be Adler. All right, so here's what we know: contacting Bubba, that didn't help. Look, ask Misty Lee Payne.
Well, you know what? It's because I get lambasted so much, and I know the potential for that is there, that I'm kind of like a government worker. I just don't do anything.
Yeah, you can't contact me because, as you said, hey, listen, you can't contact me
because government workers.
Because you know,
oh wait, y'all not at work yet.
Because you know how Bit's cool with me, so I have no more. I don't have interest in it anymore.
Rick,
so I've lost interest in it.
Exactly.
Greg's not even going to remotely look at it, as we'll find out in this email.
It ain't that. I just get thousands, and I like them.
Yeah, but if you're sending songs,
you're done with the
You got us getting thousands now.
I'm not going to allow you to say that.
you can't. That's not true.
He wouldn't let you get away.
No, it's a big number,
no,
Greg.
he wouldn't.
That's a big number.
It's a big number.
All right, Rick. Over the years, 12. That's probably about right.
All right, that's a big number. and
that's close.
Yeah, so I will tell all the aspiring.
That's an honest number, by the way.
Yeah, I will tell all the aspiring singer-songwriters. You're really kind of down to Speedy, Helmsy,
No, and I enjoy
Adler.
it. It's just I don't have the authority to make that call.
And I don't think Helmsy's got too much on his plate.
I will respond to your email, but getting it on the air is not going to happen.
Yeah, he liked that when that guy sang about Augusta National.
Hey, I'm not going to bother y'all with that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I'm going to respond and be nice, and I'm probably going to listen to it.
Adler is a music purist, so he's going to critique it heavily.
Yeah. No, I've brought several to the show that I've got over time. I don't know. I haven't got thousands like Greg has.
Let me tell you, if you want me to push it and it's good. If you don't hear from me, that means it was good.
Oh, Greg.
Because if I put it on there, it's because it's bad.
Greg only brings Keep It or Coasters that he thinks are going to be terrible.
Coasters, yes.
Yeah. So really, a no response means Greg
that you're too good for me to
thinks
acknowledge.
You're too good.
That's a true statement.
Adler, do you critique them too harshly, you think?
Well, just for it to be on the show, it needs to be something crazy, like like an old lady rapping or something like that.
Yes, what I say. What did I say?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear us play.
And
serious
Speedy
music.
wants to give you hope, which is really more cruel than just saying that's probably not going on.
Well, no, I mean, I first of all, I just responded, and we listened to this, a little bit of it together, for the first time. I had just gotten the
Are you
email.
getting paid for this? What's going on?
No, I just got an email. What jumped
from
out to me is that you never replied to the guy. That's what jumped out to me.
It must have got hung in junk mail.
Here's the email. Now I'm starting to realize that he's probably from Helena. All right, so
Yeah,
here's
there's a tie here
No,
somewhere.
I don't. I
Well,
really
his
don't
boy
know the
used to
guy.
play for Speedy.
What position?
He played on one of them snake teams.
Yeah. Let's go back to Greg. Didn't reply for a year to this dude.
Well, I didn't see it.
Well, listen.
You didn't see it.
I get thousands.
Let me
buddy.
read the email.
There's that number.
Hey, Speedy, which means that he's exhausted all other options.
Should have went there first because he
Yeah.
seems to care.
Yep.
Which is not a bad thing.
Hey, Speedy, I wanted to check and see how your dad is doing. Very wise.
Oh,
very wise.
That really jumped
I'm
out.
faking that I would care, and I'm doing that.
Yeah. I assume that he's doing well.
No, I don't think he wants your dad to do bad.
I always liked hearing from him when I played for you when I was a sidewinder.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, stop. He just
I love
made
the
that
poem he
up.
wrote about the team that year.
Rick, your baby brother doesn't need help.
I loved his poem. You remember the one he wrote? The one he called Sidewinder Forever.
How'd this get on me?
Right, but anyway.
On you, by the way,
How
today.
did this get on me? Well, because he's hurt because he doesn't give a damn about anything.
All right,
Well,
so
if we
let's
start this, I got one right on deck.
Wow, Speedy, I just saw one of your emails come in. Are you going to buy some of that stuff?
What is it?
Well, they want you to get some golf gear from Mississippi State. All right, so anyway.
Well, hey, they'll send me stuff.
Oh, I know.
Hair.
Well, you love state.
Somebody signed me up for something. What is that?
I'm signed up for everything under the sun. Can I tell all car dealers out there, I didn't email you. Okay? I don't know which one of my buddies keeps telling you I'm interested in a car. I didn't email any of y'all. But anyway, all right. So, should I get into this thing about Dr. Clay and everything?
No, Dr. Clay was
just-
my dad's heart surgeon.
Okay.
I know you don't care about that
All
either,
right.
Greg.
what's that
And
got to do with
did
the
a
song?
5-way bypass on him, and he just said, "I hope I've heard great things about the doc," and
Wait a
he
minute.
did.
So
he did a
just,
great job.
just said that?
I was
Because
wondering.
people being nice again. I don't
That's
know.
not. No, just because I've
Picture
heard
of
of the
the
doctor
Speedy.
your dad used doesn't
Picture
mean
of the
that-
grandkids.
Let me give this
I'm just-
emailer
I'm
this.
just asking.
Let me give this emailer this. This is not the way to go about emailing any member of the show. You're giving us too many outs because you're a nice person.
Yeah, that's true.
I
That
was-
may be what I lost it for me.
Greg, I was wondering, only if you have time. There went
See,
half
there
of
went-
there went half of us out right there. It's not a hard sell. You know it. I would like your feedback on my song. I'm an amateur
I
songwriter.
thought it was good.
But I have my produced in Nashville.
I have mine, or I
Maybe
have
he
produced
got someone
some.
to produce
Yeah,
it.
okay.
from
Yeah, that's
Nashville.
just a typo.
Mhm.
He's
would know-
not singing it because there's
Greg,
actually some
Greg, you
female.
wouldn't know. You didn't read this, so be
I
quiet.
don't think he sent me this.
Well,
Greg,
you're
phones
right.
are ringing.
Because I usually get I'll give it a listen to see if it's something really goofy.
All right.
You know?
All right, Greg. So here's where you're wrong, and this is where he agrees with Greg. Y'all have heard thousands of songs.
Yeah.
So he agrees with
he
Greg.
got that from Greg.
I knew
Over,
my number was right.
over the years, I'm sure, Greg, right again.
Yeah.
But I would love any
12.
feedback. Here it comes, Greg. I sent a song, which you're right, Greg, may not be this song. I sent a song to Greg maybe a year ago, but I don't think he liked it. I disagree. If you didn't hear anything,
Yeah,
you
it
didn't
means
hear
I liked it.
You didn't hear it on
That's
the show.
your spin.
He actually liked it.
That's fact.
This is the no spin zone, Greg.
He never
So
replied.
our listeners want to listen to a good song.
He never replied, and this is where he made a mistake again, which is fine. You're too understanding.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're going. Nashville's going to eat you alive. I mean, you're going to have to be a little more
Can
demanding.
I point out something to Greg real quick? He's not asking you to play it on air. He's asking you
No,
to
he
simply
is.
listen to it and give him feedback.
Yeah, but they mean play it on air.
But that's not what he's saying, Greg.
But anything we get becomes a
possibility,
potential
yeah.
keep it or coast.
Honestly, I don't remember saying that.
But Speedy, this guy thinks he knows you. He says.
Well, Ricky knows. He's heard of that doctor that worked on Speedy's dad, so they're
Here we
pretty
go.
close.
He says, "Tell
We
your
did
dad."
mention Dr. Clay.
He said,
That's
"Tell-
my dad's heart you're talking about.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the doctor. I'm not talking about your dad.
Speedy, did you miss this line right here?
What did he say?
Tell your dad I said hello. I enjoyed talking to him and your sister.
Okay, so maybe he was at the hospital. So you've left part of it
So
out.
you halfway read it.
So I'm making fun of
Look
the
at
guy.
that last
Speedy,
line right there.
So you halfway gave half the story.
I think it was when my sister took my dad to one of the doctor's appointments. He met them.
Well, that's completely different. That
I
makes
guess so.
sense.
That would have to be it.
Okay, that
would
makes
have to be
sense.
it
Then
because
just
we
going,
would
"I've
share
heard of your
duties.
dad's doctor."
I know you don't help Rick, but we share duties with ours.
Oh, okay.
All right,
No, yeah, you're right.
listen,
That was a good
You'll
one.
get the list now.
Greg,
Did
I
you
know how to
hear
get it
that
going.
landed
Boy,
hard
that
right
phone's
there.
just a ringing.
Greg, listen. Greg, sign
Look, little
sign
Lee Hubbard's on the
Stan.
phone.
Sign Stan, the singing cardiologist. I'm just kidding. All right, so the.
Oh, wait a minute.
Never mind. He
Yes.
left half the story.
Have I veered into something?
He's left half the story out.
No. Okay, I think okay. Okay,
He's
I got it
worked out
now.
in his head.
Yeah, I do. I had to figure out. I don't like personally. We're not like, hey man, what's up? You know, but
Okay,
anyway,
well,
hit
that
play.
That makes sense.
Well, now we're up against the break.
He didn't mention that
When
he
we
was
come
songwriter
back-
when y'all met.
We don't have to. We don't.
Unauthorized, keep it or coaster.
Yeah. Hey, Stan, are you okay?
Followed by.
For some reason, Speedy didn't want to ask you this. I'm going to reply.
Followed by Greg's on the phone.
Mike, I'm pushing.
Did you reply back? What did you ask him?
I can't see.
So we'll.
Greg's he's a cardiologist. He can't help you with that.
Right. All right. So yeah, Speedy told him we're going to maybe play a bit of it on there.
Thought y'all give me more on that.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba. I was reading. I'm sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
Your truck does. Giving me this shot. You created this for me to come along and actually just keep it going. So it all was very good, and I know as disappointed as everybody was that he didn't sing, when you heard him talking, you realize his voice has had some struggles, and you may have come to the conclusion that maybe for the first time ever, an artist did what we would really want them to do, and he didn't tamper with the memories.
Right.
Because if he'd got out there and he'd have been subpart, it would have sounded bad, a la Meatloaf.
Can we hear him talk? I haven't heard or seen this. I've just
see if you can find his
heard reports of it.
But at the end of the day, if he cannot sing, Steve Perry is a very high level, and if he couldn't sing the way he needed to sing, it probably was better off for him to just talk about what the band meant to him, how good, how impressed he was to be able to be part of it, to compliment the guy who's taking his place. He handled himself very classy.
Yeah.
But really, the gift that he may have given us that we don't want to receive is the gift of not tampering with the memories. He may have said, look, I'm not going to get up here. You trust me, you don't want to hear me sing Open Arms. You really don't.
No, that's true. And I will say this, too. The speech did have just a little bit of language in it. I do want to warn you of that, yeah. It's just when he talked about when he went and saw them perform and how they played the instruments and how talented they were, he was like, man, who wouldn't want to be a part of that? And he had some language in there. And this is a quick find here, so I apologize. Just be careful.
Okay. I didn't hear him say it. So.
I'm going to keep my cheat sheet here because I got a lot to say. I'm going to start with when I was living in Los Angeles. I was looking to get a record deal, trying my very best. It was tough to get signed at those times. And I would always go to the Starwood to see Journey perform because these guys had the most.
Rick, this is where he talked about how good they were. And he goes on to say, the guy he sent the demo reel to, if he had never responded, then they wouldn't be standing there today. And
though their musicianship was absolutely.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's a good edit right there, Rick.
There was one instrument that was flying above the entire city of Los Angeles. That was the magic fingers of Neil Sean's guitar. Somehow, one of my demo tapes fell into the hands of Herbie Herbert. I would not be here tonight if it was not for Herbie Herbert.
That boy Herbie. That boy Herb.
Because
care about your health.
He did not have to call me. He gets tapes all the time. But there's something about the demo tape, and he called me. And the next thing I knew, because of Herbie, I was writing music with Neil Sean.
Just be careful again here.
Well, anyway, so he goes into all of that. And
Rick,
it's just good to see him again.
I know Bubba's going to be disappointed. They did not let Randy Jackson be inducted as a band member.
No.
I know Bubba's disappointed.
He did one tour.
I thought he was just a hired gun.
He was. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
How about they put two of the drummers. They've had a few. They put the original, and then they put the guy that was there during Dynasty, that's back now, I believe.
Yeah, Steve Smith.
Yeah, he's back. They put him and Ainsley Dunbar, who was original. And then the two keyboard players, Jonathan King and Greg Raleigh, who was the original singer, remember?
Yeah, I was hoping Greg Raleigh got in because really, if you look
he was actually a founding member.
If you look at Greg Raleigh, he may have had he had the Bubba move, And that was, I paid my dues.
Mm-hmm.
I sang the early stuff. I'm a founding member of the band, meaning
Right.
I still get checks. And hey, let me introduce you to Steve Perry.
Yeah.
And,
You remember the
and I'll
hits?
tell you what, y'all bring me another keyboard player, I'm gonna sit at the house.
You remember when
I
he
think
would-
I'm done singing after y'all heard it. You know, there were a couple of them they sang together.
Yeah, he was still the lead guy, and then Steve Perry would just come in for a minute.
If I could, now they performed a couple of songs, "Don't Stop Believing" and some others, and you know they were playing a lot of the videos and the songs as they introed. The lead singer for Train came out since he was from San Francisco and
really?
introed them, and you hear Steve Perry singing. And then
You hear him singing?
From old footage,
original.
you know.
Okay.
And they talked about how they would sell out the stadiums and how they tried to go to rural America, to the heart of the country, and get that fan base first. And then once they knew that, then they could branch out to the larger markets. And then the guy that has been keeping the band going, the Asian man.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so
that number's important because you're about to get to use it.
yeah. We do keep it a coaster here. I hadn't done it in a long time, and we go back and
I'll get ready for your emails to fill up.
Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah, please, if you have a song, if there's the
Send
one
it directly to Greg.
well, the one person that sits down and goes through them is Greg.
Yeah.
Well, I've got
Adler's
one
too
right
critical. I can't stay focused on that long. And Bubba's
If it's
got
not
two,
a song about space, I don't listen to it.
Bubba means well, but then he never gets back to it. And Speedy's going to give you all sorts of hope but never follow up. So, well, I mean,
And I don't
because
make
you like to be
programming
nice.
decisions.
What's wrong with
Yeah.
me saying
Here
you're
it
nice?
is. Here it is.
All right, so and I figured out how I know this gentleman.
Well,
Stan
he had
True.
it completely messed up.
Well, I when he was asking about my dad, he's one of Dr. Clay's scrubs, and I met him at CVICU when my dad was recovering from open heart surgery, and he was very nice. Said hey in the
That's
hall.
completely different from what you
and
said.
said hey in the hall, and so that was the connection. And then he met my sister and my dad at the same hospital, and said they were really nice. And now has sent me an email about a song he wrote. I asked him who sang it, and he actually said, "I don't know. People make money off singing demos," and I didn't. Even, he said, "I didn't even ask."
You said, I want a
he's
female
a
or male.
songwriter, so this is a little different.
In
is
Nashville,
what
they
we're
do.
doing.
You have people that sing. A lot of the people who are stars now, that's how they started out.
You are
Singing
only
demos.
you are making a decision for this nice person that Speedy didn't remember.
Yeah, just the name. I didn't connect.
You're
it.
simply saying whether you like the song or not. You're not judging the artist.
It's keep it or coaster.
Keep it or coaster for the song,
right?
Because this artist is just a paid artist in Nashville that does demos.
And Helms has a personal one that he's going to play.
So keep it or coaster on this song.
Instead of calling, just email Greg if you like it or not.
No, don't.
Greg at rickandbubba.com. Just don't call. Just email Greg.
Okay.
The room is spinning round and round. I can feel the